How about that music getting me fired up for like some NFL Films style highlights of the players that we are going to see drafted tonight in a few years, right? Welcome to the SūmerSports Draft Show. Lindsay Rhodes alongside Sam Bruckhouse, who is Natalie dressed today.
I'm trying
like
to keep
this is a big occasion, and you look like it's a big occasion.
Look, me and Thomas were talking about it earlier, and 32 players' lives are changing tonight. So, you got to look good. You got to make it special for them. And it's a special night for all of us too. 6 months of work. We've been all over the country. We've talked about players from all over the country or the world, really. And now it's all coming to a head. And there's some really fun things occurring also, which is really exciting.
Yeah, at the last few days, we've seen a lot of storylines developing that feel like, is it smoke? Is it real? And so we've got a lot to discuss in the 46 minutes that we still have before Roger Goodell will take the stage and put the Tennessee Titans on the clock officially. This is Sean Syed. If you're unfamiliar, he's our scheme expert here. So he lives in the weeds of the X's and O's and puts out all of those types of videos. And he will be weighing in largely, I think, today, is it fair to say, on like the NFL schemes and how these players might fit in, right?
Yeah.
Like a team drafts a defensive tackle. How might this defensive tackle help?
Yeah, and it's so interesting where you have the NFL draft where these players are not just selected for this year, right? You're going to have a player that you're hoping to develop into your system, and some of these players are going to be drafted to teams where in 2 years it's going to be a different coach. So I think sometimes we go, oh, are these people going to be a scheme fit? Is it going to be this or that? You need to have the best players. Obviously, it would be easy to say, hey, just pick all the good players. That would be really nice. But, I come here maybe a little bit less well-dressed as Sam, here to talk about some fun player fits today.
I didn't say that. You did. But I also think that this is very on brand for the two personalities, right? Like you were constantly in a quarter zip.
More of a dry fit guy myself.
Okay,
quarter zip adjacent.
It is a quarter zip
have the logo.
that is also a dry fit material. That's fair enough. There are a lot of ways in which I think that we'll be attacking this material that might be different from other places that you could have on as a second screen as an option. I think that we're going to have a lot of advanced analytics. We here at Sumer do a lot of our advanced analytics in a different way. We have some AI that is involved here. And so we're excited about the opportunity to spend 3+ hours with you guys telling you a little bit more about how what our process is like and how we come to the conclusions that we come and get to the data that we have. We also are going to talk about like things like positional value and opportunity cost and roster building strategies and what the process should look like and what it does look like here. So it's not just about this is a really good athlete. You mentioned, some of these teams draft the best players. It's a lot more complicated than that because, and I think this is part of the conversation with Ashton Ginty that we're seeing right now, like obviously he's a good running back. There are like 8 layers of the conversation that go beyond that about at what point it becomes a value-added proposition from a roster building standpoint to take that specific good player at that position.
I think the biggest storyline being Ashton Genty really shows what's going on in this draft. First off, the running back position just is not as valuable as, quite frankly, any of the other positions. Even the linebacker and safety positions typically will be paid more.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, it's very difficult to take that leap and say, I'm selecting this guy at 2 or 5 or 10. And he immediately is going to be one of the best running backs in the league. It's so difficult to say that from a historical perspective. Obviously, we do it when we're projecting out from a scouting perspective, but it's just really difficult. So the way that shines on the rest of the draft is basically that this is not a premium player draft. The quarterbacks are just not great. There's a couple good edge rushers, cornerbacks, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. There's a kind of cluster of edge rushers and defensive line talent in the middle, but the real standout players here are swing offensive linemen and running backs. And that's the strength of this draft. And as a result, we're going to have these weird things pop up that will inspire greater conversation, that will be evergreen, for lack of a better word, because this is such a rare situation, especially coming off of a year where we had 6 quarterbacks that were really good.
Yeah. I think there are so many different things to tackle here. The draft is a relatively flat one pretty early on, I think. To your point about, I think that there's like we're probably going to talk a lot in terms of tiers,
right,
to a degree, and the tier breaks might be different for various boards around the league. But I think that this is one where I've said over and over again in the build up to this draft that you've got a handful of players at the top of a few position groups. And then it might be like, actually, even maybe from the beginning of the defensive tackle position, like Mason Graham for most of this process was the consensus number 1 defensive tackle who slotted in at 5. He's been at 5 for a long time. And in the last week or so, I feel like there's been some movement about that. Like, why would I take Mason Graham when I can get Derek Harmon, later, and he's even better? And so I think that there are a lot of teams where you could go, okay, let's throw all of the defensive tackle names up. They might order them completely differently from team to team to team, which influences how teams should value the actual pick, right? And how they should maneuver up and down the board. What are you looking for today? What is the most interesting storyline for you?
I think we can look at what teams are going to try and trade back, because everyone, it seems like, wants to trade back. I'm really interested in kind of the defensive line and really how that ends up shaking out, because I think recently, with Mason Graham being the consensus number 1 defensive tackle, assumed to be kind of a pick at 5 for Jacksonville, assuming they stay there, where the Jaguars could really use that interior defensive line help. But now you start to see a little bit of, is Walter Nolan going to go to the 49ers? Is he someone that maybe off a draft board or two, just because of some things that are happening off the field that, we don't have full privy to that sort of information. So it's going to be interesting to see where last year we wait how long until we get one defensive player, a second defensive player picked early. Now I think it's going to be a lot of those people that are getting after the quarterback drafted early here. And I am really excited for that. I think those are going to be players that are able to get on the field, that they're able to have a real impact right away, where there's also going to be a ton of offensive linemen that we talk about today. And some of those guys, it may take a year, it may take 2 years. But like when you put Walter Nolan on the field and he's, throwing that Vanderbilt offensive tackle back, I think you'll be able to see that in year 1. And that should be a fun thing.
And you obviously covered the Eagles in great detail of a podcast about them. And they will end up with an outstanding player the way they always do at 32. Unless I think that they're a little bit interesting as a trade-up candidate, maybe, because there's a lot of capital next year. And so I think that they're positioned to maybe be aggressive if there is a guy that they just love, although it's always good process. And because the roster is so well constructed, they're not desperate for anything. And so they can just wait for somebody to pass on some talent. And at 32, like, oh, whoops, look who fell in their lap.
It's really interesting. I think over this year and next year, I believe they have 19 picks. I think they're going to have one of their comp picks canceled out for the signing of Azeez Ojulari, but you're going to get comp picks for guys like Milton Williams, who just signed, Josh Sweat, and Mekhi Becton. So when you have all that capital, maybe Howie's just on the heater. He's off a Super Bowl. He's feeling himself a little bit. I think maybe as you get to that, 21, 22 area, they do need to fill in a safety. They just shipped out Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Is it a Malachi Starks that they really like? We know how much the Eagles love the Georgia Bulldogs and players that have come from that system. Is it a Nicky Manwari from South Carolina at safety? I do think that they would love to continue to stock up on that defensive line where I think they can add to the defensive tackle position.
Yeah.
If I keep mentioning Walter Nolan, I think if he's falling, that's a call that Howie's going to make. I think a defensive end could certainly be someone, maybe a bigger body defensive end. I think there's guys like James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee, Donovan Ezrique from Boston College. Maybe those aren't the exact fits for the Eagles, but still a situation where it would be weird, I think, if we just get to 32 and he's like, yeah, you know what, we're just going to kind of stick and pick here.
Yeah, I'd be really fascinated to see if I'll be keeping my eye on them if any of those people start to fall to their, maybe like the safety's interesting to a degree because there's really two and then it kind of falls off a little bit.
Mhm.
And so if one of them goes maybe even earlier than we're expecting, then do you start tracking like if there's another team that might go get that safety? The Vikings, I think, in that range might be a team that I'd keep my eye on. There are a few down there.
Yeah.
And so that'll be fascinating. You mentioned Malachi Starks, and he is one of those guys that, you know, we talked about the advanced data that we have. So I should tell you really quickly with regards to the SūmerSports that we're going to reference quite a bit today. I'm sure that you guys know every team evaluates their players on a play-by-play basis after every game, right? Like this play, you did well, you know, this many points, or negative this many points. We created a football model. Do you want to explain to people how the AI works?
Yeah,
because I think it's rad.
So basically,
And then we'll get to Starks
the
and the point
crux
that
of-
I was originally going to make.
the crux of football is doing your job, and we've created all these, you know, play-by-play metrics to understand what is going on or understand what the actual impact of this is. But at the end of the day, and I can attest to this, having been a linebacker, you have to just do your job and hope everyone else does well. And so when it comes down to that, we can get an idea watching every single play and putting every single play into neural networks and transformers of who is doing their job and who is not doing their job. And that's basically what we've done with some of these SūmerSports, and they are allocated to the assignment that players have. Are you a receiver on this play? Are you run blocking? Are you pass blocking? Are you passing? And it allows us to get a sense of the players that do their job key within their context.
Yeah.
And so what it allows us to do is investigate fairly objectively, or as objectively as we can.
Because it's player agnostic.
Exactly.
The model doesn't know who it's tracking.
Exactly. Who is doing what and how effectively they are doing it.
And by the way, I need to clarify what the model is. So it's an AI model. It's a football model or a computer model that was loaded with like hundreds of thousands of football plays over past seasons and learned. And it's amazing what it can do in terms of like, okay, defensive pressure is coming from this side. It knows in real time what that means for which wide receiver just became more likely to be targeted on that play and which one the probability was decreased in that moment. And it's wild. You can see the movement like that. So it's really fascinating what the computer, I guess, for lack of a better word, how they evaluate play on a play-by-play, on a frame-by-frame basis, actually. So anyways, that's a long-winded way of getting us to what the SūmerSports is. And then we have a lot of data about these players and what percentile they rank in terms of the various SūmerSports metrics. So back to Malachi Starks, which is what started this conversation. He has an eye-popping SūmerSports when it comes to coverage, right? He is, by all accounts, one of the best safeties in this draft. Some people think he is the best safety in the draft, but he is a third percentile coverage SūmerSports, which I literally had to reach out to both of them and say, is that right? Like, what is that all about? And you looked into the tape to see if the eye matched the AI, which is one of your favorite phrases. What did you find? Yeah,
another thing I really like about our computer vision is you can check its work. You can look, this is the exact moment in time on the film that it is saying, hey, this guy is doing his job poorly.
Oh,
and
you can see where it's dinging it?
It's pretty sweet.
Exactly.
To be able to see
down
that.
to the millisecond.
Yeah, and that's what, when I'm talking to RAI people and, you know, they'll show me a clip and say, hey, do you agree with this? Do you disagree with it? I'm not right every single time. But again, it can be very clearly, you can check its work. You can say, like, this is way, way off, which is very rarely, if at all, happens. But you can see the exact moment. And, you know, for Starks, you see it a bunch in, man coverage type situations in the slot against those kind of shifty slot type receivers at the highest level of game. So if I'm remembering correctly, against Texas, we saw it a few times. Against Alabama, a bunch. There's a play on the goal line where it's a tight area space. Guys giving, just one jab to the right. He's getting wide open right behind him. And, if I'm thinking Starks is, I don't see him as a player that's going to be playing in the slot all the time. I think one of the better things about Starks at Georgia was just his positional versatility and able to do jobs at a high level over and over. But then when you got to some of those games, I'm thinking about, watching Jalen Miller able to beat him to the corner. But in those kind of tight space man coverage areas, he was struggling. And so for me, it felt like, okay, on my film, that's why he's having an issue there. I keep hearing this is safety number 1. This is pick number 9. This is like a player the Eagles need to put all this draft capital to move up for. It felt like that specific role, that coverage area. There's a lot of things he does really well. I love watching him attack the line, play against Alabama, balls thrown behind line. That guy is flying. He wants to get downhill. But those specific coverage situations, where in the NFL, I'm thinking of guys like Kevin O'Connell drawing up a pass game. It is so microscopic in the way that it is able to attack safeties on third downs, the way they're using motion and manufacturing Justin Jefferson on a safety. I think for Starks, that's just something that, if you're in that situation at the next level, it's just going to have to be a little bit better.
Yeah. And I like the way that you break down the investigation from the film perspective, because the thing I like to say about this AI technology is it shows up somewhere. It's going to pop up in some type of mechanic, some type of, whether it's judging, the degrees of separation, the yards of separation using just like physics and the tracking data, or whether it's utilizing our AI insights. And so when I hear something like that from Sean, the question that I want to ask is, well, can we look at further data about this player that matches what our scouts are saying and what matches what Sean is saying, and perhaps provide, like a performance plan for this of why we're projecting him to this level. And I think he was asked to do an absolute metric ton at Georgia.
Yeah.
And that's just not going to be the case at the next level. Sean, as the resident Vic Fangio expert, knows that those safeties, you're going to do your job and you're going to do it 100% of the time, and you're not going to play. That's not exactly what Malachi Starks was being asked to do. He was being asked to do kind of a lot. Wasn't succeeding at some. He wasn't successful at others. He was an excellent run defender. In coverage, he had the struggles that Sean outlined. And so I think when you're able to break it down to that level and investigate and find where it shows up on our draft guide. Highly, highly positional, versatile. Quinn McLean put together a great entropy metric, which shows us how often these guys are moving all around the field. Malachi starts moving all around the field. Perhaps that gets simplified at the next level, and thus the projection that some of the scouts are making is as a result of that.
It's hard with Starks because he's also a really good football player. I hate doing this guy I had these troubles in man coverage against these sick receivers from Alabama, because he is so good still. And so for a lot of these players, if I think they're picked too early, if I think they're picked too late, where they land is so important. If he's going to be in a spot where, I don't know, maybe it's I don't think it would be Detroit, but say, for example, it's a Detroit where you have a guy like Brian Branch who, I think if Malachi Starks can get to a Brian Branch level, that would be such a high-end projection. That would be so, so good for his career, where you're going to be in situations where you are comfortable, rolling down as a safety, playing man coverage over and over. So if it's a situation where it's more zone coverage, where they put a lot on his plate, as you mentioned at Georgia, where, from his freshman season, you are in there, you are playing games, you are in a complicated system over and over, having to make reads at a high level. So, where Starks lands, I think will be pretty fun to see.
Okay. So level of concern of any of this translating to the NFL is what? Because obviously it's an eye-popping metric. And so I wanted to just work through it with you guys here, but we don't want to overreact necessarily.
Right. So, to be a draft data scientist is to be a pessimist, which is not always fun for me because I'm a really optimistic person.
The most.
But the reality of the situation is, even if this dude was the number 2 or number 3 slated consensus big board guy, he'd probably end up being your second best safety on a good team. And that's just so difficult to relay to decision makers or to scouts whose whole job is to uncover the crux of what makes these guys develop.
So you're saying the data tells you that is likely,
Correct.
that he would
So,
be
like,
the second best safety on a good team.
To put it in perspective, we're going to talk a ton about Abdul Carter.
Mhm.
And the realistic expectation of drafting Abdul Carter at his position is
I know
like
what you're
Chase
saying.
Young.
Okay. So what you're saying about Malachi Starks is not about Malachi Starks.
No. So I'm saying any safety, generally, it's difficult to say as a data scientist.
This is tough, Lindsay.
We
It's
have to,
tough.
no.
It's
Okay,
tough.
so this is where I'm going to need your help, because he does this thing where he talks about, like, and I don't even know. I'm the small brain here on this set. So you're going to get me translating a lot of things, hopefully. And those of you who have brains the size of theirs are going to be annoyed with me, but we're going to try and split the difference. You're talking about, like, almost like a law of averages thing, right? Like,
Exactly.
so the averages suggest that this quarterback who goes first overall is going to be, who is the name that you said?
Typically Justin Fields.
Okay, but if we take Cam Ward number 1 overall and he turns out to be Justin Fields, the jury's out on that. You've said Aiden O'Connell a lot in the build-up.
Aiden O'Connell is an average first-round quarterback.
Okay, so if Aiden O'Connell is your average first-round quarterback and you draft a quarterback in the first round, he turns out to be Aiden O'Connell, you might be in trouble from a job security standpoint. So you need to outperform this. You can't just go, well, he's going to be that. Like, this is what the averages say. Like, you are betting on the fact that you are beating the averages with this pick, even though from your standpoint, the pessimistic standpoint, you're like, chances are good that you might not, but that's not how they're drafting in their room.
No, 100%. And I think what you're betting on is your process, your coaches, and your ability to team build around that player.
Yeah.
Something that Thomas is going to say over and over again.
By the way, Thomas Dimitroff, 13-year NFL general managers, like, sat in that chair making the pick for 13 different drafts. He's going to join us at the top of the hour.
Right. Something that he's going to say all the time is you draft a guy for what he can do, not for what he can't do. Because if you believe you're a good team builder, or you believe you have good coaches and you should keep your job, what he can't do is either going to be built around or schemed around. And so with Starks, for example, how do you get him from, a fine starting strong safety, if he's drafted in the first round, to the Brian Branches of the world, is you have excellent coaching. You have excellent process with your scheme. You surround him with players that aren't going to force him to be all over the field all the time, because you know that at the collegiate level, he was not immensely successful, at least as we look at it at the deepest possible level. He was not immensely successful at doing that. But we know that he has the core bones to be an excellent run defender and to be a pretty good coverage player if he's given the right role. And so I think it's less of a bet of, oh, he's just this guy, which there's some guys like that, but I think there's probably one of those players in this draft. It's probably going to be Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
He's the only guy we've ever seen do something that has never been done before.
Yeah.
And so you just got to, like, anchor it in that and then set up the process on the flip side to make it work.
The dichotomy of the draft that is so fun and interesting is that the best players who we think have the best chance to hit are going to go to the teams with the worst environments.
Exactly.
By and large. And then the guys with the biggest question marks, where we're like, I don't know, there's reasons that they're falling to 30, 31, 32. Those are going to go to the best situations that check all the boxes you're talking about, and their chances of success are then greater. And so it might actually, I'm wondering right now for the first time, if that skews draft statistics.
Certainly.
In terms of, what works and what doesn't work. And then the types of question marks that actually are concerning moving forward. Like, if we were to go back and do a deep dive and say, oh, character concerns, how many times has that been actually, from a data standpoint, problematic in the NFL? Well, you'd have to factor into how many of those character guys actually fell to the best possible environment to metabolize those concerns.
And it's interesting because teams have or at least some teams are going to have their player concerns. Like, that is a data point, as if it's like height and weight, that they can factor in to their models and see, okay, well, this is our actual data set with the character concerns or player concerns that we had. So the draft is so interesting because, I mean, these guys aren't done developing. And I mean, we think of things like the loser's curse or should you sit a quarterback for a year? And a lot of times, I mean, Eric Eager, who's VP of analytics for the Carolina Panthers, I'm excited to see what they do if they're going to move in either direction. You know, sitting in this seat last year, he's going up there now. But I mean, he had just written about like when you have a quarterback, if you're going to sit them, like actually the thing that's going to show you the best outcome is if your team is actually good, which, like, surprise, surprise, if you have a good team, you're more likely to, be in a good situation. I think
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's tough taking if you're just taking the player just in isolation, this is what they do well. None of these prospects are perfect. Not one of them. I mean, I love Travis Hunter maybe as much as anyone out there, but still there's going to be flaws in these players' games. And it's, it is on a lot of people to be able to add to that player over and over, day after day, in training camp, in the preseason. Just because they stumble early, just because they stumble in year one, doesn't mean they can't do it in year 2 and year 3.
Well, Lindsay, you bring up a great point, which again, it is the loser's curse, but the data would say you hit the extreme, you go for the positional value no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And to a certain degree, that's what teams like the Vikings kind of did last year, even though they ended up trading up twice. That's what the Browns have done. And the Browns have an immense degree of institutional investment at this point because Andrew Berry is drafting second in this draft. He probably ain't getting fired next year, no matter what, which is like crazy given what's happened. But like there has to be that level of institutional.
I think given what's happened is why he's not getting fired.
Yeah,
because I don't think he made the call.
Yeah, it's a great point. But like, what is the flip side of that? We've seen the Eagles, for example, or the Baltimore Ravens rebuild 5 times in the last 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the reason
the
why
Rams flipped their defense in a year.
100%. The Rams are a great example.
Yeah.
And the reason why they're able to do that is because they're not under the same stresses, and let me be frank here, we're never under the same stresses that ownership, for better or worse, may put on a general manager when they are locked into the number 1 pick. So an interesting storyline is going to be James Gladstone, a 34-year-old, borderline Gen Z general manager who's, Jimmy Duvall is wheeling and dealing supposedly. Like there's calls being made. People are trading to 5. They might trade to 2.
Right.
They were going to draft Ashton Genty yesterday. Now the Bears are going to draft Ashton Genty today. There's so many things around him, but that's been kind of a hot seat typically. The Jaguars with the cons have been. And so the question becomes like, what are the moves that he's going to make? And will he have that institutional value that allowed Thomas to be a 2-time executive of the year, that's allowed Howie Roseman to make mistakes? I mean, he could say drafting Carson Wentz was a long-term mistake, even though it led him to a Super Bowl 1 year, but then immediately overcome it by drafting Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round.
And a pick that, not that the Eagles fans were particularly excited about that because of Wentz doing so good early on. And Sam, that for me, it feels like whatever quarterback nonsense goes on today, if I get to be back here when Thomas has to take a break, I'm just not going to criticize that pick. Like I'm not going to pretend that anyone's quarterback evaluations are spot on. It's so hard. Now, like if Jackson Dart goes to the Saints, me particularly, when I'm watching his film, it's like, okay, the first read is taken away. We have issues.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to pretend like that is something that can't be overcome.
It's not a final answer.
Yeah. Right. And so I guess whatever I don't know how extreme I'm going to go in that if we have 5 quarterbacks taking 5 picks in a row, I'm just having a hard time coming to like a real huge critique of a first round quarterback, because even when we think back to last year, it's like, it's not like, I mean, like Jaden Daniels having such a good season, obviously, the second guy picked, and I'm so happy that Drake May is there. And even, I mean, Bo Nix overachieves too. So I'm just, I'm not sure if I'm going to be in the business of criticizing any of these quarterback picks, but I'm excited to just really see where everything lands from that position.
For me, by the way, because, and I think that that's a good point, because for me, it's not the player that I will be criticizing at any point in time. I'm not an evaluator in that way. Thomas, maybe, right? Like we all play different roles here on this show. For me, it's process. For me, it's how many question marks does this player have attached to them? And then when does the risk become worth it to take from a value proposition standpoint? Like there's so many layers to the draft process that I think are fascinating. And it's not just about the guy, it's about the risk assessment attached to them. We're going to take a quick break. There's some cool things that we are working on here at Sumer that we want to show you, and then we'll be right back with our mock drafts to help set the table for what we're about to see in this draft. All right, welcome back. So we have both done mock drafts, as have a couple of our other SūmerSports colleagues. Lindsey Rhodes, Sam Bruckhouse. And we wanted to go over some of the picks a little bit here to sort of set the table before the draft kicks off. In a mere matter of moments, we'll find out for real that Cam Ward is the first overall pick out of Miami going to the Tennessee Titans. I mean, that would be quite a loop that they would throw us for if they switched that one up.
Hey, look, I was hanging around with Thomas all day. He interviewed for the Titans job, and he was like, I'd think long and hard about trading that pick. Don't think that's going to happen. Think it would have to be a Godfather offer, but, probabilities are small.
I think it would have happened before now.
That's a great point.
And by the way, him saying that he would think long and hard about trading the pick is my guess. And we can ask him less a statement about Cam Ward and more a statement about what are you willing to give me for this pick. And you have to have a dance partner to make a deal like that. Okay, so this is my mock draft, and then we'll take a look at Sam's. I obviously am pretty familiar with the choices here. I thought that the top 8 at this point, when I did this 8, it was super chalky. And I tried desperately to make it not chalky. I wanted to mix up some of these choices, but I felt like I couldn't because they didn't make sense to me. I couldn't, from a process standpoint, make the arguments. Now it's looking a little bit more like this might not be Mason Graham at 5 to the Jaguars. There's been a lot of movement there, but from a process standpoint, again, I'm going to say that too many times today. I find a different way to articulate that. I can't wrap my brain around Ashton Jeanty, a running back at number 5 to this particular team. So I'll just say that. What else do you think?
Yeah, I think the big question, and this highlights how crazy this draft season has been, because this was considered a lock for 4 months.
Mason.
Which is nuts that now it's a question mark.
Yeah.
All in this area.
Impacts everything.
Yeah.
Right. If that becomes Jeanty, then maybe less so. Maybe if they take Jeanty, then maybe the Raiders, do they take Graham?
So it's
like, is that the next move? In which case we're just back on track, or is it something totally different and the whole board changes?
Yeah. And I think it's a great point. Like, the highlights of the different days is what I'm really fascinated about, right? Of literally day by day, what has changed, because it shows changes that like really shouldn't have maybe happened. Like, the consensus has looked at this for a long time. As data scientists, we're always looking at the consensus. Again, as Sean stated earlier, we don't have all the information, but like Armand Membu, for example, here at 7.
Yep.
That's a guy who at the end of the season wasn't considered to be a first-round guy. Now he's up here at 7. Some people have him as early as 4. Kelvin Banks was really highly regarded.
However, that happens every draft season at every position. And it's because what you see on a college football field is different than what might translate to the NFL. So then we start having traits conversations. Then we dive into the film and we realize that a lot of it had to do with the offense that you were in and not your individual role in that offense. So I think that I just want to point that out because I think it's a good point. You're right. But maybe there's a reason that we weren't talking about him then and we are now.
Definitely. I want to ask you a couple of questions that I didn't necessarily address in my mock draft, but I wanted to see how you approach it.
All right.
The one that I want to start off with is number 8, the Carolina Panthers. I think that's the beginning of the true, not blockbuster trade back zone, as I'd call it, of where, okay,
what do you mean?
We're starting to get into a point where all of these prospects are starting to blend together in terms of
how we view them. You think Jalen does? I think it's 9. I think Jalen is somebody that the league loves.
Yeah.
And so I think that for me, fair enough, but I think it's 8.
So 9, you think this one's pretty much a lot, which I
mean, I don't know that, but I feel like
in your head it was
that makes so much sense to the Panthers.
Yeah.
And I am how I do my process is I talk to a lot of people and I consume a lot of media and then I kind of put it through my process prism and I say what makes sense and why are we hearing so much of this? There were reports out of Carolina that were calling this like a foregone conclusion and things like of that nature. So I feel like there's a lot of consensus there and that's probably for a reason.
Yeah, we'll see. The next one I wanted to ask you about. Look, it's just weird. It's interesting to see how you approach it because the data said this was a lock. The betting markets say this is a lock. But this is also a great spot for someone who wants Tyler Warren to perhaps try to trade up. Someone who wants to get ahead of any of the wide receivers. We have Matthew Golden, Ted McMillan here. maybe to go in. Like there's just these things that I think other teams may be thinking about that we're not thinking about right now. And another point, which I had just question mark, was the Miami Dolphins at 13. Like I have no real direction with them, unclear of what could happen. This feels like an interesting spot.
Okay, so I thought you were saying question mark about my pick.
No, about what could happen.
I'm glad you said that. This was one of the toughest for me.
Yeah.
Because it felt like there were so many different directions that we could go here.
Right.
Mostly on the defensive side of the ball.
The betting markets actually have the top one as offensive linemen as of last night, like 4 a.m. So that's why I was so confused as well.
What offensive lineman would you put there?
I think the thought process at this point, and again, I think the betting markets are sometimes being like, somebody's going to pick these guys, and we're going to tempt the bettor to try to make a decision on that. I think the thought process was if Kelvin Banks starts falling, and Kelvin Banks, as of 2 days ago, was more in these middle two rows, he's going to end up at 13, perhaps, in a rebuilt Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel offensive line. But like you said, defense, a lot of questions. I thought Chop Robinson, their pick last year, performed pretty well. AI met the eye test on that one as well. But like the Dolphins could be a choke point or a pivot point for this draft, because I'm not really sure where it would go.
So the Derek Harmon pick, by the way, I just want to point out, because this one I toyed with the idea of putting Kenneth Grant there too. And so the reason that I went Derek Harmon there is all of his pass blocking metrics are off the charts.
Yep.
Like they're very, very, very high level in terms of our SūmerSports metrics. And then his run blocking metrics were also high, not as high as Kenneth Grant's, but there was a pretty big disparity between the two in terms of pass blocking. So for me, that was kind of the edge there. I thought in a division where you're going to face Josh Allen 2 times a year, and you could argue that you also need a run defender in that situation. That's what gave him the edge for me. Anyway, this is my mock draft. We'll pop them up a little bit in just a second. Yours? Yeah. You want to go to yours, or should we welcome in the other person that just joined us here in the room?
Yeah, we're going to talk about all this. A lot of trades I think are going to happen tonight.
What's your favorite? So you did trades, and I notably did not, because it's hard. Right, Thomas Dimitrov, who's sitting watching us, and you'll be hearing from him in 2 seconds. I didn't do trades for that purpose, and the trades clearly changed the entire board, and I'm impressed that you did them.
Yeah, and I think this is a great lead into Thomas, because now seems to be fire here at number 5. And now is 5 going to end up? Is the Jacksonville Jaguars going to end up at 2? I think it's going to be great to pick Thomas's brain, because he's Trader Thomas, Lindsay.
Trader Thomas. Okay, quick break, and then let's bring in TD.
And it goes a little something like this.
Listen to the rap. Intercepted.
I wanted to outwork every one of those 4 or 5-star guys. You think he's better than me? Okay, cool. But I'm going to make sure he doesn't play.
And that's Jonathan Casillas trying to win the starting job at one of the outside backer positions.
I went into the league with, I have to take someone's job. There was no question about if I was going to make the team or not. And the undrafted, confident Jersey City kid, there was unwavering belief in myself.
Here coming up, that Jonathan Casillas Measure Up series, a preview of some of the fun scouting and evaluation work that we have coming up at all different levels of football. This is Thomas Dimitroff. You guys know that, duh. 13 years you sat in that chair and you made the picks yourself. What are these general managers? We've got like minutes until the clock starts running. What's this moment like for them?
It's nerve-wracking. Even if you feel like you have everything in place, it's still in the back of your mind. What if any of those of us who are what if people, like, what if this doesn't come through? What if this trade we've already talked about that we're hoping for at the second pick doesn't come through? Or, what if you don't get the pick up in time? Stupid little things like that happen when you're a general manager. You think about it. The more experience you have, the better, of course, especially the new ones. We have a guy sitting at the first one overall, Mike Borgonzi, great young guy in football, trained by our buddy Scott Pioli, who's probably watching tonight. Scott got him ready to be the GM in the league, and it's going to be fun to watch how he takes care of the first pick.
Well, his might be the easiest one.
You're right.
I'd like to call this in right now. It is Cameron Ward. Yes, did it.
I think you're right, but I think for a guy like Mike Borgonzi and that organization, huge pick, especially in a year that's not a strong, ostensibly strong quarterback pick draft, and you're sitting there, you're thinking, I hope we have this figured out, everyone. And a lot of people put their time into it, of course, in this situation. But when you're called out on the very first pick, you make the first pick overall.
Yeah,
it's a lot of pressure, Lindsay.
Oh man. So are all of the general managers sitting at the table? Are they watching the broadcast? Are they following along like that? Do people get up and go like scatter their dad's ashes in between picks? What's happening? That's a draft day reference. It's been a popular conversation all day. Highly unrealistic movie. Anyway, we should get your review of the movie at some point if there's a lull in the picks.
We can do that.
Because you've seen it.
Yeah. Are you talking about which movie you're talking
about?
Draft Day. Yes,
Kevin
of course
Costner.
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But I would say, to your point, there's a lot of moving around for everyone, right? Not everyone's sitting in the draft room an hour and a half before. Most of us as general managers stroll in with a few minutes left.
Kind of like you did for this show.
Kind of like I did for this show. It's very tough to sit around when you're getting ready for it. And obviously I'm not picking, but there's still the same anxiousness.
Yeah.
And by the way, just so you know, we wouldn't pull the screens up on the draft board. Everyone would be in there until a certain time. We wouldn't do it 2 or 3 hours before, not because we didn't trust people, but because
What do you mean, your big board? With all of your...
Yes. Our final massage of our board, we did not pull the screen up until...
Because you didn't want one of these?
You didn't want one of those. And that doesn't happen. It rarely would happen, but it was more just the feeling of comfort and knowing that we kept everything away from anyone in the media as long as possible. No offense to the media.
I'm offended.
But I think the big thing is just making sure there's just enough privacy, and it's like the unveiling of the masterpiece.
How many people are in the loop about what the plan is?
Well, in the loop, not in the draft room. And remember, everyone's got different sizes of draft rooms. When I was with Scott Pioli and Bill Belichick in New England, we had like 8 people in there. In Atlanta, we had 60 people. Very different, of course, right? Different approaches. But in the loop, it's usually what it is it's your head coach, of course, it's your general manager, it's your AGM, it's probably your personnel directors, it's your owner, it's the president. And however, these are all scenarios, right? They change and they can change. So if things ever do change, at least they're aware of what the scenarios may be if things go the way you hope they do.
So T, I got a question for you real quick. As the draft starts to go live, the bullets start flying. something that we've talked about with this draft in particular is the concept of availability and how we can even come to a conclusion that some of these teams are not going to trade up in front of you or trade back behind you or try to do all this other stuff. Who are they even going to select? When you were sitting in that chair, what were the people around you who were tasked with managing availability and reporting back to you, and how did you manage that from the decision-making level?
It's a great point. I mean, you obviously have your loyal soldiers right beside you at whatever level they were. I mean, there were people like Scott, who was our AGM in Atlanta. There were people like Steve Sabo, our personnel directors, et cetera, and our cap guys, Nick Polk, who is now the GM of University of Florida. There were a lot of people around there that had jobs to do. Chase Falavine, who's now our cap guy at SūmerSports. A lot of people had their duties to do. I was still, quite honestly, very, very involved in trades. It was my one part of my, ostensible game day. I wanted to be involved. I did not want to hand that over to 5 other people who reported back to me. So we were all pretty honed in on what we needed to do and what our job was. God forbid any of us flailed on that job. And in the 13 years that I was at the front of that draft, it never happened with us at Atlanta. You can say it never happened on draft day. Of course, we made some mistakes, right? You're going to make mistakes. But I'm talking about the logistical mess ups that we're all worried about kicking this off with. Those we were very fortunate because we have very, very adept people in their roles on draft day.
How fluid are the picks? And I know it's different. There are different situations. There are some, like there was a one situation that happened yesterday where there were some rumors about whether a team's plan might have gotten tipped by somebody's son. And my thought was, like, they don't have any way of knowing, because it's not a pick that we're expecting that they're going to make with their first, their early pick. And so they might like this person. It might be a tip off of that, but like, you have no way of knowing how the draft board's going to fall, whether you're going to be able to grab that guy. Or do you in some cases?
No, I don't really think you do. I think you hope that you're close to knowing, if I'm following your question the right way.
I'm being so vague and probably shouldn't be. I should probably just say what it is at this point. But
well, when we talk about where the Giants are right now and Joe Shane and his son, right? That's a complicated situation.
So, yes.
How old is Joe Shane's son, by the way?
I think he's older.
He's like middle high school, right?
Oh yeah, it's not like he's 7 or anything like that.
Okay.
Tweeting out videos of his favorite player or anything. But
these are complicated. Normally for us and for me, it's interestingly enough, and you read about it in some of the ownership situations, right? That some of the owners' sons are doing that, and it's more that it's going to happen in that way than it's going to happen with the coaches of the GM's son. I think. It feels like it's at a different level sometimes. And we all address it and we take care of it. Wouldn't that be horrible, however, if someone was outed through something like that? It'd be difficult.
But I guess that's my point. So we're talking around it. This is stupid. I'm trying to talk around it because it's like it's a GM's son, and it sort of feels like it should be off. But it created a stir because people were like, "Oh, does that mean they're taking Jackson Dart, who's the video that he had posted and then deleted, or posted and then went private?" But to me, I was just sitting where I sit going, how could he possibly know that they're going? It might mean that they like Jackson Dart. Maybe there's some clue there. It might mean that he likes Jackson Dart. I don't know that it means anything.
Now I'm going to be tongue in cheek, though. I don't think there are any other teams out there thinking about moving up that high for Jackson Dart. It's just
not 3,
just saying that.
But see, that's my point.
You're exactly
because they're
right.
clearly not going to take him at 3.
No.
So then I'm like, how much there is there? Like they like him, and that they are going to maybe get him at the top of the second round if he's still there. He might not be there. James Jones standing behind the commissioner. One of my favorites. The commissioner is now at the podium. We can't hear it. I'm sure that you guys have multiple screens on if you're watching us. So it looks like the draft is now being officially opened, and the Titans will be on the clock momentarily. Green Bay. How about the draft in Green Bay?
The draft in Green Bay. I saw the banter between the president of the Detroit Lions and Green Bay, division rivals, saying there's no way they match it. Are they matching it? Have you been watching it along the way?
I have been watching in sections, right? I watched it earlier today. Earlier today is not when you would match it. right? Like the
Right.
fans aren't going to be out in full force. Right now they are. And so we'll certainly get some crowd shots. I have friends that travel to Clay Matthews is there. Jordy Nelson. I'm going to do play-by-play of the other screen. I have friends that traveled out there from Southern California that are Packers fans and that are attending the draft.
Well,
it'll be fun.
Speaking of Clay Matthews, one of my biggest misses in the history of my drafting. In the second year in Atlanta, we took Parade Jerry and we passed up on Clay Matthews.
How far apart in picks were they? Do you remember roughly?
I think it might have been 3 or 4. Like we had a chance. Ultimately, we all said it wasn't because we missed on his abilities.
Yeah.
It was because as an organization, we felt he wasn't a scheme fit, which we'll bring up throughout this day.
Would he have been? Was it a miss?
Well, yes, because that guy could have been a scheme fit for
You
anyone.
change your scheme?
You adjust and I mean, I think any of us who know defense well and understand defense, there's got to be a way to play that cat. We were gung-ho. This is where need gets out of hand sometimes. We were so gung-ho on thinking we needed an interior defensive lineman. And Parade Jerry from Mississippi, great athlete. He just got injured. Things never worked out. Think about the career that like Clay had. I've seen Clay around grocery stores in Atlanta, and he just completely blows me off every once in a while.
What do you mean? He doesn't live in Atlanta.
No, but every once in a while, because he had family members there. He had a grandfather there for a while.
There's a lot of family members.
Yes, a lot of family.
We know that about the Matthews.
I have a
clan.
question because this does approach this draft in particular. What we were talking about for the Carolina Panthers at 8 is like, if I remember correctly, Clay Matthews was kind of a swing backer, little middle linebacker, little outside. He ends up being a killer pass rusher. Then they move him back to the middle. Then he is a killer pass rusher again in different jerseys. Did that come into it at all? Or like, how would teams be approaching that for a guy like Jalen Walker?
I mean, I'm looking at him right now. He still looks like he can play. I guess what I'd say is, yes, he had that side, the hybrid side to him a little bit. Was he an OB in a 3-4? And we were still, were we playing the 4-3? Yes, and et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is he had only really one full season of starting, and we get all caught up sometimes overthinking. Not saying you shouldn't think about all those things, but I think you really have to drill down and watch mano a mano how that cat could get upfield and around the corner and what he could do athletically. Unbelievable.
I'm going to say this, though, in your defense. He was a walk-on coming out of high school. He obviously no. I'm saying we didn't have as much data. So he had already proven that he could play at a high level at USC, but now you're kind of like from a trait standpoint, we're still on the way up. We're now looking in the rearview mirror with all of the knowledge that we have about what his career turned out to be. Nobody knows that at this point. That's the fun of draft day, is that we're trying to predict and we don't have all of the information. The Titans are on the clock. We've got 8:50 left. Here's a question that I've always wanted to know. Did they tell you to sit on it? If you're if you're the first pick, they could run up the pick. They could be like, okay, that you have how many minutes are on the clock in the first round?
We're 10, right?
15. Okay. So 10
10
minutes. It's 10 minutes. They could go 9:59. The pick is in. Right. But they never do. And I think that they do so that TV has time to set the stage and really draw the viewer in from a dramatic standpoint. Is that true?
Yeah, there's no question that there's a little bit of subtle urging on that. And I think for the most part, most teams will be fine with that early on. When things start getting hot and heavy, though, everyone is thinking, hey, man, I don't really care what you say. I'm a company man and we're a league team. We're doing what we need to do to get this done. So I think this first one makes it quite easy for them to be able to sit on it. I understand that.
Well, and as the draft goes on, you probably actually need that time more.
No question.
Like this is the one where everyone in America is like, what are they waiting for?
Well, like from a technical perspective, though, like we worked, Thomas, you know this, like on the draft dashboard last year, like the NFL has a service in which they're sending the draft picks that come into them to every team. And so we had an interesting scenario last year of we had access to the API and Michael Penix comes in and then all of a sudden like news starts breaking and it's a big moment for the broadcast. They want to make it into a big moment with the oohs and ahs. So they're getting everything, but the pick was in. And so we're all looking at it and we were in Detroit. The correspondents were in Detroit, Sean over there. And we're all like, guys, this is a big one. And so we're holding for the show and Eric goes, Thomas, this is a big one. And Thomas is like, oh, this is a big one, but we couldn't say anything. So it is interesting kind of the leeway or the lag between what the teams are actually looking at and the broadcast massaging to make it a premier show.
Yeah, it's a product.
A good one at that.
Yeah, that's the truth. We just spent like 3 months talking about what might happen while this product is being presented. It's wild. I was thinking about that earlier today. Like that, what the draft used to be and what it ultimately is just like, we'll take that guy. Okay, you're next. Okay, we'll take that guy. Oh, that guy's still available. Okay, I'll take him. And we literally spend 3 months and countless hours of content trying to figure out like what should they do. It's become such a wildly popular thing.
It's so amazing to watch it. Everyone's into it. Everyone's, engaged, kids at every level. But when you start, you kind of circle that back around to your organization, and not the scouts aren't just out on the road doing their own thing, not focusing on it. I mean, I said this before, in those early years when we were younger in this business, a lot of us, we just wanted to be the best personnel director possible. And now you ask everyone around the draft room, and you say, who wants to be a GM? Everyone raises their hand. Everyone wants to be a GM. I find it fascinating. It's very different than what it used to be.
I don't know if you saw me slap my head. And by the way, the Titans are on the phone, and so we're going to find out in just a second that Cam Ward's a Titan officially. Mary Kay Cabot just tweeted seconds ago that the Browns are in heated talks to trade down from 2 with the Jaguars to number 5. When they're on the clock soon, I believe this will happen, is what she said.
Wow. To number 5, we're talking about 5 that we've been watching all along here, thinking that maybe a running back was going to go there. Maybe not.
Okay. Why would the Browns trade out of that spot when I think almost all of us agree there are 2 guys in this draft that feel like they're the can't miss high-end guys in the draft, and that's Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. Mm-hmm. So you're going to trade out of the range to get one of those guys. Weeks after comparing him to Shohei Ohtani, mm-hmm. You're going to trade out of that position to go to 5. Why would anyone do that? The pick is in.
The pick is in. Okay.
I mean, we can continue this conversation because
love it.
But what do you? Why would the Browns?
There's a quarterback on their mind. That's what I'm thinking.
At 5, they're going to go to
quarterback tax. I don't know. Maybe.
Why wouldn't they take him at 2?
So wait,
because they're going to get a little bit of.
They have the most draft capital in the whole draft right now.
But they have so much going on right now, and the way that they probably look at it is, look, our scenarios are strong. No matter how we approach this, we're going to be a much better football team, and let's play our odds, and let's see what we can garner in this whole move to 5.
So they're obviously going to get another first rounder. To me, and just talking this through more, I think it's probably not a quarterback. I think that tells me that they're collecting assets for next year, right? Maybe? Or do you think it's an extra? Well, because they can't get a first. They can't get an extra first in this draft because everyone just has one. But, right? It's the first draft, I think, in a very long time.
So it may not be a quarterback. I just said, okay, you can throw that around. Are the Saints still looking at Shadur at 9, and all of a sudden people are saying we're moving him up? They still need O-line. There are a lot of O-linemen out there. I mean, again, I think Cleveland's in a spot where they're just, that's an exciting spot to be in if you're a GM and a head coach, to know that we can do so many great things here. Let's see the best way that it plays out for us. And when they get to 5, if they do, can you imagine if they still have 5 players that they're hugely bullish on? That's a pretty cool thing.
Is he going to go all Sonny Weaver on us and like literally trade all around first round?
Well, I think if you just want to look at what the Cleveland Browns tendencies or tenets are, is Andrew Berry's a trader by trade. Like he's literally a financial trader.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick because Cam Ward has just been announced as the number 1 pick selected by the Tennessee Titans. No one in the whole wide world is shocked by that, but what a moment for him to be able to get that phone call, hear Roger Goodell say his name, hug everybody in his inner circle, and walk out onto the stage.
I mean, here's a guy that is going to be a potential difference maker for this organization. Athletic, can make or break on, with his arm as well as with his feet, of course. Well-rounded individual. They still have to put the right people around him. He's still young and growing and maturing, of course, like anyone. As we've talked a lot, that offensive line and that tight end situation needs to be shored up.
Tell us the data on Cam Ward and why he is worthy of this number 1 overall pick and what makes him different from the rest of the quarterbacks.
So Cam Ward has the baseline statistics in terms of our advanced metrics that you want to see. Immensely productive over expected. He made the plays that need to happen, and he set his wide receivers and the rest of his team up for success. Then we look at things like accuracy. He was pretty accurate all around the field. There were some questions about, the deep accuracy or the mechanics behind it. That's a question. But altogether, he has the mechanics from the advanced point of view, and then he has that extra oomph that scouts wants to see. He sees those traits and stuff like that.
We'll get back to our Cam Ward conversation because I certainly want to make sure that the number 1 overall pick gets his due. But wild things are happening. The Jaguars are on the clock.
Oh,
the trade went through.
Okay.
I don't know what the official trade is, and I am going to refresh feverishly. That's the word. To try and find out what the terms are. Ian Rappaport's on right now. Maybe he's going to tell us, and then I can't wait to get your reaction to it.
There we go.
Okay, so we've got the Jaguars getting the 2nd overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick. The Browns, this is what matters, move to 5, get a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and a 1st round pick next year. So there it is.
That's big. There's a lot there. Obviously, this is something that is wildly important for Jayville. And remember, James Gladstone, right? James Gladstone, where does he come from?
Rams.
Rams. And who's his mentor?
Les Snead.
Right? F them picks
Well,
Les Snead. But F them picks Les Snead is also a trader, right? He'll trade and he'll get creative. James Gladstone, young guy, up and coming guy in the business. I love the fact that he's not sitting there waiting for something like this.
I love that. I'll say this. I love this pick a lot more. We're assuming it's Travis Hunter. Love this pick a lot more than the conversations we were having about them at 5. Now, when it was offensive player and is it Tet, they like him and they like Tyler Warren and they like, and obviously the Ashton Ginty rumors, none of that made sense to me at 5. This makes a lot more sense if they're going to go offense or frankly defense. They kind of just went both. So this makes sense to me for the Jaguars. It doesn't make sense to me from a Brown standpoint, but we can circle back to that in a little bit. Do you like it for the Jags? Assuming it's Travis?
Assuming it's Travis, if this is Ashton Ginty, I have major questions. Like real.
They wouldn't have done that. They could have got him at 5.
In theory, but I mean, Ashton Ginty's been the most talked about player. We'll see. I hope it's Travis. That's all I'll say. If it is Travis, if there's going to be a player and they truly believe he's going to be a two-way guy and they're getting virtually 2 players in one, and that ends up happening, it ends up being one of the better trades probably in NFL history, frankly.
Interesting. Do you think Travis Hunter can have the same impact, given his talent that we're talking about, as Ginty could at 5 as a running back? Meaning, I'm a big believer in making sure that running back helps Lawrence take it to another level. They need that in that organization. I guess that's what they have to decide on, if that is in fact the move.
Here's where I was stuck. I'm sorry, the question was posed to you.
Yeah.
Here's where I was stuck though about the running back with them. So he comes from the Rams, as you said. What did they have from a running back standpoint in LA? Kyron Williams, who they drafted in the 5th round and got high-end rushing capabilities out of him. Run game's great, right? Then you've got Liam Cohen sitting there. He came from Tampa Bay. They drafted Bucky Irving in the 4th round last year. Massive hit. They're set. That's good. Rashad White, the other running back in that backfield, this duo, 3rd round pick. Like, I don't think there's anything in their background that suggests, you know what we need? The most elite running back ever.
However, what we have in their background is smart football men. That's what I believe. And, Matthew Stafford is a different quarterback in my mind. He came in there in a different way with a different swagger about him than Trevor Lawrence that we're always still trying to find. Trevor Lawrence, how many years has he been in the league right now?
Gosh, what is it? Is it 3 or 4?
3?
He extended last year, I believe. So this will be his 4th or 5th year.
So it sounds odd, but it also feels like he's still growing and he needs the right setup around him. And that's why I always think the running back situation would be great. This guy can be a difference maker. Yes. I'm just not sure. Are they comfortable with the running back situation right now? Is everyone still intact there? Etienne, is he still,
He's still there. It's Etienne and it's Tank Bigsby.
Bigsby? Yes, exactly.
You could argue that they could upgrade from those two for sure. I don't like it at 5.
Well, we're sitting here talking about this. It's going to be fascinating to see what they made the move.
By the way, they're not doing that at 5, and I don't think that they're going to do it at 2. I mean, I might have to get up and take a break if they take Ashton Genty at 2, you guys. I'm assuming that it's Travis Hunter because of his high-end capabilities. That then you're getting with the number 2 pick, the number 1 wide receiver in the draft, and the number 1 cornerback in the draft.
Right.
Now you can decide if you're going to limit him to one or the other. But even if you're doing that, you're getting the number 1 wide receiver or the number 1 cornerback, both positional value from a positional value standpoint, pretty important players on your team. They're having a player who's making the announcement.
Eric Armstead?
That's interesting with the 2nd pick. That's not normally what people do.
Maybe not.
that seems, that's an
Anyway,
wow.
We got to get some subtitles on this.
right.
This
Okay.
is great.
I mean, the drama at the top is this is wild. At some point, maybe when the Browns are on the clock at 5, we'll have to have a deeper conversation about why the Browns would feel comfortable doing this. As of right now, they're announcing the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Roger Goodell is at the podium, and we're about to find out who it is. I am not going to be tipping picks to those of you who are watching the broadcast. I know some people hate social media accounts that do that because you want to enjoy the draft. And so we are going to attempt not to do that. So you don't have to mute us. Please don't mute us.
He's getting down on that.
This is tense. I mean, there's a lot of minutes since the pick has been in.
So Eric
For this one
Armstead, who is the Walter Payton Man of the Year, is why they chose him to do the pick. The suspense is killing me. Just say the
There's
name.
nothing to say.
What's happening? Well, yeah, we're at a point now where you can't even. I don't want to start a conversation until we know who the pick. Well, what could he possibly be saying? He's talking for so long. Just say it.
Thank you, he said.
Okay,
Here we go.
got it. And now the 2nd overall pick from Jacksonville Jaguars. Is he still not talking?
He's still not.
He
and
is
we're doing a great
milking
job.
this moment so hardcore. Wouldn't that have been awkward if they'd stayed at 5 and he had come out and then they drafted Mason Graham?
Yes.
Done. Avoided that. I can't deal with
Come on now.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly.
Travis Hunter.
there you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you read his lips?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's good.
I don't have that ability.
This guy.
Travis Hunter with the best smile.
Yes.
There you go. He's having fun. He's having fun in the green room doing a little dance. I feel like in so many ways, T, in this draft in particular, this is such a good pick. Not just because of what I said about cornerback and wide receiver, but like it feels like in a draft that feels relatively flat and there's a lot of guys who have a varying degree of questions. I don't have questions about him. The only question that I have, and the only question I've even heard people talk about is, can he go both ways?
And absolutely he can. And as I've said before, I would love him to be a corner coming out of the gate and then, spot playing him as a receiver. I think so. This is an offensive minded head coach. You don't think he's salivating thinking about having him in his system regularly? I'm sure he is, as well as his new coaching staff.
Oh, I wonder. I didn't notice. What did they announce him as? Is there a position on the screen?
It's a
Cornerback, wide receiver.
There you go.
They did both.
They kind of I wonder if they were sending that Andrew Berry's way.
When you turn in the card as a team, does the team say,
Yes,
I would like to select Travis Hunter, cornerback, Colorado?
absolutely.
Like, so you decide what you are designating them as.
Absolutely. Yes.
How important is that designation if you're doing like an edge or a linebacker? Or like, are you trying to slot them from a salary standpoint early on?
I think it's important to do it, but I mean, it's not on your mind as much as you just want him to be reported as what he is and what he's going to be. That's how I looked at it always. But it is a good point on the salary stamp from a salary standpoint.
Because if you draft Jalen Walker and you go edge, you're kind of screwing yourself in terms of franchise tag down the road.
it's a long way down the road, but yeah, that's a great point. It's a great point.
Travis Hunter, tell me all about him.
So this is a really interesting one. I'm trying to play through the games. I'm going to need to see the picks again, but the man's elite. He's the only true blue chip player in this draft, as far as I'm concerned. He was one of the best receivers, AI, scouting, statistics, and one of the best cornerbacks, AI, scouting, statistics. So he really is a true wide receiver 1 and cornerback 1. As I'm going through, my data scientist mind of what is it going to take to make this trade work? What is it going to take to make this even? He's going to have to play a lot. And I think the question becomes is he probably has more mileage than any player in the history of college football on him because he played every snap at corner and every snap at wide receiver. And we've seen him have minor injuries that he would play through for the most part at Colorado as well. The way this trade goes Cleveland's way, I think, and we'll discuss it more from Cleveland's point of view in 2 picks, I suppose, is if the wheels fall off. And I think you do have to think about that. I'm sure the doctors got in there and checked him off. This is a very unique situation in which they're trading up for a player that is a two-way guy. And it's clear, based on what NFL Network is showing us right now, that that's how they view him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what his profile is as well. And so he's a one-of-a-kind player, someone who's done something that has never been done in NCAA history. And if it was done, it was done when Teddy Roosevelt was president.
Oh. What's interesting, and everything you said is spot on. You did mention receiver first and not corner from your own mouth.
The Giants
right?
already made their pick, by the way.
Okay. Oh,
they were on the clock for 5 seconds. Well, that's not true because we watched Travis Hunter walk out to the stage and stuff. But
I was just going to quickly say
Yes,
we're
please.
getting ready for this. Tony Baselli, who's now their new president of football operations, Hall of Fame offensive lineman, right? The fact that his very first pick as a president in that role in his lifetime is going to a very fast and athletic receiver. I was going to say skill position guy, and he'll not be happy that I say that. But I bet he's thinking about how that team can continue to grow that offensive line to make sure that protecting a quarterback as he is and a great player like this.
the Jaguars also are getting such a marketable player. And that's not something that they're necessarily considering when they make this move. But like in the back of their mind, further down the list, you're going, hey, we are a team that needs to grow our fan base. And this guy, who, again, another general manager just compared to Shohei Ohtani, but also is a comparison to Shohei Ohtani because of the two-way nature and the legit chance that he might actually do it. We don't know if he will, but he might be a good two-way player in the NFL. This is the first player we've even talked about being that for so long. So you're getting a lot in that guy.
That's a great point. You are getting a lot. And you think about it, you think about his personality. You just said, right? I know we're still watching here, waiting for the Giants to do their deal here. It looks like they're happy. So that's a good thing.
Well, God, that'd be terrible if they made the pick at 3rd overall and they were like, darn it.
So I don't want to get ahead of my skis here, but something to think about as these picks roll in. Is Cleveland going to trade back again?
Interesting.
So here are the picks that they have. So again, next year's first pick, and we're about to find out the Giants selection. So they have next year's for Abdul Carter is the Giants pick. We'll get back to what the Browns picked up here because they have 3 of the top 36 picks in this draft and a first in next year's draft. So strategically, we've got a lot to wrap our brain around in the next few hours about what they might plan to do with that. But in the meantime, Abdul Carter is making his way to the stage in the sunglasses. He made the choice, with the indoor sunglasses. That's always a choice.
Well, look, he's got also they have a new defensive coordinator, right? They fired Jerome Henderson, correct? At the Giants this year. Did they not? You guys are looking at me blank.
No,
here.
the Giants defense coordinator was at the Senior Bowl, right?
Who was it? Okay, I'm going to find it out for you guys. No,
Shane Bowen.
Shane Bowen. Shane Bowen he's no longer. Is he still the defensive coordinator?
Yes.
Oh, he is. Oh my God. Where did Jerome Henderson go? You don't know. We don't know that. Sorry, there. Anyone who's listening to my coaching updates there. That must have been perplexity. I'm going to blame it on perplexity.
So Abdul Carter is the guy instead of a quarterback, right? Because that was the conversation for much of the draft process is do they go Shedeur Sanders was the name that a lot of people talked about because he was the presumed second quarterback on the consensus big board. And they instead decided to go with Abdul Carter. Again, I think it always made sense for Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter to be these picks. Then what happens next? Okay, I mean, I think also Will Campbell makes a lot of sense at 4, but it's for different reasons. These two guys went 2 and 3 because they are clearly the best players in the draft.
Best players. This guy might be the most pure player in the draft. Pure, natural, upside. I mean, he's obviously unbelievable. Comes from a great program, of course, great coaching staff, et cetera, speaking of coaches. And I just think the upside is going to be great. Where are they going to go? It's going to be interesting to see what you were alluding to earlier about where are they going to get their quarterback and how are they going to approach it.
So can I just throw out real quickly, are we desperate to draft a quarterback this year? You just went out this offseason and you brought in Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So you now have two guys who are admittedly not high-end quarterbacks. They are not going to get you to the Super Bowl. Is anyone going to get you to the Super Bowl this year? Or are you just trying to be better enough that you look like you're building in a direction where you can kind of save your jobs?
Well, it's a really interesting thing, given what had happened last year and the fact that Mr. Mara was really lenient on the situation there, and Joe Shane and Brian Daboll are anchored in there to go. How, we don't know that, right? How does an owner approach that and say, okay, you have 2 or 3 more years, or you better turn this around right now?
I think that the latter is the general sense. Is that I don't think anyone thinks that they've been given a long leash. I think it is a stay of execution, for lack of a better word.
It's tough to say. And it's so interesting to note that we're viewing quarterbacks who have been given up on by Mike Tomlin, Sean Payton, Pete Carroll, Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
Coach of the years, Super Bowl victors.
Yeah.
As a safe bet.
Nope. Those are words I would never say.
Yeah.
I'm saying
that would be
you are arguably going to get better play this year from them than you would from the quarterbacks that are available right now. And there's a long history because I think narratively speaking, a lot of us say, well, yeah, but if you get that young guy and then the young guy starts clicking, then it feels like, hey, we're building something. There's a long history of people who have been fired after they took a quarterback early in the first round, regardless, because the quarterback doesn't pan out right away. They don't have that level of optimism. And or even if they do, it doesn't translate to wins right away. They're going to go through some growing pains. They almost all do. Jaden Daniels is a unicorn in that sense, right? Like, so I don't necessarily think that drafting Shedeur Sanders here and just throwing him on the field and saying like, gosh, I hope he's good. I don't know that that is a smarter short-term play than putting Russell Wilson on the field and knowing that you are going to get maybe even, let's just say floor is average level quarterback play. Now just plan around that,
I mean, given all of that, and as much as I feel like it was articulately delivered, I just can't imagine them going into this season without a young quarterback to build with because, I think Brian Daboll's, I just think he does a really good job with it. He's obviously an offensive mind, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's going to be really important for him to be in that spot. So it obviously lends itself to the idea of moving up. I just can't put that out of my mind. I can't imagine they go into an incredibly important season like this with Russell Wilson as their sole provider.
I have a question for you, T. Quessio de Fomensa was doing a press conference the other day, and he said that he thinks in 2-year windows. When you were sitting in that seat, because that's basically the discussion we're having right now, is like, are you better with Russell Wilson, who by the analytics was decently good last year, but it wasn't enough to get the Steelers over the hump? What windows were you looking at in a team building experience? Given, of course, boy, it's not for long. It's the NFL.
I think you need to expound on that for me. Maybe I'm not following. Go ahead.
When you go into the off season, are you planning for 5 years out or optimizing for 1 year out, 2 years out? Obviously, you want to win this season, but
Yeah.
when you're the general manager, you're supposed to have the long-term view, right?
Yeah, but the long-term view in today's world is very different than what it used to be. When you could be a general manager and have 5 head coaches and 5 quarterbacks to your name, it's very different than now. You get maybe 2 of each at the very most, depending. And we had this discussion when we first started SūmerSports, right? Where are we extending out 3, 5, 6 years or whatever it is? Most general managers, even though they're supposed to be long view, are looking at 2 and 3 years out. They still will focus on something 4 years out, but that's not where they really want their so-called models to be focused and everything they're doing on their finances. They might go out 3 years, but the reality is most of the focus within that building is year 1, 2, maybe dipping into 3. But it's such an important thing. I can't say it enough. Coming back to the here and now, not for long.
Everything you just said, though, pushes me more towards not putting a rookie quarterback on the field for the Giants this year. And therefore, if you're not going to have him, like, I think it becomes a convoluted conversation if you go, okay, we're going to put this guy, Shedeur Sanders, let's just pretend for conversation's sake. In training camp, you're in a competition with Russell Wilson. Shedeur Sanders going to beat out Russell Wilson in training camp? Probably not. So then you need Russell Wilson to fail in order to get Shedeur Sanders on the field. And then is even better than Jameis Winston, who I would argue is probably one of the better backup quarterbacks in the NFL. In terms of, like, if we have to turn to that guy, Jameis has a lot of experience and it's going to be a roller coaster, but he can get the ball down the field and he might be able to win you a few games. I am not sure that from a short-term process standpoint, there's an ability for Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll to look at Shedeur Sanders with those other guys there and say, that's the guy that's going to save our jobs. It might just be a wasted pick in their short-term view.
I just keep coming back to Carolina right now and what they did, and that idea of having a veteran quarterback in there and not benching the starting young guy or 2-year guy, giving him a little bit of a chance to chill a little bit and come back in like Carolina did. I think there may be more of an open mind to do that. If I were to be in Atlanta, I never would have welcomed that, to see Matt Ryan be pulled off for a while and brought back. But it may be more of the approach. You
wouldn't have welcomed the reasons why he needed to be pulled off, right?
Yes.
Like, that wasn't something you had to deal with. The Patriots have made their selection at 4. It is Will Campbell. I think that this is a pick that makes a lot of sense, though there was a lot of talk about, is he a tackle? Is he a guard? His arms are short. What does the data tell us about him?
So the data, just the data itself, and let's take a step back from, the historicals on his arm length at the tackle position. This guy produced from the time he was a 19-year-old to now.
Yeah.
You look at pass blocking and run blocking Sumer scores. Except for run blocking, I believe, or one of the blocking ones, his freshman year, he was always one of the top 60 guys. He was one of the best guys in the nation. And it just got better and better and better as the years went on. And this was against some of the top SEC edge rushers. So if you want a guy who has shown on tape and in the analytics that he can block top tier guys, he can do it. The question is, what's that upside? Is he going to be a Hall of Fame guy? I think there's a great data-based resume, great argument that he was the best offensive lineman in this draft. When you're blending what the scouts view, when you're viewing what the artificial intelligence views, and even when you're trying to dig into what his trainers say, who see him every day. Duke Manyweather, certified tackle. That's what he said on our podcast.
Yep.
Brandon Thorne, who recruited him to go to OL Masterminds, had him above all the other offensive linemen on his big board. That's the database case that he should have gone with this selection, and frankly, why he has a potential to be one of the better players in this draft.
Delivered that like a true general manager. I was sitting here thinking, my God, I appreciate that was really well done.
I'm learning.
Can I interject too
here
as well?
Yeah.
I'm just I would say
you don't
to
have
you,
to ask that question one more time. Always interrupt.
I think it was so well delivered, and my experience. And I know, by the way, retro Will there, right? With that green suit.
It's a good look.
I mean, it's
a great look.
open collar like you guys do down in Louisiana.
Boys,
yeah. No, I mean, look, when you watch this kid, I mean, he's 6'5", 7'8", or whatever. He is a big dude. Sub 33s, I get it. We've had experience with sub 33s. Sam Baker, I told you about him before.
Yeah.
He played really well, got to a second contract, did well for us. I mean, this guy is really good. And as long as he can be aggressive and explosive with his hands and adept with his hands and never be lazy. The other thing that's really important, as we said before, he has grown up knowing that he has short arms. But again, they're not 31. I mean, they're 32, almost 32 and 3/4. I don't know what they are. Again, I think the kid's going to be a really good football player for them. He embodies what Mike Vrabel is about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they ever move him into guard, concerned. What do we got? Some
crying.
tearing up?
No, he's just like, he's emotional in the moment.
Hey,
I'm a sucker for this,
them
you guys. We're gonna find
them
out all
Cajun
of the
boys
different.
get a little excited. They start crying out there on TV.
It's a good thing I can't hear this because I might shed a tear or two. Also, this is like the most heightened drama event of the year for me. I mean, I love this stuff.
I love this pick for them, Lindsay, as well. And I would also say it's the idea of potentially. I mean, they could even go after an offensive lineman in the second round as well, right? You just never know.
I do think that there's a lot to be said for people like I remember having this conversation about Rashawn Slater a few years ago, not even that long ago, right? And there were people who were like, I don't know, I think he might be a guard. Rashawn Slater might be the best tackle that the Chargers have, and they just took an obvious tackle last year in the first round. The Browns are obviously on the clock now, and they have made the pick. They're not trading out of it again. So it's number 5. Okay. Who will they take?
So just before we get into who they take, our lovely super producer Matthew Stopsky and Sean Syed have updated some numbers for me.
Okay.
The delta between
nerdy, I love it. Tell me about
the Jaguars trade up and the value received by Cleveland. So in quotes, Cleveland won the trade. It was basically a first round pick. That was the difference. So this is a true bet that Travis Hunter can be 2 players. That's basically what they're saying. They're saying we're basically swapping value with you with several of these selections. And then we are going to get back a second player, Travis Hunter, cornerback, or Travis Hunter, wide receiver. And that's what's going to make this trade equal. So this is a big, big bet for the Jaguars, but it is a bet on an anomaly. So take that for what you will. I'd love to hear Thomas's thoughts on that. But that's basically what the trade will be.
Wait, it's saying, I'm sorry, one more time. Lots of information flying here. Who won the trade?
The Browns. Just by the pick value, that is.
Yeah. Because, I mean, that first next year that could lead to a quarterback then in a draft that at least at this moment we never know, people think is probably going to be a better quarterback draft. That might be the smart long-term play here. We're going to find out who the Browns are selecting. Roger Goodell is at the podium.
Sporting sneakers.
I mean, bated breath. I have no idea. Mason Graham. Okay. So they're going to put Mason Graham next to Myles Garrett. What do we think?
I love this. I think this is a great pick for them as well. I mean, this guy, his ability, his well-rounded elements as a defensive, like an interior guy. He can hold the point. He can knock people around. He can discard. He can scrape down the line, make plays, disrupt. And then in the pass game, he has the ability and the quickness to get upfield and make some serious, you can watch him in any of these clips. I mean, he's got the quickness to make interior moves from interior and get to the quarterback and pressure regularly. And of course, makeup guy, makeup program. I think it's really good for them. And again, maybe you were thinking someone flashier, Lindsay.
No, I actually am not a flash person. Okay. I just want them to build the best roster. And so they do have a lot of picks in order to do that. I wonder how far away you guys think they are. How many holes do they have that would turn this thing around?
So they had one of the better defenses in the league by the numbers last year, particularly on a play-to-play basis. One of the better success rate teams in the league, which not really a shocker. They have the best defensive player in the league on their team in Myles Garrett. The question becomes, can the offense even be functional? This is another investment in the defense. I think this is probably a long-term play. I think they probably looked at the value of Mason Graham a little bit what it was 2 weeks ago rather than what it was today. But it is an interesting play. Like Thomas said, how are you going to have quarterback on? You got to have quarterback on the mind, it seems. So.
Yeah, but I didn't think that they were going to take a quarterback at 2, so this doesn't change that. For me, I think that the play in my mind was always that they were going to get a quarterback either by coming back up to the bottom of the first to get that quarterback, but balancing that with somebody who has a higher hit rate at the top of the draft, or maybe even just waiting until somebody falls. This will depend on how they value those quarterbacks and how they tier them, right?
It will definitely depend on that. It will definitely. I'm sitting here, scratching my head thinking about that, though, thinking about the quarterback situation. Correct me if I'm wrong. Joe Flacco, right? He's
Flacco, Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, and Pickett, right.
Mm-hmm.
And are those, okay, so where are we with that? And I just...
It sounds like I know where you are, based on your tone.
Yeah, no, I like the pick, and I think he's great for him. I think Andrew Berry looks at Howie Roseman. I'm not saying he idolizes him, but they work together, and Howie does a great job building his O and D lines, et cetera, et cetera. And as I understand from what we know out in the world, the owner of the Browns is happy with Andrew Berry and wants Andrew Berry around a long time to continue to build there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is a build for the future situation. It doesn't seem like a panic situation at all for me. It seems like a really stout, strong, legitimate. And I'm not saying I'm against it at all. I just say that it makes me think, wow.
A panic situation to me would be if they took a quarterback with one of these 2 picks. That's a pure and obvious. And no one has, and this is not a referendum on Shedeur Sanders. This is from a consensus standpoint, he's low on the big boards. So you're clearly reaching and you're pulling him up at 2 or 5 because you need something. That's not good process. Every general manager, whether it's true or not, talks about like, we are going to draft best player available, right? And so in a perfect world, you want the best player available that fills a need.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, it's not, you can't even make the argument it's best player available if you went and got a quarterback at this point. And so I think you're setting yourself up to continue to try and pick out of a hole for the future because the odds of Shedeur hitting are lower than this.
So there's 2 items that are interesting.
And the Raiders are on the clock.
To me about this selection. The first is I played this out with the Jaguars because the Jaguars initially were trading back.
Okay.
The Raiders are selecting. All that's correct.
Let's see who the
is it
going to be
this is going to change kind of the face of the draft.
Pause. We'll come back.
Okay. Pete Carroll.
Ashton Genty.
Okay.
No misdirection play here because this was who we thought all along was who the Raiders wanted. And then they did not surprise us with this pick. They go with the guy to put in their backfield. How do you? Why the faces? You were like fine on Ashton Genty for the Jaguars, and now you're like biting your lip.
Not making the faces. I love this kid. I love the way he plays. I mean, I keep coming back to when I was pretty outspoken that Bijan Robinson wasn't the guy to draft that high for the Falcons.
Yeah,
and he is fantastic. But I laud them for it. But there's still a little bit of a
no. I'm saying, but he has not. Like, how many games have they won? Like he doesn't flip. He hasn't flipped them into a playoff team.
Yeah,
which is the argument about. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you.
And that's so that is. I think what this guy can do for them again is be a special back who again offers both pass game, run game, tough. I was going to say tough and throbbing individual. That's what he is. Like he just rolls. And I think it's really good for the way that this offense is going to be there as we understand it. And I like the pick a lot. I still continue to think, where are they going to go with spinning the ball as well? All of these.
Geno.
Yeah. For the future. So they're obviously, of course, Geno, but for the future, do you really think?
I'm loving this.
Do you really think?
I meeting the AI here is like beautiful because here, if Thomas was sitting in the chair for the Raiders, and he said, "Hey, Sam, we're thinking about the scouts love him, the coaches love him. What do the analytics say about Genty?" I'd say, Thomas, you can't do this. And the reason why you can't do this is he has to be one of the best running backs this year. You're putting such a big onus on him. And such a big onus, even more on your offensive line.
But you put Genty at 5 on your mock draft to the Jaguars. What is the difference?
What I wouldn't do that myself.
Oh, okay, you were predicting.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. I thought that a team was going to make this move.
Got it.
I thought it was going to be the Bears, because I thought they were wanting to go above the Raiders.
Got it.
But I would recommend, the analytics have shown
it
time
wasn't the
and
Jaguars.
time again that when you draft these guys, we talked about Bijan,
Mhm.
it's just tough for them to be the center of an offense that wins a ton of games in modern football. It's the rules. It's the rules that really kill you.
I think this is
Them's the
fantastic.
rules.
Pete Carroll's there now, right? We got a new general manager. We're not even talking. We got to give him his lodge, right? Jonathan Spytek, Tampa Bay Buccaneer guy at one time. I mean, this is great for him. The first move with a guy like Pete Carroll, who's gonna love a guy like this, right? This guy is a difference maker. Look at him. He's another smiling Jack guy, right? He loves it. He's going to bring all kinds of energy to that organization, which is what Pete Carroll will do, right? And we'll see what Tom Brady does with what kind of energy he brings to the organization as well.
Yeah, Brady being in this conversation is interesting as well, right? Like sitting in that room or having conversations with them about what they should do with this pick and weighing in from an offensive standpoint. Jets pick is in. We'll pivot to that in just a second. But first, though, I think the Ginty conversation, in terms of how he fits in this offense, I have weirdly and maybe hypocritically liked that pick there more than I did to the Jaguars. And it might be a bias about the Raiders. I can picture it for the offense as long as they go get a high level slot player later in the draft. I think that's their other hole on offense. And there are a few that might be there high in the second round. I'm not saying that they should go in that direction there because they might need to make some additions on the defensive side of the ball. But you got Geno. You have the two outside guys. Jacoby Myers was their wide receiver one. He's not an ideal wide receiver one, but he played very capably in that role last year. Then you've got Brock Bowers. If you were to get a slot receiver, now all of a sudden with Ginty in the backfield, like I think this is an offense that could be relatively electric. And maybe I am overstating that, but I don't hate it. The defense might be terrible, but
and I would tell you way back again, retroactively, when you're talking about moving up to grab a guy like Julio Jones way back, right? We were so all about creating an electric offense, right? You don't think Tom Brady, back to Tom, you don't think he's in that conversations with them? I'm not saying he is steering Jonathan Spytek as a GM, but he has a great deal of experience with some very adept running backs over the years that helped him achieve some of the greatest of all time. So look, I think it's a good thing. I get what you're saying here, Sam. It feels from an analytics standpoint, like, why would you do it? My biggest concern about this as a GM has always been, same with Bijan in Atlanta. Yeah. Are you getting 2 contracts, and in the second contract, with the way that those guys run, I mean, they run their butts off. Where is that? That's always a scare for me when you're talking about a top 10 pick.
I think what they're telling us is they're trusting in what Lindsay said, the growth of that young offense, and that the thing that's going to take them from like the 31st rated offense last year is going to be, number one, continued growth, development, the process. Like we talked about, Pete Carroll, one of the best process guys of all time, did it at the college level, did it at the pro level. And that Ginty is going to come in and be again, tough to say by the numbers, but be a Saquon Barkley-like figure who can contribute day one, be one of the top 5 best running backs day one. And they're going to have an excellent young offense for years to come.
Anyone here have a comp for him? Having watched his tape, does he remind you of anyone? Ginty?
The stop and go style is an interesting one. I know a lot of people say like the Kamara, the Gibbs, the ability to bounce off of people. Both of those guys are really involved in the receiving game, which he just wasn't asked to do. Not that he
is LT too much.
Next level.
Is that too far?
Say it again.
LT.
I think the difference on him, I'll throw this word in, phenotypically, is he's an upright runner, as odd as that sounds. But I mean, they will slam on him and they just fall off. I mean, it's a special part of what his balance is. And I think that's what makes him comfortable running the way that he obviously runs that way.
Probably going to need to get better in pass pro. one, small thing that I think is a note that he'll need to improve on, but I don't think it'll keep him off the field. Want to, as we get to the Jets pick in just a moment, as the camera on the broadcast pans to Will Johnson sitting in the green room.
Okay.
I'd be shocked if that's the pick here. We are going to be giving away 2 free tickets to a regular season game, either a local team or $500 cash value. So if you are watching this broadcast right now and you want to go to a game on us next year, here's what you need to do. You need to retweet this stream post on X, like the post, reply to the post with the rookie that you think is going to have the biggest impact this season. Is it the one that we just saw drafted by the Raiders? I'm guessing we'll get a few people who will be saying Ashton Ginty's name. We'll choose a winner at random and contact winners via DM on X by Monday. The Jets have made their selection. It is Armand Mimbu. This feels like a chalky selection in terms of mock drafts and what we kind of thought might happen here, largely because they need help at the right tackle position. Specifically, he is a guy who played exclusively at right tackle. Well, that's not true. He actually lined up on the left side at like tight end or something like that, but 0 snaps in college at the left tackle spot, which I think made this a good fit.
I think it's a really good fit for them. I mean, I was quietly imagining them taking a tight end as well,
Were
but
you?
this is the right move for them, I think. And I think there's still opportunities. Again, this is a strong tight end draft, and I think they can pull someone off that can help them on the tight end side. But Armand Mimbu, I mean, you can just watch him here. His ability to move around as he does, coming off the, off that right tackle spot. I think it's really impressive. Run game and pass game ability. That's obviously vital for a guy at this high in the slotting.
Yeah, this is an investment in a premium position, a premium player, and yeah, I think it goes to what they want to do this year. Aaron Glenn, Darren Muji, 2 guys who have built excellent offensive lines or have been part of teams that had excellent offensive lines. The Broncos, that was their key to success last year. It's been the Lions' key to success for years. And back when Glenn was at the Saints, that was their key to success as well. I think they want to build that type of offensive line, and that's the way they're going to win long term.
That side of that offensive line was vital as we all watched a lot of video of them in the offseason, right? It's a great case study to look at an organization like the Jets and see how you can turn that around, because Joe Douglas, whether you like it or not, Joe, as Jets fans, he did some really good work putting some really talented football players on there and teed up in certain positions for Darren Muji to come in. And Muji is a really good young football man. He's 39-year-old general manager. Love what he's going to be doing in this. I mean, but what a great way to start with some literal studs around different positions in that organization that he can grow with, and keep building that offensive line and figure it out. They've had some tough ones in the offensive line there over the years, right? Where they've drafted higher and they just, whether they've been injured or not. So this guy hopefully will hang tight.
Yeah. They've had some hits though, man. Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, and they've got some pieces there. So, and it'll be really interesting to see how it all kind of comes together with Justin Fields and how all in they are on his development, which I think would, if they kind of throw all their eggs behind him this year, I think that might also be helpful to his development. That kind of goes without saying. I'm looking off to the side here because Sean Syed is standing at our vibe board here to weigh in on the picks that we've seen so far. What stood out to you?
I mean, that Browns trade, Sam, I know that
There's a lot
you
going
were
on.
feeling there was a lot going on. I know the conversation immediately goes to, I mean, how special of a player Travis Hunter is. Even just, you look at the data. I mean, I know he makes your job really hard. You got to fill him in as a receiver. You have to fill him in as a cornerback, 100th percentile in terms of pass breakups. I mean, he is a player that is going to make plays no matter what he's doing. Now, we've had the discussion before, Sam. To me, I mean, I want to see him take more snaps at receiver amongst anything. Just thinking about how he's going to be in that offense with Liam Cohen, or just a really creative play caller who I thought did such a good job getting that Buccaneers offense into a positive direction.
Yep.
And think about him with Brian Thomas Jr., that gets me really excited to think about that landing spot.
So on the Sean move meter, you're moved. by this.
I am moved. Now, the problem is that draft value, that's a lot, right? You're giving Cleveland that whole other first round pick, I think, or in terms of overall value. I think that's a really smart move for Cleveland because they need to find a way to get another quarterback. And when you think about how general managers, maybe they're devaluing their future picks and saying, hey, we're going to be in the playoffs next year. We're going to have that first round pick. It's not going to be at 6. It's going to be at 25. You can't always guarantee that. So it's hard to look at it and say, hey, they really passed up on Travis Hunter, a potentially a Hall of Fame level player. But I thought the way you put it was really right, where he has to be an all-pro at 2 positions. And that's what they're betting on. And look, I hope it happens. I think that's been certainly the most interesting pick so far.
Yeah. And one thing I do want to note as well, we were really strict on these badges here. We only took the top 25 guys because in college, when you're grading these teams, the top 25 teams, it's really all you're looking at. He was darn close to being in the top 25 for multiple of these other badges. So this is a guy who can really do it all. It's going to the poker table, but thinking you got an ace, basically.
Look, it's good for content. Sam, I mean, look at all of these awards. You were thinking about awards for multiple positions. Really, I think a potentially franchising changing player, really for a team that could also use a cornerback. So that one is so fun. I think we, of course, have to think about that first overall pick with Cam Ward, which was certainly something that, everyone knew was going to happen. Yep. I think when you look at Ward's profile, he is a creative thrower. He's not going to throw from that same arm slot over and over. I think some of that freestyling is a positive thing. You look at just how he deals with pressure. I think that's going to be an interesting thing just to look at the next level.
Yeah. And here's an interesting point. Will Levis would lose a ton of yards on sacks, and that would just put the Titans way behind. You see this blue chip pressure to throw array ratio. Not, we'd like to see them just play through the pressures, obviously, but that's hard to ask. This reminds me a little bit of a guy like Michael Penix Jr. last year, where he was having a really low pressure to sack ratio. Not necessarily the case here for Cam Ward, but he's throwing it away. So that's what's going to happen for the Titans at the next level. You're probably going to decrease the pressure to sack ratio a little bit going from Levis to Cam Ward. You're going to see a lot more throwaways, not as many scrambles, not as much risk. And I think that's why Cam Ward probably makes a little bit more sense moving forward for the Titans than a guy like Levis.
And when you look at Ward, his scramble rate, it's quite low. So it's a person that I think wants to make plays within the pocket. He is not afraid to throw the ball into the seam. And sometimes in the NFL, you really just need that. Of course, you can see more about just his completion percentage over expected by zone. It's going to be a fun one, I think, to watch during the whole entire season, Sam. What pick do you think we should talk about?
I think we got to pull up Mason Graham, because the question arises here. Mason Graham, probably the 5th player on consensus big boards, around that zone, certainly a top 10 guy. Sean, he has multiple very important badges. That means he was killing it in the AI. Do you think this is just a consensus pick, or what does this do for their defense?
For the Browns, he's really going to be a positive player. I mean, we gave him the Chaos Creator badge, the Terminator badge, the Run Stuffer badge. That's all based on our AI metrics. But you look at some of these numbers. I mean, he's in the top 15 percentile in terms of pressure rate, in terms of sack rate, in terms of pressure rate, in that A gap between that center and the guard, the C gap against quality offenses, tackle for loss against the run. So it's just an interesting thought when you look at him. I think some of the knocks are, hey, is he more of just a get your hand in the ground and you're just going to constantly attack that pass game? I think that the Browns are happy to have him do that.
So Sean, a pick is in. There is a pick that is in. And let's pull him up the board before we throw it back to Lindsay and T. That pick is Tetaroa McMillan to the Carolina Panthers.
Our good friend Eric Eager, VP of Analytics over there. Look, Sam, we had talked about this. This is actually something that you had mentioned in your mock draft for the Panthers. I have a hard time criticizing a team that's going to try and build up their offense. Mm-hmm. We had talked a lot last year about Bryce Young just taking a few more steps forward and forward and forward. So I'm really interested to hear everyone talk about how that offense is going to change.
So, Ted, this is a surprise to me for the Panthers. What do you think, T?
I mean, it's a surprise. I mean, another shiny toy for a quarterback that they want to continue to grow with. We know that. By the way, really nice receiver, tall, linear guy. Sometimes guys like this, you see in their long levered and kind of loping. He runs really well. He gathers his weight well. He can separate as a route runner. We know how important that is. I like this guy for them. It's just not what I had expected, of course.
Yeah. From a Tet standpoint, in terms of the other wide receivers that they already had, what does this mean? Like, paint me a picture.
So I think the main statistic that we pulled up before we threw it back that you want to see is that blue chip team target share grade. The problem in that offense last year, especially as the offensive line started gelling, the run game started coming together, and Bryce Young started progressing, which we have covered quite well and quite deeply during the season, was that there just was not a guy that they could go to a lot. If you want a guy who had to carry the load in college, Tech McMillan is that guy.
His target share, it was wild. And as
he was the offense, basically.
I mean, he was the offense. What's the stat like in terms of his yards? And then the next best he had, hold please, I have it actually right here. 1,319 receiving yards, and the next highest Arizona receiver had 323. So from a question standpoint, what are they? What were the concerns about Tet?
The biggest question in the analytics is, how are those routes going to look? Is he going to be able to create separation at the next level? Bigger body guy. Thomas highlighted how his movement and his agility does project him to be able to do that at the next level. It didn't necessarily show up in the artificial intelligence a ton. Is that just because, as we've stated, he was the offense and Noah Fafita was dropping back and staring at Tet and the ball was going to Tet? And my grandmother watching TV and cooking rice and gravy knew it was going to Tet? Who knows? So now he's going to be in a scenario where they've invested in wide receivers. They've invested in the offense heavily. He's going to have a first-round level guy, Xavier Legette, on the other side. Yeah. Another guy, breakout, Jalen Coker, and then also the old Wiley veteran, Adam Thielen, alongside running backs, tackles, Bryce Young. He's going to be in the position to succeed. Can he break those routes open and become a next-level guy for Bryce Young?
The combination of Legette and Tet, I think, is going to be special. Get the running game rolling, right? Keep moving on that. I think it's important. 2 receivers in a row, right? First round receivers in a row, 2 years in a row, correct? I mean, that was when did Legette come out? What was the exact pick? I'm just trying to.
I believe they traded up.
It was a trade up
to get him.
Correct. I wasn't sure exactly what it was. I guess what I'm thinking about here is this organization they know that they want this offense to thrive, right? They have to thrive. I think personally they have to thrive in the NFC South. Like it's going to be important growth and evolution for that organization. And so the one thing about Tet that had me a little bit concerned is, where is that lack, or where is the urgency? Is it a 5, meaning it's adequate? Do you want to see it more? Do you want to see him really ramp up his competitiveness when things get dusty? I know he's a receiver. I get it. But I just want to see that. That's one of the things I'm looking for.
So I love these phrases, T, and I love putting definitions to them too. So when you and the scouts and the people in your organization are talking about urgency, these vocabulary words are so key, right, T? Right. What does urgency mean?
Well, I mean, urgency means, and I think he can run his routes. I mean, not only is his ability to run the routes and separate with urgency and break down and drop his weight the way we need him to do that, it's also getting his body around and outside of cuts. It's also going for the ball, catching around the body, going up and being urgent around his body and making catches, quite honestly, that might put him in an exposed spot, which we know we don't want our guys to get injured, but some of those guys have to do that. Yep. I don't want them to do it on the practice field. I remember getting after Julio Jones when he's skying down the practice field in one of the first practices, and I run over to him. I'm like, hey, man, nah. You do that for Nick Saban. You don't do it here in the National Football League. You wait for game day. Those are the kind of guys. You want some of that. I guess what I'm saying is, I think Tet lacks a little bit of that. Okay. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it ramp up a little bit.
Interesting as we go to pick 9, because there was a public character concern with him. He said he didn't watch film. He was eating
different
spaghetti.
Kind of character concern. I think character concern makes people's red flag. They're like, what did I miss? It's how invested
and
are
so
you?
It's interesting how it shows up in that urgency, which Thomas so eloquently defined. And as we move to round 1, pick 9, the New Orleans Saints, we're going to a guy who has immensely publicly reported great character, and how that shows up in the data is at the private level at this point.
It's Kelvin Banks. We haven't said the
Kelvin
name.
Banks.
Yeah. Kelvin Banks, who will tell us about the data. You were starting to talk about that, and I think that there are some really interesting things in our Sumer data about Kelvin.
So speaking of going back to back, I think there's a lot of parallels between you know, the two NFC South rivals, the going back to back with wide receivers, going back to back with tackles in quotes here. Fuaga last year, Penning a couple years ago. They're going to have to make a decision on Trevor Penning, particularly with his fifth-year option here. Kelvin Banks is a guy who stood out in the AI, and the question was that Texas offense was just so dominant with so many studs that they had backups that were excellent players. But what I heard from some league sources was when they were doing data analysis on their character grades, of which Kelvin Banks knocked out of the park, particularly with offensive linemen.
What is data analysis on character? What does that look like?
So people are putting colors or ABC grades on teams, and over time you get a codex and you just try to figure out what it may be able to predict.
What's a codex for people that are not
a big
coders?
set going back to 1989 of all your character grades for guys, and just seeing the outcomes that happened on the flip side of that.
Did you know that answer?
I thought he said Kodak, but
A training set is the yeah.
I like
we'll just
it.
be over here on
like
this
it.
side of this.
And so what's
I like
interesting
it.
to me is the character element and the intelligence ends up playing well for linemen because they're able to swing, and they're able to swing to other places.
So I want to go
think that makes
into
sense.
a few more specifics about the Sumer scores that you referenced. 98th percentile pass block,
Yep.
94th percentile run block. Now, the thing for me when I was putting together my mock draft, and this is always true with the tackle guard
Yep.
situation, is that people who are experts at this position that are deep in the weeds in terms of training offensive linemen, boots on the ground all the time, Duke Manyweather and Brandon Thorne, who is part of that group also, they both agreed that Kelvin Banks is a guard. So that doesn't mean that he's a guard. Again, it's the tackle guard conversation. And I know that you are wondering how much that has to do with the fact that maybe he's not a client of theirs and they're more familiar with their own clients. And are they trying to prop up who knows? But I'm just saying the guard tackle conversation is always a big one. And when you hear people like that say, I see a guard and I see these other guys as being tackles, to me, that feels like a flag at that specific spot. And I'm not saying that it will turn out to be at all. Again, Rashawn Slater was somebody people had those same concerns about, and he's great.
when you think about drafting a guard potentially in the top 10, I mean, that guy better be a game breaker, all pro, perennial, everything. And I am okay with that. I never used to be that way. I used to think you're going to spend that, of course, on the outside guys. But then when I realized, very interestingly enough, one of the best free agent moves I was ever a part of was Alex Mack as a center. Literally, that was a huge move. You get the right elements inside now protecting your quarterbacks. I mean, Matt Ryan could protect out here in his own way. If it was up the middle and it got really, really noisy in there, that's an uncomfortable situation for a quarterback. So to have a guard there, I'm okay with them having a guard there. I think he is. I mean, our Sumer group, as you know, they were bullish on the fact that this guy is a tried and true guard. Not that he couldn't swing and do what he needed to do, but his best game
So
was
our
as a guard.
scouts thought he was a guard as well, not a tackle.
Yeah.
So interesting, because I would imagine, do you think that they think he's a tackle since they took him at 9?
I would say, unless they think that he is everything I just said, perennial, amazing at all levels. And he is. I mean, fortitude, toughness, everything about this guy represents, right? I think it's a fantastic pick for that organization. Whether they think he's a tackle or guard, I'll be interested to see if anyone shares that with me from the organization.
The Bears selection is in. Roger Goodell is at the podium announcing it right now. This is the 10th pick overall. They were in the conversation for a team that might be interested in Ashton Genty. Who do we think it is?
I think it's probably going to be a tight end here, T. What you think? Tyler Warren?
Whoa. I like that idea.
I like the tight end too.
I like the tight end here for sure.
Especially because of Caleb, right? Like, so he's got some good wide receivers. You upgraded the offensive line in the offseason with some moves that you've already made. That type of, the quarterback's best friend. They have Cole Kmet already, but they might not in the future. You could go 12 personnel.
Now we're talking, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Me some 12 personnel.
I mean, I think Ben Johnson will too.
I think Ben Johnson will, no question about it. I love the fact that they are just chomping at the bit to put together this offense that is creative, making the offense feel uncomfortable with what's comfortable and comfortable with what's uncomfortable. All of that idea, I like what he's about. He's obviously so incredibly smart in so many ways, and he'll continue to grow, obviously, as a coach, as a leader, which I'm excited to see him.
Right.
I think he's got some really interesting guys around him on his staff that he's brought in, and there's Ryan Poles, right? Ryan's taking heat in certain ways, and Ryan's growing all the time. Who is it?
I got it right.
Oh, you thought it was?
I got it. That was an awkward high five. Yeah, that was a better one.
Sam didn't know what to do.
I nailed it.
Yeah. I mean, I was. You nailed it. My mock draft's down the tube already.
Well, this is an interesting pick. Are you surprised it's him over Penn State?
I think they were similar. I think
Yeah.
it came down to your evaluation of their upside, your evaluation of how Colson Loveland projects as a blocker, which we had differing opinions in the AI from what experts like Nate Tice, for example, saw him potentially being able to be. It was a tough year for that offense last year. Virtually no quarterback. That means everyone else is being asked to do stuff. I think there were injury questions with him. Depending on how you valued the non-productional elements, I think this is probably okay. I think they were probably a similar level of prospect, kind of a flavor of the week, depending on the team.
Sam, I've said this time and again over this last year. Back in the day, we were so fine with taking tight ends in the second and third round. And then we started realizing from some of the great coaches, you put one and potentially two legitimate tight ends in there. And again, you just can get so creative with what you can do with your offense. And I love it. High percentage. You guys it's like a broken record on my part, but I think it's great. This is really good for this organization.
Some of the differences between the two, Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland, from a blocking standpoint, perhaps Colston is more of an inline blocker or is more adept at that skill right now, whereas Tyler Warren was more of like an on the move blocker, right? So that's one type of a difference. There was also some talk specifically from Nate Tice, who you already referenced, about whether Tyler was winning because of athleticism, like adjusting for passes in the air as opposed to being a really, really crisp route runner, and whether that athleticism, do you get away with that in the NFL? Does that translate as much? And maybe it actually does, because Travis Kelce's just out there like running to space, right? So do you have to be a really, really strong route runner at the tight end position versus this other, like, I'm just going to find space?
No, you have to be a route runner. If you're taking someone in the top 10, you better be. And honestly, both of those tight ends, you could flip them out for me. I mean, they both are incredibly adept at running routes, catching balls, tough asses. Can I say that on Sumer?
You can say whatever you want, right? We're live
they're
streaming.
Tough. They have a grittiness about them from programs and the way that they're raised the right way. And I think you build around these guys. And again, I would caution you to think that a tight end is going to come in and be an amazing blocker. They just aren't. They will continue to refine their blocking skills, even if they are from programs like the Michigans and the Penn States of the world where they're taught to do so. It is a process to get them doing what they need to do in the NFL.
So Thomas touched on this from a high level, but let's say same scenario, wouldn't go as hard maybe as the running back position. But here's why I would caution you, T. If you called on me from the analytics perspective about the tight ends, there's a couple pieces. One, that surplus value is still there. Tight ends are just not paid as much as wide receivers. That is great when you extend them and they're Travis Kelce, but it kind of is a tough move from the first 3 years if you're just trying to put together a full roster. Second piece, like you mentioned, it's difficult to be a great blocker in this league. And so if they're not going to be a successful pass catcher as Brock Bowers was this year.
Sam Laporta was the year before that.
Right. But that brings me to my third portion. And Thomas also mentioned that they were cool to take tight ends in the second or third round. Because of that long aging curve, because it takes time to be a crisp route runner at the size that you need to be a tight end and an excellent blocker at the NFL level, because of that aging curve, we typically struggle to identify who the best tight ends will be. You mentioned Sam Laporta. Dalton Kincaid came off the board first. Another one is Kyle Pitts, for example. Everyone thought he was a certified, excellent tight end pass catcher. Yeah. Didn't end up necessarily being the case long term. Those are the 3 items why I would just caution a general manager. I think it's okay in this draft where there's not a ton of premium positions, and these 2 are 2 of the better pass catchers to go that direction. The game is changing, as you've mentioned, Lindsay. But those are the 3 items that I would just throw up caution.
So we talked about this, Sam, before. I know the 3 of us talked about it when we were talking about tight ends, and maybe this is a different listening crowd. Ideally, what you want when you're taking someone, again, is that he is, again, using my numbers or our numbers, he's an 8, so he's excellent at being the route runner, and he's at least a 6 as a blocker, meaning he does 6 meaning good, right? He doesn't have to be an 8 and an 8, outstanding in both. You're not going to get that. But if you can get the guy who's really, really talented as the route runner and the offensive threat, and then you can also pair that with a good blocker in that. So it's a 8/6 in that makeup, and then you have a legitimate enough Y within your tight end group, and then maybe a swing guy. Then you have 3 tight ends that make up. And remember, tight ends need to be smart. They need to be driven. They need to be consistent. I mean, this is what they're taking off the board right now.
Thinking about the weapons Caleb Williams now has.
Yeah.
Roma Dunze, first round level of prospect. DJ Moore had some excellent years. Cole Kmet, one of the better tight ends in this league. And now Colson Loveland, another first round talent. There's a lot there for Caleb to play with.
So the Niners are on the clock. It's pick 11. They have made the selection. It looks like it's take your kid to work day in the draft room, which is super fun for whoever sons those are.
I'm sure that's the owner's sons.
Yeah. There you go. He says with a smile, you know how this works.
Yeah.
We were just talking about tight ends. We know George Kittle is stud, whatever. He's getting older. Is there any chance they go 12 and draft him as a backup plan for later? Or because they actually have needs because of the way this offseason went down? Absolutely not. I don't feel like this is something we've talked about at all.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who are you saying?
I'm saying Niners. Did they go Tyler Warren?
Oh, okay. I see.
Or just no?
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I mean,
no,
I don't feel it.
Because you could go 12. You could put both of them on the field, and then you're creating a backup plan for yourself for post George Kittle, where you can just continue at that high level. If he's the highest guy on your board, and you're a good team that has process in place over the years, you're not usually drafting from a position of need. You're not usually drafting this high, frankly.
Yeah.
In recent years.
Look, you don't think it's Biggs, you don't think it's pass rusher, you don't think it's
no, I think it probably
O-line.
is more likely that it's that for sure. I'm just throwing out the possibility because we were just talking about Tyler Warren. Right. They might not have thought, that this would happen.
I think Purdy would love a fantastic tight end in his arsenal.
Another one?
Yeah. Exactly. Another. Can you imagine?
Because it might be a safer bet than if they wanted to take a wide receiver, which again is not one of the positions that we've talked about a lot for the 49ers. It's been mostly what would you say? I have Jahdae Barron here. I know we see a lot of corner and frankly secondary.
As Thomas alluded to, the pitch I'm making was you have your pick of the litter of the defensive lineman, and that's what they end up going with Michael Williams, who seems to be their guy because they have selections between defensive tackles, guys like Walter Nolan, guys like Kenneth Grant, edge rushers, big edges, small edges. So it seems like their guy. Michael Williams on the flip side of Nicky Bosa.
This is amazing, by the way. Little aside, the Atlanta faithful have always wanted a pass rusher from the University of Georgia, and they miss it because I thought he might be around there during this time. I think this is a really good pick for them. Watching this kid, I still think there are elements to what Michael needs to improve upon. I mean, I like him. He's strong, stout. He can set the edge. He can get upfield. I think his pass rush repertoire needs to continue to improve. He's not the most, sort of explosive, smooth, hip guy that you're looking for. But, given what they're doing there, I think this is a good pick for John Lynch and co. And he's disruptive. There's no question about it.
Yeah. Tell us about the Williams advanced data in terms of what we have from him. In terms of strengths and weaknesses that separate him from a weakness standpoint. I'll just say that the elephant in the room is that there were some character concerns about him.
don't know about with Michael Williams, but
no, am I?
I think you're thinking about, well,
Pierce.
Yeah.
So
Well, no, I know Pierce.
Yeah.
I mean, there's unfortunately quite a few,
Yeah.
but okay,
No, you might-
take that back. My bad.
You might have something in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
so this one's
Mike Green is who I was.
this one's quick and
Maybe Mike
easy.
Green.
The 49ers were not very good stopping the rush last year. And he has one of the highest tackle for loss rates. You can go check on our draft guide at stopping the rush. And I think they're saying we have Nicky Bosa, we have a top tier pass rusher. Let's bring in a heavy, guy who can focus on stopping the rush. His job is going to be to fill gaps and to KO guys that are pulling on him. And we're not going to have a side that you can just attack now. We're going to have a hammer on that flip side, a la Nolan Smith with Philadelphia Eagles. High tackle for loss rate, a little rough down year with the defense. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it does fill a need. And again, I thought that they were just going to get their pick of the litter at this point of the second class, most of which was defensive linemen. I think this is their guy as a result.
Sam, how are they playing him? I'm sorry, Lindsay, but how are they playing in your mind? I know you just talked about that. Sack, do you remember the sack total on him? Maybe Sean Sayeda knows also, but
yeah, so
sack,
it just showed up. I think he was not a super high level sack guy.
No. And I think there's elements to him that are going to continue to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm a big believer. I've said this before, not only in O-line coaches, but D-line coaches as well, how they're going to train.
Cowboys. I bet Cowboys
okay.
fans are throwing their remote controls at TVs right now.
Oh my goodness.
No, because I think that they had their heart set on something that was super sexy and exciting that's going to transform our offense. They were really high on Tet coming their Tet's off the board. Matthew Golden is still there. I know a lot of mock drafts. Tyler Booker is their pick, FYI. I think they're, Matthew Golden, they need somebody to be a wide receiver too. I will raise my hand and say they can get that later. That's not off the board. Ashton Ginty was another guy. They want this exciting, running back. You can get that later too. I think this is an incredibly smart pick. And let's tell them all about Tyler Booker and why this is a good fit for them, fills a need, and can be a high-level player. I'll tell you this, Brian Baldinger, who I respect greatly, particularly when it comes to offensive line plays, said this is his favorite player in the entire draft.
Yeah, so I'm gonna turn this over to Thomas here after just a brief aside about some of our advanced athletic analytics. But this guy is a run blocker, baby, old school guard, and it shows up. I meets the AI. I'll turn over to Thomas here. The one concern is, and the thing that I think the Cowboys are going to be uniquely able to get around, given the way that they like to play, is just not the best athlete, really more of a mauler than a guy who you're going to be throwing all over the place in like a zone type scheme, for example. So, old school guard. I thought the Cowboys were going to want to establish the run going back to the 90s. That's when they were good. They made guys like DeMarco Murray stars in Dallas. And I think that's going to be their goal moving forward.
I like the old school element to this. I think this O-line, as needs revamping, of course, losing people as they did. And, I happened to be on with some of the Dallas people, doing a radio hit, and man, they were excited about potentially adding a receiver or whatever it may be, to your point. But I know deep down it felt like that group there knew how important this was to add someone like this. And I love the grittiness of this. And it is funny that Baldy was the one that was promoting this. I bet you he was sitting there with Jerry Jones talking about it all the time. This is the dude you need to take because he has so much cachet, and Baldy does. So I'm assuming that's why you were so excited to see him come off the board. As
I've said a million times, I'm not watching the tape. I could, but I'm not going to relay my opinions about that. I don't have a scouting experience, so whatever I see is, I assume, not going to be particularly relevant. But Duke Manyweather, this is a guy that we asked about him about also, and he was a big fan.
To get back to having that O-line there, there's just something about that. I think most of us know how important that is.
Yeah, it's interesting to see too, because Tyler Booker was mocked by some of the I believe that Peter Schrager, for example, who is kind of the main insider now at ESPN, did have them going with Tyler Booker.
Very keyed in to that's what I'm hearing mock, by the way.
It's interesting to see how some of these more set franchises or the Jones family been there for a long time. The Benson and the Loomis family have been there for a long time, want to get back to what has made them successful long-term. That is an offensive line that can protect their quarterbacks and really get some great movement up front from their tailbacks.
I mean,
for their tailbacks.
Look, the Zach Martin loss is huge. This replaces that, so you don't have a massive liability on the line or a hole. You got to protect Dak Prescott and then plug in a running back later. They made some weird moves this offseason at the running back position, which you can talk about at a later date. From a wide receiver standpoint, they're gonna need one. What would you put around CD for a wide receiver too? Like, what do you think makes sense if you're now we're gonna be in a range where you go find a specific wide receiver as opposed to the best wide receiver in the draft? So what specificity are you looking for to complement CD?
Well, it's funny. That's why I was excited about seeing the Tet thing land there. Tet Mac be able to show up there, given the size, which contrasts a little bit. Although CD's what? CD 6'1", 190.
He's a longer, skinnier guy.
He's a longer, leaner guy. Obviously, great athlete. But I would love, having been around bigger receivers in our receiver quiver in Atlanta. I liked that. I liked having not just one bigger guy. I liked having a combination of that, and I think it's important. That's where I'd go. I can't nail it down right now, though. I mean, gosh, it'll be interesting.
CD's kind of an interesting guy too, because they played him so much. Like he can go slot. You can move him around quite a bit. So that might give you the versatility to just be like, who's our favorite wide receiver? Put him on the field.
Yeah, I think when you have a guy like CeeDee Lamb, who excels at both route running and also making plays after the catch, you want a guy that can make plays probably in one-on-one scenarios and in the core elements, 3rd down, 4th down, red zone. The Bengals have seen great success by having a contested catch guy like T. Higgins. I thought that made sense to a certain degree by adding Tet McMillan. Panthers go ahead and shock the world by grabbing Tet McMillan, a guy deep tomorrow who we'll be talking about on the live stream. I could see a guy maybe like Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State who may be an interesting move for them later on in the draft.
By the way, Higgins, I was noticing him today when I was going through the SūmerSports draft guide, which you can also pull up right now and follow along in the draft. That would be a great compliment. You have third screen for you right now. And as players are drafted, you can pull up their page. It's really easy to navigate. It's free, SūmerSports.com. One of the things that I was noticing about Higgins that was also true for Tet was how much blue was on his page at all levels of the field. Now I'm trying to find it. Targets by depth, 57 targets on the year from the line of scrimmage, 0 to 10, 45 from 10 to 20, and then 21 from 20 plus. That is an S ton of targets that they threw at this guy.
That is
like those are high numbers.
Yeah, and I think when you're talking about someone who may look good with a CD, that was a two horse outfit that Iowa State was running. They have Jalen Noel, who's also probably going to be a day 2 pick, and Jaden Higgins. And I know we're going to talk about guys like Emeka Egbuka maybe at the end of this program.
There's Emeka in the first.
Yeah, there's these guys that just fit in well and can play a role. And I think in today's modern offenses, that means a lot.
Okay. Dolphins are on the clock. This is the spot that you and I both really struggled with from a mock standpoint. So now that we know who's off the board and who remains in the areas that you think they might go, what do you think? What do you think are the options that we should consider?
There's a couple places they have a lot of needs on all over the defense. And as you can see, we have our top 5 players available. There's a lot of defense on there. Will Johnson is the one that I went ahead and mocked with. Drew Rosenhaus was saying that he thinks it's going to be corner, and some of his guys are in the running. Jahdae Barron's another cornerback. You have some good linebacker edges that can kind of play in that defense as well. I think they're in a position where they probably want to take the top best available player on the defensive side of the ball, but I could see them trying to bolster Mike McDaniel's offense, given that he is an offensive head coach.
Feel like they in free agency they were trying to do whatever they could do to continue to build that. I keep coming back to defense. I really do, and a corner position. But
Oh.
There we go.
Was it Kenneth Grant?
Oh my gosh!
That
It
you
wasn't-
kept coming back to?
I should have waited for another half a second there. There we
Defense
go.
up the middle. So you know what's
Okay.
funny about that? This is what we talked about in the pre-show. I had Kenneth Grant mocked to them, or well, I didn't actually say that. I said it was between the two of them. I had Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins, and then I swapped him out with Derek Harmon because I just couldn't decide between the two here because I thought Derek Harmon had the edge from a pass blocking standpoint. Kenneth Grant is a really strong run blocking defensive tackle.
You're talking take on the run guy, right? You're talking about
like a run stopper.
run stopper.
Yeah,
And-
did I say blocking?
You said run
Yes,
blocking, but that's-
sorry. I'm lots of things. Great run stuffing defensive tackle. 90th percentile run defense, SūmerSports, elite in both pursuit and get off because we break up the run defense into various specific categories that paint a picture for us about the ways in which they're good at the main metric. 79th percentile pass rush SūmerSports. Now that for me was what gave Harmon the edge or in this particular conversation because I'm valuing the ability to attack.
Look at this. I mean, he can collapse. He's one of those, speed to power. He's not a speed guy, but he can get underneath and just rock that dude back on his heels and power push him. Of course, that's a big deal. In the run game, to your point, two gapping all day long, every day. There's a toughness to him. There's a stoutness to him. There's a, we used to talk all the time with all those people. I bring Scott Pioli up again because he was a former D lineman, and Scott always talked about you get an interior guy. There has to be an edge about that guy, right? He can't be the happy-go-lucky guy. He can be happy-go-lucky when he wants to turn it off. I mean, Vince Wilfork was happy-go-lucky, but not during his time in interior, right, when they're playing. This guy's a tough dude, and I think it's great for them to add some of that toughness that they were questioning to our point, right?
I don't know that I want anyone on the inside to be happy-go-lucky.
No.
Guard, like Tyler Booker. Now
No.
we're establishing a pattern
Yeah.
of personality traits in these last few picks.
They don't need to be thinking about green pastures. I shared that with you one time. There was a player that said that to me, and I'm like, you should not be thinking about green pastures on Sunday. Do it another Sunday, off-season Sunday. I
What should
couldn't
they
believe
be
it.
thinking about, T? What do you want? What do you want their frame of mind to be like specifically before the game?
Gore. Gore.
Back in the day, I used to
blood.
break
Rip
chairs.
your face off.
Yes. Maybe a little bit of that.
What did you used to do?
I said back in the day, I would break a chair.
You broke chairs?
Broke
Yeah, I love
chair.
wrestling.
Well, that just feels destructive.
Jeez.
However, WrestleMania, we could have that conversation later. T, a huge fan, I know.
Yes.
The
Okay.
Colts selection is in. It's the 14th pick.
This is perfect.
This is Tyler Warren. Tyler
Thanks.
Warren.
Yes. This was the biggest no-brainer of all day so far that he got to. You don't think Chris Ballard right now is sitting back with Coach Steichen, right?
Mhm.
Is that how you pronounce
Yep,
his name?
yep, yep.
Always. Yes. I mean, the fact that they're sitting back thinking they have this guy to help
Yeah.
the question that they have at the quarterback position,
Oh.
I think it's great for them.
Tell me more about the ways in which you think this pick specifically helps Anthony Richardson.
Well, I think it's not only the on-the-field ability, and again, he is that guy that has that 8 and 6 ability. He can block his butt off where it needs be. He can run routes for him. He's, again, underneath guy. He has the ability to stretch as well. And then on top of that, again, very, very sound football young man who's going to show this quarterback how to work hard, work together. They can work together and grow together. I think that is fantastic for Anthony Richardson and company there.
There's a very specific, unique element to this pick that I really love. And if you're watching NFL Network, I'm sure if you're watching ESPN or anything else, they're showing these crazy plays that he can make. And we talked about how he's a true contested catch guy, whether he's doing that with his body or athleticism, who knows? But he can make the contested catches. Anthony Richardson pushes the ball down the field, baby, and Shane Steichen wants him to. Not always the most accurate guy.
Yeah.
If you have a guy like Tyler
Yep.
Warren, and we're just talking about him as a pass catcher, tight end, questions off to the side. If you have a guy like this who can make the quarterback right, especially given that Anthony Richardson can push the ball down the field, this could be a good matchup for these two fellas.
his little friend there in the video that they just showed of his draft party at his house is gonna have to get rid of that Commanders t-shirt.
Yes, I think it's time, right? That's for sure.
Tyler Warren, baseball player.
I didn't know. Was he Little League
World
All-American
Series
guy?
action, yeah.
Look at this.
Look see how big he is.
They pull out all of the good stuff here on the draft broadcast.
Right.
This is one of those situations where they were probably crossing their fingers that this was going to happen. This is like their room probably erupted after the pick was made prior to them, and they knew that they were actually going to get Tyler Warren.
It's so amazing you say that, because when you're sitting there and you're as a GM, there's a contrast, right? When that happens for you, life is good. I mean, it is such an amazing feeling to leave day one with the dude that's going to set the tone for you. And he has a tone setting element to him. When you leave and you don't, and you get a little wah, wah, wah moment, I was blessed not to really come away with that. That's a tough spot, right? When you're trying to keep everyone up and your owner up, and you walk out of that first day and you're like, yeah, I like her guy. You can just tell. It's so I'm really happy for Chris Ballard. This is a big year for him and them, right?
Yes, so
it is
much.
Self-proclaimed as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people are hoping that they can get the right thing out of this quarterback. What are they going to do if not? Who are they going to on that? We know. Can that happen? Can it happen?
Backup.
Yeah.
I mean, it can, but that's not great.
No.
And I don't, and I think that's an interesting way that you phrase that, because I think there were some people that thought that he would come in and be the guy right out of the gate. Like that they were paying him to come, like he's going to take over somehow. Do you think that Danny Dimes elevates that offense? Or does he just keep it afloat if it doesn't work out with Anthony Richardson? And then how long into the season do you give Anthony Richardson before you pivot? Like when do you pull the plug if you need to? Because that's obviously what the Danny Dimes move was made for.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking that first quarter is going to be vital. The first quarter of the season I'm talking about, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be vital. And I can't wait to hear the reports on where Anthony is on his maturity. Because, as an organization, you have to put that out there. I hate to even say that. It's not about misleading people, but you have to be positive.
Yeah.
That's a big move they made on that guy. They banked on him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's got so much upside, but will he ever reach it? To me, that has everything to do with his maturity and his growing and evolving as a football player and a young man in football in the NFL to lead. They're expecting that from the leadership position, of course. Am I looking at this and it says the Falcons are on the clock?
They are.
Did Arizona already announce? Or wait
Arizona 16.
Arizona 16. But who was 14? Why did I?
14 was the Colts.
It was the Colts. Oh my God.
So the Falcons are up now.
Yes, the Falcons.
We're at the halfway. We're at the halfway mark.
We are.
Let's
I'm
have a
looking for
conversation about.
here. Yes.
I think we all are thinking in a perfect world, if the right guy was there, that probably edge rusher is what they need to do. Do we think that the right guy is there that makes sense?
I do. I think one of them is, again, very fortunate year that there is a guy like Shamar Stewart there, maybe, right? Still there, right? I didn't miss that either.
Yeah.
No, he's definitely still there.
No,
you
I
think
know
that that's the right fit there?
Well, I just can't imagine. It's a really sad affair there. And this goes back to when we were there. We had never came away with the pass rush. There was a crazy stat out there recently about the Atlanta Falcons and the amount of sacks they've had over, I don't know what it was. Was it since 2020 or 18 or something? It is ridiculous how low it is compared to every other team out there. So look, in the end, I think you have a situation right now. They change their defensive coordinator, right? That was a 1-year deal there for Raheem, right? As far as changing his defensive coordinator, brought Ulbrich in to be the defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. And just don't call me out on that coaching move. By the way, the other move was not a D coordinator that I was bringing up. Just so you know, Sean Syed, he was a passing game coordinator. You should have stepped in and said, "No, team, I'm going to correct you. He's a passing game." Not just. Yes, thanks. You looked him up too. I did too. I want to make sure I wasn't that far off. But the fact is, I'm just this team right now is just, and the organization and the fan base, they can't wait to go down and rush the heck out of the New Orleans Saints. We have Mr. Blank sitting there. Got Terry Fontenot behind him. Got a whole bunch of people rocking.
a great legacy of suits and I'm sure that starts with Arthur Blank. But,
It does.
you know,
Yeah,
just,
you guys-
excellent
you
suiting
guys-
down there in Atlanta.
Arthur Blank, one time I came down in an elevator very quickly. We have a couple seconds here. He was wearing a mock turtleneck and a jacket, and I was wearing a full tie, and he's like, doesn't happen, man. I zipped right back up, took off my tie. So he did set the tone.
I know that we talked about Shamar. What about Jalen Walker?
Ah,
Like he's still
Georgia
on the
player.
board, and I didn't think he was gonna be. So this wasn't really something that I considered when I was looking at the Falcons.
that's a good point.
That is an edge rusher who, I mean, it's a different kind of edge rusher. He's a high character guy, right? Like
Yeah.
everyone says, I mean, that was why people
Let's-
thought that the Jaguars might be talking about him when they were talking about intangibly rich. The pick is in. They took up a lot of clock, by the way, making that pick,
Yeah,
which
took
makes
a
me
lot of
think
clock.
maybe it is someone like Jalen Walker because maybe there were things to discuss that they weren't
Yeah.
anticipating discussing.
It's a great point. Look at those picks. 21, 22, 23, 24. Let's see who it is. There's no offense there, of course. We know it's defense. That's to your point. It could be that might be a good
It'd
call.
be interesting. My concern is the same with Shamar Stewart with everybody else, which is that there wasn't the production in college. And so if you are a team that has had a history of having a hard time with this specific position, then I would want someone who would check all of the boxes, or at least I could,
Right.
I don't know, or I could put. I like Shamar Stewart going to a team that already has a strong edge rusher,
I see.
so that he doesn't have to do all of those things, and will even maybe be freed up a little bit because there's some offensive blocking attention that goes to the other guy.
This is
Arthur
the
Blank on the
longest
phone.
it's ever. They're trying to get a hold of him. They're like, is that guy still around? By the way, I shared this with you guys, right? We get on the call to call the player, not to be off here, to make sure that the player's alive, and to make sure that he has 2 arms, 2 legs, and nothing was amputated. I'm being a little gory here, but
There have been no accidents in the last 24
is this really
hours.
you? I mean, it's
How does that conversation go? Are you alive? Have you
Well, remember the very
done
sad,
anything dangerous lately?
Did you guys ever see the sad film on Brandon Burlsworth from Arkansas? Passed away the day after the draft. Really, really sad situation. Anyway, the point is you have to
Terrible.
cross every T and dot every I. Okay, well, they got a hold.
All right,
Arthur got a hold of Roger
Falcons
on this. He's walking out.
Selection.
So I think there is like a case in which you could quote reach for a guy like James Pierce. I think they do have their pick of what they want, as you mentioned, Jalen Walker, Shamar Stewart,
There it is.
Jalen Walker.
Oh my
Georgia
gosh.
guy.
Give me that.
Feeling this.
That's really the Georgia guy. They're so excited. Come on. Give me that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
actually another. You're right. That's another layer of it that I was like, if you can draft a Georgia
That's great.
defensive player, always do it.
Oh, this
Like
is great.
that's feels like the lesson of the last few years.
This feels like such a Raheem Morris player.
Yeah.
I will tell you that. Explosive, versatile, everything about this guy. I think this is going to be a great situation for the Falcons. They need this. They need a impact defensive player. We haven't had him. They haven't had him in a while. We never walked away with a backer like this that could turn this around. This is great.
This is fun.
Sub
So
rush.
let's have the conversation about his positional confusion, right? Because we talked a little bit about Clay Matthews earlier and how somebody that can be a linebacker or can be an edge rusher, how that becomes confusing from an evaluation standpoint.
Yeah, and I mean this. I think the opportunity to be able to use this guy in different places, and that when I brought up Raheem Morris, we used to talk about that all the time. Give us someone that we can get really creative with, right? We can, like Dan Quinn had down in Dallas, right? With players like that. So I guess the point is this guy has the versatility and the explosiveness and the athleticism and the speed and the presence to turn a defense upside down, turn an offense upside down and lead a defense. I mean, look, we see Arthur Blank happy there in his red jacket. I'm happy for him. It's good pick for them.
I think this is probably good process, big school guy, dropping for reasons that really had nothing to do with him, just like a little shake up in the board. Wasn't ultra top 25 elite in anything but just very solid when we're talking about pass rushing coverage. And then you think about the guys who have been successful in Ulbricht's defense, for example, as you mentioned, I'm thinking Will McDonald. I'm thinking Sherwood, CJ Mosley. These are all guys, high character guys who can do a lot of different things. So I think setting Obert up for success with Jalen Walker at a quality value, I think it makes sense, and it's a good pick. And we're talking about production. Butkus Award winner right there. So he's produced for a great Georgia Bulldogs team in college.
And we are so happy for the state of Georgia. I will tell you, like that group will be losing their minds. So every golf course I go to now and I see Georgia grads, they'll ease up on me a little. Even though I had nothing to do with this now, at least it takes it off. It's unbelievable. It's been such a dry spell there. But to your point, Sam, I like what you're saying. Nothing great at any level, but I think very good. And I think he's the type of guy, again, Jeff Ulbrich comes in to be not only the defensive coordinator, but again, he's a by trade linebacker coach who is going to dig in at all levels on this guy and make him the best he can be. And we've done that over the years. We did that over the years when Jeff Ulbrich was with Atlanta, and we developed linebackers because of his tutelage. And I think this is going to be really good for them to work with a guy like this and continue to improve.
Also interesting, I think there were so many reports from a lot of insiders who said that this was one of the most popular people in the draft in terms of like when they talked to teams, they loved him. They loved this guy. So I think that's kind of an extra cosign going into this. But I do think that said, there are teams that effectively passed on him that I maybe wouldn't have thought would pass on him. But I don't know that there's anything egregious in terms of this. Like I had him going 8, Jalen Walker, to the Panthers. I think that was a popular mock draft spot. But actually, maybe the next spot that would have considered him is maybe the Saints because they went edge rusher. But other than that, I don't know that the landing spots necessarily, I don't know that people passed on him per se that would have considered him. Maybe the Niners.
Yeah, I think if we're just taking best player available, a lot of people thought this guy was a potential top 5 guy just in terms of where he sat on the board.
Yeah.
I think the positional versatility probably did bring about questions just because you're dealing with the most important defensive position, edge rusher, and probably the least important or the least understood, I'll say, as a former linebacker position, the linebacking position. And so I think, as you mentioned, Lindsay, I don't think this is necessarily, we didn't like this guy. I think it was just kind of a structure of the draft. Colson Loveland goes and Warren
not
goes
so much.
and
I don't like this guy, but like, I thought that a lot of teams loved him.
I see what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying is like, there are a few that picked other people instead.
That's what
And which makes me think like, maybe they didn't love him as much as I thought that teams did, but I
just don't want to overlook again, he's got some jackknife to him, right? Some opportunity to have versatility, which is good in that position. It's good knowing that, the coach is there. And I just think it's a really good pick for them. And I like it. Yeah, I like
it very much.
And
I'm sorry.
No, that's exactly right.
The Cardinals are on the clock. The pick is in. I had Tyler Booker going there in my mock draft. He's obviously off the board. So is Kelvin Banks. If they were gonna, go with the offensive line, they could still go with Gray Zabel. Is it too early for that? Do they go defense?
I think this was a real tough defensive showing from this team. It really held them back, especially in that.
Walker Nolan, defensive tackle. That's an interesting one in that we get an answer about kind of like we're ordering the defensive tackles. Derek Harmon is still on the board. And I think that there are probably some people that are going to be surprised by that. But I also think that, that's what we've been saying about defensive tackles for a while, is that every team might order this group a little bit differently than the next team. We can take a quick break.
I wanted to outwork every one of those 4 or 5-star guys. You think he's better than me? Okay, cool. But I'm going to make sure he doesn't play.
That's Jonathan Casillas trying to win the starting job at one of the outside backer positions.
I went into the league with, I have to take someone's job. There was no question about if I was going to make the team or not. And the undrafted, confident Jersey City kid, there was unwavering belief in myself.
And it goes a little something like this.
Last season and the way that they fell apart on defense. Of course, you bring in Al Golden this year as their defensive coordinator. I think Lou Anarumo had a real tough job last season. I think this season you're hoping to make that job a little bit easier, and that starts with, I think, really adding to that rush where there's, the contract issues with Trey Hendrickson. Of course, their offense is going to be able to produce, but I'm really hoping when that name shifts a little bit. Oh, wow, that's a great call by you, Lindsay. Nice. Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart is someone that both of us got to see at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
And talk to a little bit at the Senior Bowl. One, I mean, the guy looks the part. You can see it in
100%
person.
he does.
He
Yes.
moves the part. He really does. We had a bunch of good reps of him clean wins over the offensive tackle, getting his hands on a ball. And, you guys have talked about it a little bit, the questions of what do you do when a player's production is not meeting their athletic traits? At pick 17, I'm going to be comfortable taking a little bit of not necessarily a dart throw, but you are betting on those traits. I think when you look at the way that their defense played, where, you're going to be bumped inside of the tackle a lot. So you are going to end up as a little bit more of a run defender, but it is a totally legitimate question. Is Stewart at the next level going to be someone that is going to finish those plays, that is going to beat that tackle, and then he's going to finish that sack? Or is it just a pocket crush type situation where you're running through the tackle, you're compressing that space? So, I think there was some talks like after he beat some of those guys at the Senior Bowl, this is a top 10 type guy. I think at 17, that pick totally makes sense for a defense that needs a lot of help. And look, if he ends up as a 3-tech, if he ends up as a defensive tackle at a later part in his career, he keeps on adding weight and goes that way, I think that could be a possibility as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because it gives them a chance to kind of see what they're working with before they have to. Maybe they have to make a decision about Trey Hendrickson sooner than later, but it might give them a chance to say like, hey, do we have a guy? Like, how much do we have to pay him? Or we do, and because this guy benefits from having Trey Hendrickson.
We got to be able to pay everyone, Lindsay. Come on, I do think that the Hendrickson one is interesting just because he is not a 24-year-old edge rusher that's breaking out. Hendrickson is a different kind of edge rusher. He is also, similarly a kind of a pocket crusher type player. I'm not sure if they look at it and say, hey, like Shamaro is going to be able to replace Trey Hendrickson. I think that might be a little bit of
they better hope. They
yeah.
better hope. I mean, at this point, that has to be in the range of outcomes.
I do think it's in the range of outcomes. Hendrickson was a really productive player last season. I think that his
I'm not saying immediately he's going to be an all-pro guy. I'm just saying that you're hoping if you're taking an edge rusher at 17 that he has the potential that's the ceiling. Yeah. You're hoping that that's what it is.
Well, if we had Sam here, he'd tell you, the chances are the law of averages, he may end up as a.
I'm glad he's not here.
Pick, he's saying he's in the distance. Yeah,
he's watching.
He's recharging his batteries just like the camera is. It's important.
So we talk about the lack of production. Let me just tell you what the Sumer scores tell us, because that's not necessarily production related, right? Like production is interesting because that can mean a ton of different things for an edge rusher. Are you getting pressures but not sacks? Well, that's still valuable, right? Like obviously in
Absolutely.
A perfect world, you want the play to be dead, but if you can get a pressure, you're affecting the play. And so while you might not rack up a bunch of stats, the cool thing about SūmerScore with their tracking data is it can tell you a lot more about the play that isn't rooted in a number, a stat that we can count. So the run defense SūmerScore is 98.9 percentile.
Yeah, I think he wants to play against the run. He is a big body that can absolutely do that. I think the questions come into, I'm interested to see about in terms of pressure, in terms of that late end of the pressure, where you do see some issues on film. So let's see what our numbers are telling us.
Pass rush 56th percentile.
Yeah. And again, you can point a little bit to the scheme in that when you're bumped inside, you're playing the inside of the tackle. A lot of times you're just kind of a contained type rusher. You're creating like that cage for the quarterback. But then the snaps where you put him all the way out there and he is trying to, beat that tackle, the moves aren't fully developed. He doesn't have to stop developing, right? And I think sometimes I'm a little bit unfair, I think, to pass rushers where I would love to see a player with a bunch of moves. If you can run through a guy, you can get that speed to power, you can make a quick move. It's a big deal and something you're able to affect.
Was he just trying to prove something with that hug with Roger Goodell? Was he trying to rack up a stat right there? Like, I'm going to sack you.
He's trying to show his finishing. I'm not sure what I would do. I'm not sure what I would do if I was up there. I think it would be a large hug. I mean, that's such an emotional moment.
Would it be? No, you would not. I don't think you would. I think you would be like very professional and like shake his hand dryly. Like you're a very you are nonplussed as a human being.
That's unfair. I would say at best. No, I would be in absolute tears. I think once you get the phone call from the general manager, I remember getting the phone call from Thomas about this job, and I was a little bit emotional then. If it was for that sort of job, I think that would be a truly moving moment.
Did you get a big bear hug from Sean? We're gonna bring Thomas Dimitroff back in
a situation now. Sorry, as I see the Seahawks selection, and I hope it's an offensive line. Gray Zabel from the North Dakota State.
Wait, did you say you hope it's not an
I hope
offensive
it absolutely is an
okay.
offensive lineman. I think that's certainly something that they need. Zabel was another one that we got to see up close at the Senior Bowl that I got to just speak to a little bit, where I thought he was creative in his, or thoughtful in his process when I was asking him about, how he's attacking defenders. I think his hands are quite strong. With Clint Kubiak as the offensive coordinator there, they're going to be running zone schemes. He is going to be going left. He is going to be going right a lot. So that you have an athletic player who can legitimately play all 5 spots up there. I think you'll probably, you start at the guards, you bump inside first. I think then the questions come in. Can he confidently, comfortably, consistently hold his anchor at a strength level in the NFL on the inside? I think he can. I think if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, you should be pretty excited about this one.
I think this felt like a pretty, a lot of us were thinking they were going to go with an offensive lineman here, right? And so, I had Kelvin Banks mocked to them. I literally wrote in my mock draft notes as I was just trying to figure this out, Kelvin Banks or Gray Zabel. And then I gave Banks the edge because of his potential to maybe play tackle at some point if he wasn't a guard, because I was assuming that he was a guard. I think based on where he got drafted, ultimately they're probably assuming that he's a tackle. But in this particular case, this feels like a totally valid pick to just kick this one right down to the next guy. And then I think there's a tier break. Do you think that that's fair to say?
I think it could be. You're going to have to start looking at, all right, is this our run on edge rushers when I start to think of, or even more defensive tackles like the Buccaneers, would love for them to maybe add a rusher. Maybe they're a Jahad Campbell linebacker.
A lot of people thinking
spot.
Linebacker here. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that we'll see kind of just how comfortable I think everyone is in terms of there's like rumors about medicals on Campbell. So we will kind of see about that. And you just look ahead to, I'm sure the Chargers aren't super excited, but the tight ends are gone. It could be you're going down to that next year as well. Lindsay, your mock is doing quite well. I saw some.
I think it might
some
be.
people were saying, 7 of the first 10. And
and I
got those as well.
I feel like also, like the Gray Zabel, because I'm a process person, right? So am not going to take credit for Gray Zabel. And is this me patting myself on the back? 100%. But I feel like my process is being rewarded because the thought process was essentially like one of these guys.
The first round is it is a lot of process, right? It makes sense for, I think, a lot of the picks.
But I feel like a lot of the conversations we have in the build up to the draft are not about process. They're about talent.
They're about quarterbacks is a lot of the conversation. But
that's a separate. But even with the Ashton Genty, just throw process out the window. He's a great player, right? The conversation becomes
a tough one. Yeah.
It feels like at the top there's this like butting heads situation where you're like, are we going to follow the process and what sort of makes sense in terms of taking all of the different things that you want to take into consideration in terms of opportunity cost and positional value and all of that stuff.
The Jags example, that's a really big one because it's so hard for me to not be just ecstatic about the idea of Travis Hunter in that offense and able to play defense there too. But there's certainly a chance that a little bit down the line that just trade value just kind of catches up to them. Again, the Jaguars should feel awesome about what they did. I'm sure Gladstone is jumping up and down. I'm sure that everyone in LA that was able to watch it.
What do you like?
Was able to look at it as well.
Come join us.
Do you think Sam wants to talk about it a little bit more?
Doesn't everybody like what are we doing? Like taking breaks? What is this break thing that we're speaking of? We're live for 3 hours. There is a draft going on.
I wanted more excitement from Sam for Tyler Warren to the Colts. Shane Steichen get a nice little tight end there.
You didn't feel like there was enough excitement?
I didn't feel like there was enough.
Folks, when there were big games, I used to get a little nervous right before the game. I'd have to go hit
oh my God, are we getting way too much detail about what just happened?
Was this before or after the chair breaking?
You just took a long break, buddy. Be careful about the picture you're painting.
No, here's what I'm saying.
Was it chair breaking bathroom? Was it chair breaking in the bathroom?
It was bathroom then chair breaking.
It was bathroom chair breaking.
I'm getting a little nervous because we're at 19. And this was the other portion that I highlighted, Lindsay, of where things are going to start picking up.
21 and a half is, I think, that short number.
We got 20 Denver here. Seems like it's going to be a running back, but there's a lot of running backs.
Or
potentially Hampton.
Matthew Golden is still there.
Matthew Golden notably walking in.
I need to see
International Players Anthem by great song. UGK, Port Arthur, got a shout out.
I need
Matthew
to
Golden
see,
would love to see
that
him
just went way over my head.
Yeah,
no,
you didn't get the song choices.
No,
on that?
You're not a UGK fan?
I thought you were literally like, I thought he was walking into an international national anthem, and I was like, which one? I had follow-up questions.
The international.
Okay.
I'm trying to think for our Buccaneers here.
I'm going Campbell. I'm just sticking to my.
Yeah. So
let's get a little spice on maybe the
So then-
offensive side. of the
okay,
ball.
so what are you going with? Come up.
I mean, I'm definitely going. Yeah, go
Drop a
with
non-Campbell.
Maybe Campbell. I'm even thinking like if you go with the D lineman, just thinking about the way that Todd Bowles is moving into just overall ways to attack the quarterback, where it's more scheme than just player. I mean, a receiver would. I mean, it's fun, Lindsay. I don't think
A
you have
receiver?
To do. I'm just saying it would be fun. No, I certainly wouldn't do that.
No, thank you, sir. Although
just-
Egbuka, to prepare for Godwin potentially at some point aging out of this offense, but they just paid him so much money to
think this
come
is-
back.
No.
This is my
You
hope
have
that
Jalen
Egbuka is in the
McMillan.
first. Yes, you obviously have
No.
enough receivers, but just saying.
I don't
Could
have
be
to say
fun.
all of the receivers.
Could be fun. No. I mean, I think it's more than my hope that Egbuka does go in the first. My real hope was that he was a Jaguar, but I
They
think
could
that
trade in. They
I would-
could
I would
trade
be
back.
I would be very moved. The reason
Except they don't have any picks anymore. Never mind, they can't.
Yeah, it seems as if
but actually for 2 years.
it seems as if they're making this pick. The reason why I thought this was trade back zone is because if you want a running back or a tight end who are pretty much all off the board at this point, or a quarterback, you got to get them before Denver and Pittsburgh and before the good teams who are likely to take like a pick swap. And so I think this is probably going to be Jahad Campbell, but we'll see. Because
Other
Devontae Davis
options
getting old,
would be
just
Come on,
kind of
let's have some fun. Let's go with.
you already did, dude. You went wide
Let's go.
receiver.
in irresponsible. Irresponsible.
Oh my god, you did it!
Bang!
You did it!
That's so.
You did it! Oh,
That's so. I'm just so happy that Egbuka is a first round receiver. I am really excited about the idea of that. You think about it as the like, hey, future Godwin.
yes!
I think that's inspired behavior from you, Lindsay Rhodes. I think that the idea of like the pass catchers being Evans, Godwin, and Egbuka. Now I'm almost like a little bit hurt that we don't get another year of Liam Cohen with it. But Baker Mayfield is about to make the next offensive coordinator a bunch
my
of money.
friend Baker.
So good!
Who's
has
gonna-
an embarrassment
Okay,
who's
versus-
gonna
You
get
guys,
after the
they've
passer?
got 4 receivers that have to be on the field. Like, what are we doing here? Because
Well-
you've got Mike Evans, you've got Godwin, you've got Jalen McMillan, who's amazing, and you've got Egbuka now. Maybe you can go to the vibe board and show us some
maybe
Egbuka
I will do that.
stuff. But also, how do they do that with all 4? T, you want to get back in here and maybe. So I love the resource allocation at an important position for a guy that I love, that I think really does set them up nicely for post Chris Godwin. And then the offense just keeps right on clicking. But in the short term, when you've got 4 guys whose mouths you're sort of need to feed, how do you do that?
I have to be honest. I'm just back in here to talk about Shadur Sanders going to Pittsburgh.
What are we? You're like 2 picks ahead, buddy.
That's,
team-
that's why I'm here. I know.
A team could still trade to 20.
I know. I'm just. I was hoping that my guy Sean was gonna like go up to the board because he looks good at the board, and I was like, man, I just want to be here because I want you to press me. But I know where we're going with this. So, are you excited about it or not? Having been a division guy in this division, it's a little scary with this guy. I mean, meaning I think he's damn good.
Wait, which one are you talking about now? Sanders or Egbuka?
I'm talking Egbuka.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking Egbuka.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
I
bringing
like
you back.
him.
Yeah,
I like him.
Yeah, I like him. I like him. What
about you, Shawnee Sean?
Look,
Show us
I
the
love
data.
Egbuka. I was sitting there just hoping that he would end up in the first round. I think that he is a savvy route runner. I think he understands space. I think he understands the most important parts of the position, which is getting open and catching the ball. I think when you look at his target share in the top 15th percentile in terms of all teams, in terms of all receivers, top 15th percentile in terms of his yards per route run, certainly a productive receiver at the college level, really eating up on those out routes, those crossing routes where you're in the slot, you're able to do a lot of different things with Egbuka. I think you can move around the formation. I really appreciate when you have a receiver that has that inside-outside versatility. Now, I mean, I love watching Chris Godwin play in the slot. I think Egbuka is also a player like Godwin in that I think Egbuka's fine getting his nose a little bit dirty, and he is able to block over and over again. You look at his targets by depth, a lot of these kind of targets in that underneath type area. I think he can win on option routes. You see his athleticism scored as well. You have all of that on the SūmerSports draft guide on SūmerSports.com. And I mean, there was some thought that maybe it was a Cowboys receiver, that you would get someone, maybe a Matthew Golden being the second receiver selected, but for it to be Egbuka, I think is really meaningful for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But you still have a bunch of good guys here. You have a Matthew Golden, you have a Luther Burden, who that's a player that it seems like maybe he would end up dropping to that second round area. I think when you look at some of the other guys that are just available overall, now we're getting, in terms of tight ends, now we're kind of at that rail break. So you think of some teams that need tight ends. I mean, the Eagles, I would be unbelievably surprised if they were taking a tight end at the end of the first round. I think I saw some mock drafts kind of in that way. The interior defensive line, I'm thinking of a guy like Derek Harmon, where he's going to go. I think that is going to be a really, really fun potential landing spot. Obviously, Graham, Grant, and Nolan are already gone. Walter Nolan to the Cardinals, that was a really fun one where, a little bit, I think, of Eagles fans were certainly hoping that Nolan would end up falling all the way back there, but a player in the top 15th percentile in terms of pressure rate, in terms of sack rate, in terms of pressure rate by multiple gaps, in terms of pressure rate against quality offense, is a guy who one of the things he'll need to work on is getting his pad level a little bit lower, but really able to cause a lot of force with his hands. I think the defensive line picks so far have been a bunch of fun. We're looking at and thinking about Shamar Stewart going to Cincinnati, where Cincinnati is going to need a bunch of defensive line help. I think they're going to hope they're in situations where you're going to score a bunch of points. You're going to go ahead and get after that passer. Stewart, you look at some of his numbers, his run defense, actually one big thing that comes out for Stewart is his missed tackle rate, where he is getting into a really good spot a lot of times, but sometimes he's not able to just finish that play.
I ask you a question about maybe some running backs, because we've got Omari and Hampton still available. We have Trey Henderson, who is there's anyway. We were talking about Hendrickson earlier.
Give him a late night draft.
Yep, 100%. A little and Slappy. We're thinking maybe running back for Denver.
Actually, I wouldn't be against them also picking a receiver. I would kind of like for it to be a receiver, but I think there have been some discussions about, hey, that is also potentially a running back spot. I like when it just says pick is in, and it's just drama. We're just floating in air. I mean, if it's gonna be a running back, I assume it's either gonna be Hampton or Henderson here.
Because of the stuff that Sean Payton was saying about how it's hard to find a 3-down back. Like, he's a 3-down back, right? Like we
Yes.
talked about this, and the joker that they're looking for, is that the tight end, is that the running back, is it some version of the two? And I kind of think Henderson feels like a better fit than Hampton. What do you think?
Yeah.
If it's a running back.
I'm an Amari and Hampton guy. Like,
you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like what he's about. I like the way he runs. I like his power. I like his. I mean, what's he weighing in at 21? Yeah, I get your point about having that we used to call those guys close to 200 as change of pace, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like a guy like Hampton. He's just the type of guy that I think can pound it. I do think he needs some help in the pass game, to be honest with you. I don't know how much you guys were talking about that earlier, but yeah. Help meaning he needs to refine his skills.
It's just interesting to me that there's been, other than the Jaguars, Travis Hunter, which was unexpected, there's been very little chaos at all in this draft thus far.
That was pretty chaotic, but I mean, I know you said outside of that, you're right.
Well,
you're right. It kind of settled into a pattern of the things that we were relatively expecting to happen.
And so I did some research on draft day trades. Typically day one, you'll see like 5 or 6. And like last year, we did Minnesota Vikings did 2 alone, like by themselves. And
I think
1.
Do you think that the problem in this one is that to me, it felt like a trade down draft at a certain point for the most part, in which case, if it's a trade down draft for everyone, then who's moving up?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm sorry, I'm mesmerized with what's going on here on the screen here, only because this young man is a Make-A-Wish guy, right? So fantastic that he's up there. Okay.
Let's see.
There's been a lot of like small things that I've noticed too. Like, have y'all noticed that Roger Goodell now has secret handshakes with some of the guys? Like, it's not just the cool dap anymore. Like, we're getting like different levels.
I've missed that. There were like
we're getting
diff-
backhand and front hand.
Is
We're
that
getting
right?
some finger link.
stuff that
There's
they
a thing-
worked out ahead of time.
Finger link.
There's things going on.
Yeah, I'm
Man.
unfamiliar with that phrase as well. Thank you for pointing that
Finger
out so
link.
that I
When
can.
you-
John A. Barron.
Oh, good.
What?
Nice.
I like
Okay,
it.
Good,
No,
good.
no,
I just think that
mean,
it's not where most people thought
No.
this was going.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
our entire standpoint was that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense is like
Yes.
really loaded,
Yes.
Jahdae Barron is going to play slot corner for this team. They're going to have Riley Moss,
No one's gonna score on them.
Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Pat Surtain. They're going to have Hufunga, the All-Pro at
Yeah.
safety, Greenlaw at linebacker, and then that nasty defensive line.
Oh my gosh.
the Richard's getting richer here.
This guy is
So-
a stud, Sam. I
Yeah.
mean,
Tell
I'm
us,
really
tell us,
excited
tell
about him.
us.
I mean, the combination, you just look on the screen and how he comes up, some supports the run, how he can support the pass, how he can flip, stay in phase. I mean, really like what this guy's going to bring to this football team. Fast, explosive, aggressive, stands out to me. Great program guy again. I think this is good for them.
Oh, I mean, talk about. I kind of like the strategy of just taking a strength and making it stronger. Like
Mhm.
no one's gonna be better at this than us.
Well, and there were some games last year, the Bengals one comes to mind, in which the opposing offense had a plan of attack, particularly to go after Riley Moss and just play the odds. And I think at this rate, it's really going to be tough to do that. There's going to be a lot of guys on. And again, that's expecting Jahdae Barron, but he's going to be able to play a role that he's going to be put in a role to succeed, and it's going to be up to him at that point.
One of the notes about Surtain, in comparison to some of the other cornerbacks, is that like they just don't throw at him. Like he's like right, and so he has the passer rating against just crazy low. But then also they try and stay away. Am I right? Like I'm remembering that correctly? Like the target rate's low. This kind of forces you at some point. You're gonna have to now. If you're good everywhere. Like the number of turnovers that this could create just by putting these strong guys everywhere and in a position where you can't avoid the playmakers.
Here we go, T.
All right.
We're getting the cut into Colorado.
21. It's the Steelers. So here's this is the moment of truth. The pick is in. They did it fast.
What's that? They need to do it fast?
No, they did it fast.
Oh, they did. Okay, yeah. That means a lot.
It's in. So I'm thinking that leads us towards it's probably Shedeur.
Kind of has
no.
to if they haven't talked to him yet.
He's not on the phone.
I know he's, they're grooving there. That's a good point.
Getting the family.
Why are they showing him, by the way? Because I know the networks have a rule that they don't show the person once the pick is in because they don't want to reveal whether they're the pick or not. They don't want to show them talking on the phone until after we know who it is.
He was not talking on it.
No, you're right. He wasn't. This is painful.
Not loving that direction, given that understanding from a little pull back the curtain moment from you, Lindsay. And
if they go with a linebacker over the quarterback.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, the question becomes is, are you prepared to roll into a season with Mason Rudolph when several years ago you decided not to
the quarterback options do not stop at pick 21. Right?
They do not.
What if they are you know who we love? And you guys are going to think this is weird because you don't think that he's cute, but it's Tyler Shuck. Like this could just go in a different direction where maybe they like Dylan Gabriel. Like our scouts like Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah,
like maybe they just like someone and they know that they can get him later because other people don't.
Let me ask you this. Does Arthur Smith have anything to do with this pick?
It's great question.
Pittsburgh. Meaning, does he?
If he did,
I just very.
Oh my God!
Let it begin, folks.
What?
Wow.
That's hey, look. I mean,
wow.
I think in my kooky mock draft where I played out what it would look like if people have maximum pressure on the quarterbacks, which is not occurring at all. I had them going interior defensive line. This is a Tomlin guy. They're going to have the aging Hayward who had an excellent throwback season, but I could talk about what the actual pick is but I mean, this one feels like it kind of hurts a little bit.
I guess I thought that, well, we won't even talk about it because Shedeur is not Shedeur, right? I just thought it was going to be a good fit for him to be there. It's not. It's Derek Harmon. Heck of a football player, as you just talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're exactly right. He does seem like a Tomlin guy. I look at these guys. I'm sorry, I'm immersed on the TV screen here as well. Like some of their defensive players over the years. This guy fits in. Excuse me.
Everybody is verklempt about this situation.
I'm still. Are you taken aback by it as much as I am, or no? Not really.
I mean, okay, so there's just realities to be had at this point, which the first is that like there's a history of the media's consensus big board, and the difference between player 21 on that, which would be your Shedeur Sanders, and quarterback 52, which for the record is the same that Daniel Jones was, is huge. And so the idea that you're viewing, obviously Cam Ward, who already went with one, Shedeur Sanders and all the other guys in the same pool, is just a little hard for me to believe. And then Thomas, like you said, there's just very little urgency to have what seemed to be, as of yesterday, primo first round talent at the quarterback position in a way that we haven't seen in years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I'm not
Michael
surprised.
Penix go 8 last year, and they had a quarterback. And now we have several teams with no better. This is how I'll say it. They are relying on career backups to be their starter. And these are teams that want to make the playoffs in a very difficult division as well.
Yeah, I mean, the drop off. Remember, we've been talking forever about who's the next quarterback.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, we were talking about who the third quarterback was.
Right.
Not even the Deuce. We thought the second was it's given wherever he is. I don't know. I start looking at this and I'm thinking, in the past, I think people will take chances if it's a full program guy, like everything they're looking for. Yeah, he might be lacking a little bit of arm strength, or might be lacking a little bit of mobility, but he's the leader we're looking for. He's the guy that's the right program for us, program type of guy for us, et cetera, et cetera. I just wonder, as I've said before, I think it takes a really strong organization and a strong head coach and GM to go in there with a guy with that much confidence that Shedeur Sanders has. And, if he were ever to fall towards the back of the draft, like Lance Zierlein had suggested, I mean, I will pat him on the back beyond, because I'm blown away that we're in the 20s right now.
I just really quickly want to say it's not just Lance Zierlein, and I'm not trying to take credit away from Lance Zierlein.
I know.
I didn't talk to anyone at Combine that told me he was going to go in the top 5 because A, B, C, B, D, F about his play. It was all need. From a process standpoint, if you don't think he is like, this is our guy, this is our franchise guy, if you don't think that, at a certain point we might be there where if the value like the risk becomes a value, at a certain point. But if you just don't see him as that guy and your questions are too strong, to pull him too far up the board I just think it's so damaging. And I fully understand what you guys are saying about not having a quarterback next year, but what if these teams don't know if he is better than their other options?
Here's where I'm going to disagree with you fundamentally, is the not knowing is the value. Like you're saying, I can't guarantee that he will be better. The uncertainty is the value. If they go into this year with Mason Rudolph, we've had multiple years of Mason Rudolph playing games for the Titans, playing games for
They're not going to go in with Mason. They're not. They're going to put at the very least another quarterback that they're going to draft in this draft, just not yet. And maybe Aaron Rodgers or whatever. Like there are lots of conversations to be had. They're not high level conversations. You're not going to go get an elite guy. You're not going to, probably have somebody who checks the Jaden Daniels rookie box. But I think that this is, if you watch that tape, and clearly these teams watched that tape and they did not see a guy that they thought was going to turn around and produce the same way that Jaden Daniels did this year, and they don't necessarily see the ceiling. That's evaluation. And that's a consistent evaluation note that we heard from evaluators. It's not questions. It's, what are we doing here? You have to love the player in the draft process. You're not like, or else why is it Sanders versus just take a quarterback, any quarterback?
So I agree with that, actually. I think like the consensus as aggregated by several different sources was that he was in this 20 range, which I can understand. Like if we're talking about the Browns with need or anything, we're getting into the zone where that's starting not to make a ton of sense. And so the question becomes the Steelers are taking a real bet here unless they trade back in. Because as you start going just historically, like over a 10 to 15 year sample, like the guys that are starting to be in the 50s are the guys like Desmond Ridder, for example. Like the Jalen Hurts and the Dak Prescotts and the Russell Wilsons are a dime a dozen.
Okay, but what if when they watch his tape, they think that Sanders is Desmond Ridder? You're forcing him up the board because they need somebody. If they don't see somebody that is better than the ones that you're describing, I'm going to hit my microphone, then why would you pull him up when you can get a Derek Harmon and put him, clog up the middle, and you know that you're getting some value in that sense?
Hmm.
Let me ask you this question, because
I'm loving this. This is great.
When you watch his tape, do you think that he has the potential? Do you see somebody with the potential to be a high level NFL quarterback potentially? Like, do you get excited in that way?
I think potentially he has the ability to start in the league and win games and be consistent if he's willing to be a part of the team, right? It's a part of the conversation that you guys aren't going to. We've talked about that. People aren't going to, and I think it's interesting that what's been circulating on that side about it. And I guess all I do is I will come back to saying how important it is that the organization fits the quarterback that they bring in and vice versa. I mean, that's a big thing, Lindsay. There's a lot of people out there, very strong football men, who just don't want to go down that avenue because it's complicated at that position. It might be different. Complicated meaning if there's a rub in any way, or if they're not ready for someone to come in who is unaffected in a positive enough way, but the confidence that this guy has, and just call it the way it is. I mean, Deion's presence, whether it's there or not, is legitimate, right? Mm-hmm. And I just think there are certain people out there that I think there are a lot of people out there that have those long conversations. Can we, as an organization, can we navigate through all of this in the growing time, growing with a quarterback? Because I'm a big believer in that. You also have to have not the right handlers, but you have to decide on what you're investing in that quarterback as well, right? How do you approach that? And I was never around the University of Colorado at that point. Like, I have a home out in Boulder, but I'm not around that. I wasn't around practices to see how it was. And I didn't interview him, of course, but I know from the feedback from people, we've heard some that, it's just the way he is, it's fine. And then there's other stuff. People get agitated. I've said categorically, remember, this isn't your grandfather's pick.
Yep.
Meaning the old schoolers, they could struggle with people that have a different approach to them than they're used to at that quarterback position. So I don't know. It's fascinating that he is still there right now for me. Yeah. And I might not be as much for you. I think I kept talking about the quarterback tax, whether I just did not see him lasting to this point. It's not like he's done anything egregious. It's not, that's ridiculous. It's not that, but.
So Lindsay, I want to dig a little bit deeper, because I think it's important, because I made this mistake earlier on of not considering this. I want to see your thoughts on it. Are you saying that the teams are betting that if they do like Shedeur Sanders right now, or if they do like a quarterback right now, that they will be available much later in the draft? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm willing to say that these teams don't love him and don't think it's worth the pick at this point. And I think if they did like him enough that they would have taken him already. Now you can like him enough for a second round pick, like now, like I think it or someone else that they think that they can get that they don't. It's a good question. Omarion Hampton, by the way, is the Chargers pick. So we need to get to that. We'll come back to the quarterback conversation in just a second. They just brought in Najee Harris this offseason. So they want to run the ball. Certainly, that's an interesting backfield, no?
It's an interesting backfield. It falls into line with what we're talking about with our head coach there and where Harbaugh is. And of course, I thought, they did really good things this year. And I'm glad that he turned it around as he did. I think it was really good. But then they fizzled out in the playoffs, right? It was the first round of the playoffs, right? I guess who they play? Blanking on it for a second.
The Texans.
It was the Texans. Yeah.
Smoked.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Got smoked. That's right. Well,
Chargers just can't get past that, like that one moment at the end of the year, right?
Yeah. Do I love the value of the running back right there? Maybe not. I do think if Harbaugh is doing what Harbaugh wants to do, baby, they're about to play some smash mouth football. They're about to have 2 good tackles, 2 running backs that they poured a lot of investment in that have shown the ability to be reliable or be able to be snap eaters, carry eaters, and they're gonna pound the rock.
When you say you don't love the value of the running back there, explain that, because that I assume is specific to the Chargers and other positional needs. Because you liked, I mean, you're saying you wouldn't take a running back at 22? Like,
I still think it's dicey. I think you look at historically, there's very rarely running backs that are taken in the first round generally. And I think in this class in particular, I mean, there's going to be Quinshon Judkins probably in the middle of the second round. I think that you could tilt my distributions maybe a slight bit to the right. And if you say that Omarion Hampton is great and you have some great scouting values there, but I just don't think the history bears out the fact that he is going to be better than all 20 to 30 running backs that are probably going to be drafted in this draft.
They could use wide receivers. They passed on Matthew Golden.
I thought this was going to be like a defensive tackle. The defensive tackle is kind of gone right now.
We reached that tier break. Yeah. It seems. So this is a fun pick because it is the Packers pick in Green Bay. My guess is that they're going to milk this clock.
I think they will milk it
for TV purposes, in case that wasn't clear. Like, just go ahead and play up the drama. That is a huge crowd. I tell you what, T, you have been to Green Bay. This is a small town with not a lot of hotel space. The whole thing is real interesting. It would have been interesting to be boots on the ground there just to see how the town handled this.
Oh yeah, and I thought I'm sure. Look at that. That looks great. It looks like they did a great job.
Yeah,
they probably
huge crowd shot.
Huge. That's great. A lot of green. Look at that.
Where are they all going and how are they getting out of town? Is it wrong? By the way, would you ever go stand in the middle of that? I would never. That is my absolute nightmare. To be in the middle of that many people standing, by the way. It's not like we're pulling out a lawn chair or anything like that. We're just going to stand in the middle of a sea of humanity for 3 hours. No, thank you to me. I think it looked very fun. I want to be there, but not in that particular spot. Would not.
Now that'd be tough. And there'd be some cheese on those heads, right? So you got to be careful with that too.
We need to get a cheese head on Thomas at some point. Like, you are the last person I could picture wearing a cheese head.
I don't think it was, but yeah, I would be, that would be fun. But I mean, we're back to football for a second. I mean, on the corner side, like, are we projecting anything here? Or we're just going to wait and see it happen.
Okay. What do you think, T? I mean, what do you think, Sam? Sean?
Yeah, Sean.
Will
Johnson, he says.
You like the corner.
I think they need a cornerback. I'm not sure how much Johnson's medicals will hold up, or even his 40 time, but I mean, he's a good player that's available.
I don't know if you could hear he was saying that he's not sure how much the medicals would hold up. So here's the thing if it's Will Johnson, I'll get into that. Well, no, maybe now, because there's 3 minutes on the clock and I'm pretty sure they're going to use it all. So the thing with Will Johnson is the difference between 2 years ago and last year in terms of his SūmerScore coverage grade. He went from a 99th percentile coverage score in 2023 to a 58th percentile last year. And so then you get, curious and you start asking around, right? T, like, was this because you changed defenses? Did something not work as well? Is this injury related? He dealt with a hamstring injury, wasn't able to run a 40, couldn't put anything, an official number in front of the scouts. He has had multiple lower body injuries. So my big question, I'd be curious to know how a general manager would handle this, a pattern of that specific type of soft tissue, lower body, and you see the drop in production, like a 58th percentile is what you're getting when you're playing hurt. You could get the 99th percentile guy, but then what if the injury happens again? He's playing through an injury and you get a 58th percentile guy. How do you value that risk? How do you assess that?
I mean, it's really unnerving because I will tell you this: if you hit on the 99 percentile and you're like, "Hey, we figured it out," the owner's giving you a thumbs up and like, "You guys are masterful." If you come away on the other side of that, it's unbelievable how quickly people within an organization, not only ownership but coaches and everyone, flip on you quickly on it. You played your hand a certain way, and it was the wrong way to play it. And there have been so many times in the past, and one was who I mentioned earlier in Parade Jerry, when we took a guy like that. He had an injury history. And when when there's a long-standing history of something like that, injury related, there's a reason for it. And some of them there's a reason. I mean, I told you guys before, I've had players around us who are great, rocked up, great builds, but partied a lot and dehydrated a lot, and they were always yanking muscles. It was forever the way they were. I'm not saying that is this situation, but if there's a track record, it's pretty tough.
Yeah,
it is. I'm just not real comfortable with it.
Did you ever roll the dice on an injury guy, or not roll the dice, but have a guy with injury concerns where it totally paid off, that you took that risk? Can you think of anybody that checks that box for you personally?
No, because I think we were really particular about it for the most part. It was one of the areas that I just had very little patience for, to be honest with you. However, we saw people on the other end who did work out, right?
Yeah.
Substantially work out, where we had them on our list and we had, confirmation from 12 other teams we were working for. A lot of times, just so everyone knows, a lot of times when you're looking at injuries, it's not just your research, right? You usually go with a group of 5, 8 to 10 teams in your sort of little group, and you share all of your grades on them. It's a really interesting process. You share information to a certain level, right? And you make sure you trust, hey, I really trust these 8 doctors in our group of 10 and their medical situation to give us the right information on it. So
that's interesting. So talk about second opinion. You're getting a lot of opinions.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
And there are some crazy ones that you're like, there's no way we would touch them. And then again, someone drafts them and he works out well. I feel like many more times than not, it's the other way around. So
that's interesting. You always hammer on the importance of the medical staff, T, and how you were so data oriented about it. So I didn't know a lot of that information, that you're getting grades from other teams and stuff like that.
Very, very few teams will ever go it alone, right?
Yeah. Because
just what you said, Lindsay, I mean, the sort of second opinions and third opinions are really, really vital. And,
I'm going to throw a name out here, and it might not be him, but he's also an injury risk, and that's Josh Simmons, who I actually mocked to the Packers because he's the last tackle left. No, that's not true. Connerly is.
And then Ursery as well, but that's a little down the board.
Well, do you think Ursery is in that same tier?
From what I saw at the Senior Bowl and very small sample, I think he's probably a left tackle and nothing else, because he's struggling a little bit at the right tackle position.
And it feels like the defensive tackles are gone. Like, I'm trying to think of where they would go.
The way this draft is played
outside
out
of
is
Will.
Fascinating to me. The lack of chaos, but the scrunching up of certain positions that we did not expect to scrunch up. Like, there's still edge rushers on the board, which I really did not expect.
They're really
like Mike Green is still on the board. James Pierce is still on the board. There's like it's played out very strangely. unpredictably.
Have you guys gotten your head around why Mike Green did the whole transfer thing from UVA to Marshall? And you guys smile. Did you guys ever nail it down?
My understanding was that there was a major like character thing going on there.
Was it a major character that no one talks about, or was it just a kind of a character?
That's a separate conversation because the character stuff gets so tricky at this time of year, right? Like when people aren't going to put their name on it as a team because it's a draft process, but then people don't like hearing anonymous things that attack these kids.
Yeah.
And so I feel like a lot of times it is whispers that some people in the know hear, but they don't report.
Okay.
Matthew Golden is the pick. So they go with another wide receiver.
Yeah.
I think I like the position. Is Matthew Golden the right guy to put here in terms of the guys that they have? I wanted them to get a target earner, right? Like, because they've got a lot of good wide receivers. I want one that demands the ball to kind of break up I feel like they have a stack. We talk about stack busting. They got a stack of wide receivers that all feel same. Not in terms of style, but in terms of just inability to be like, I'm the one.
I agree. I think my questions about Golden were that there's a lot of things that fail to stand out. The thing that I think is really interesting is he has succeeded at multiple levels, and he did succeed in an offense, pro-style offense, Steve Sarkisian, and there was a lot of good going on in that offense, and it was one of the better offenses in the nation, and he was the top guy on that offense as well. So I think this is going to be an interesting pick. It is intriguing to me that they very rarely spend capital on skill players that the Green Bay Packers don't, and they're very, very consistent in the way that they approach things.
Oh
And
my gosh.
this is the wide receiver they decided to go with.
How many years did they go with Aaron Rodgers where they didn't take a first round wide receiver and now they're like, this is what we do?
I mean, Matt LaFleur, right? And by the way, I'm sure he's salivating, again, to use that word, to think about how he can utilize this guy. He's smoking fast, right? Quick. He's obviously can run routes, and he can separate, do all the great things that a quick stop-start type of guy can do. To your point, Sam, yeah, I guess there are some things. It does not necessarily seem like a Green Bay pick. But for the fact that I know who the head coach is, and he worked with us in Atlanta, and I know that he always thinks about how to continue to do what he's doing there. And when you look at his record, by the way, just when you go back to a head coach, I mean, that is an impressive record. As a lot of people were down on him when he first came out. They didn't know if he was ready to take that job. I just think the vertical speed to what they're talking about here, and you watch him move. That, I don't know if you saw that, his ability to separate like that. I mean, I think this is really good for their offense. Are you worried that it's the size differential? Are you worried about that, Lindsay? And is that what I'm hearing from you? You think?
Oh, I don't know. I think that the Packers are interesting in that they have a lot of good wide receivers. You don't have to bring a wide receiver in unless that wide receiver is like a wide receiver one, your traditional wide receiver one. And I don't think there is one in this draft. I think one of the reasons that people kind of like Tet and Golden, they were like, yeah, they are good twos for CD, put them there. And then you've got the highest end two. And then there's a little bit of, well, I don't want to say drop off because Emeka is just different. Luther is different. They're like slot guys. So,
the reason I worry,
I don't know
about,
that another two is what I need in Green Bay.
And the reason I worry about Golden is you like to see some great production when or something that indicates that there will be great production, as a guy like Shamar Stewart has to a certain degree. Like there are standout items. With Golden, it's mostly traits, and the 40 time obviously blazing. There was some confusion about that for whatever reason. I typically like the combine ones. I think it's pretty uniform. But you look at our AI metrics with regards to pass catching, and he's just not a top guy in college, and it hasn't been throughout his career, despite transferring up. I mean, it mirrors what Next Gen Stats is staying right there, 74 production. Like, if I'm going to go out on a limb,
74%, is that what it said? I did.
Yeah, 74th percentile, and it's very similar for us over all 3 years, over all three phases of the route as well. So It's just, I think when you were talking about stack busting, Luther Burden, immensely productive, particularly 2 years ago. A guy that a lot of people thought was a top receiver. Tep McMillan, target earner, immensely productive. Emeka Egbuka, immensely productive, even though he was never necessarily a wide receiver one. Matthew Golden, it's a bet. And at the wide receiver position, which I think we do a pretty good job of understanding what is important and the ways to measure it using scouting techniques, production techniques, AI techniques. I worry if there's a guy, particularly for the Green Bay Packers, who have 6 wide receivers and 4 wide receivers and 2 tight ends already in the clip, of how he's going to stand out.
That G pendant that he had now has multiple meanings.
It does. He's a golden
to
Green
Green
Bay
Bay.
Packer.
Yep.
This is
Matthew
the pick is in.
Golden Green.
Matthew
Gold and green.
Gold and green. Again.
I'm just gonna workshop some more headlines for them. Carry on. The Vikings pick 24 was identified by our colleague at SūmerSports, Mike Mayock, as an interesting spot that he thought teams might try to target to trade up to try and get ahead of the Texans. If you wanted one of those tackles, Josh Simmons and Josh Connerly. What?
Here we go.
We just heard that the
Okay.
Giants traded for 25.
Nice job, Mike.
Okay.
Mayock.
Could it be Jackson Dart?
So the that means the Texans moved out. Sorry, we're just moving right past. The Vikings pick Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State. I have
Okay.
not seen that name mocked in the first round
Not
with
at
a
all.
great degree of frequency.
I have not either. By the way, who just moved up?
Where are we?
Yes.
Where are we? You're saying.
I'm
I know.
looking at this,
Well,
I'm like, wait a minute.
so our producer just
Yes.
popped in and told us that he found out that the Giants had
Yes.
traded up to 25. So they'll be on the clock now once we get past the conversation about the Vikings. Houston traded back, and we'll pass along the details as soon as we have them. Okay, we're going to get back to Donovan Jackson in just a second because I think we have to talk about the trade and what that is for. In terms of signal, you always have to think about who you're trying to get in front of. I think when you trade, it's the Rams at 26. So it's certainly a quarterback. It is going to be Shador. They thought that the Rams were going to pick Matthew Stafford's successor. Yes, that's what this is going to be. I'm saying this is a statement, but I'm workshopping a theory, and I think I'm landing on that theory, and that is my final answer.
I'm still okay. They're on clock right now again. And are we finished talking about the Vikings?
Yeah,
pick?
we're going to get back to them. We got to talk about this, right? This might be Shador.
Okay, yeah, no, this is great. Okay, let's see where we're going with it. I was trying to catch up. On
because
my
from
stuff
a
here.
trade, you want to get ahead of somebody specifically that you think is going to steal what you want, right?
Here is my thing about these particular picks and why I
did you see it?
Highlighted 24. I don't.
Shawnee just
there's people
couldn't control
dancing
his
around
reaction.
here. The reason why I thought 24 and 25, Houston, I thought really badly needed offensive line help. It's just because these are the picks that we typically start to see the old school Belichick pick swaps, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come back in the second. I'm gonna still get my guy because I'm one of the best teams in the league, and you're gonna have to pay a little bit of a premium on it, and I'm gonna just keep building that way. These are the teams that are, well, the Giants aren't, but like the Vikings. I think they have a pretty set plan of what they're going to do. The Rams, pretty set plan. Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, KC. All these teams are it's lining up to them. I mean, it's an excellent first round pick, but they can probably go multiple different directions. And so I thought there was going to be heat here because you can get it for a little bit of a less cost as maybe like pick 15 or pick 20. Here we go. Pick is in.
Yep.
Pick is in. I feel like they took a lot of time on the clock considering that they made the move and clearly knew who they wanted.
Yeah, I think we all probably know who this is, don't we, or no?
Well, I guess it comes down to, are you real sure that the guy that you value most, and I think you think the answer is yes because of the consensus big boards and the separation, I feel like all of your faces are saying no. You guys know something and you're not telling us what it is.
We're just
And
getting,
you're stressing me out.
we're
Well,
just
I-
getting
I
waves from the control room here.
Maybe what you were talking about and you were foreshadowing way earlier on in the day. I don't know, but this whole Shedeur Sanders stuff not happening and continuing to fall. Does another quarterback step into this spot? And who is it? That remember you were talking about it? Yes, you were. I mean, is it?
It's not our boy Shuck.
No, it's not Shuck. We'll put it.
We're not
that
going
way.
to tell you who it is because we promised that we weren't going to tip.
Yeah, we can't tip, but
Oh,
yeah,
But I didn't melt for no reason.
I think you melted because you know that this will be.
What? This just got wild. This got wild. I'm so excited. I mean, okay, and let me just clarify really quickly. I'm excited because crazy things are happening. And at the same time, I want to acknowledge I'm not excited because someone is sad. You know what I mean? When people
Oh, no.
fall.
Wait.
I know, I
To
understand.
be clear. I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying when people
Yeah, I
fall, it's like us
Second.
gloating about it being crazy or I was right, like feels tacky. And I just want to clarify
Okay.
really quickly.
Look at that.
So
2/3, right? Ooh.
wait, he's smiling. Are we getting bad information? Or is he just a happy guy? That's a big necklace too.
He's just saying, "Hey, I'll show everyone when I get to the second round." Oh, that's not fair for
I
me.
think I broke this mic
Someone
in my excitement.
maybe he's. Is that his dad? Like, was his dad talking to him there? Let's see.
I
Here we
think,
go.
yeah, well, he's been standing next to him the whole time in every shot I've seen. I wasn't just watching.
Okay, this
just
is
now.
incredible. By
Okay,
the
they're
way.
hugging.
There looks like there's some deep breaths going on in here.
Yeah, it's like a we did it, you guys. Okie doke. No, am I reading the body language wrong?
T, did y'all
Like,
have-
sometimes
did y'all
they're
have
like,
the
"We did
cameras in
Yes.
the
It's
unit?
almost it's mandatory. You have to be on for like when your pick comes up. You have to be on for like
Okay.
2 minutes or a minute and a half or something.
I'm like
So was
nervous.
was there
I'm
management of
nervous.
that at all,
And I
or-
even
Yeah.
Was there what?
Was there management of that at all? Or
Oh yeah.
You figured it out.
Well,
Interesting.
Yeah.
They're
wait,
milking
wait,
this.
wait. We have another trade.
What?
Falcons moving back into the first round. They traded with the Rams at 26. So the Rams knew what was happening here.
Okay.
Our guy's gone. Although, are they gonna? No, they must know who the Giants are picking, right?
Well, I mean,
Because
if the Falcons.
okay, let me finish my thought.
We have
And here, so if the Giants moved up to get ahead of the Rams, then my thought is that they think that they would have taken the guy that they want. So they're going up ahead of him to do that. Now, let's say they thought maybe they pick a different quarterback
So
and they guessed wrong.
real quick before they announce it. T, is there more competition when you're working the phones of trying to get ahead of someone or trying to get a better offer at that pick than someone?
I always felt it was to get ahead of someone.
Okay.
Yeah. I see where you're going with it. Okay, Roger's coming out here. Is this still back to the Giants? I mean, I feel like we got all kinds of.
Yeah, because the
Stuff
Giants
going
moved up.
on.
The
Yes,
Giants moved
right,
ahead of the Rams. So
right.
this is the
We're still there. I know.
perceived quarterback pick.
And-
Now, which quarterback is it?
Here we go.
Thomas Dimitroff is about to find out that it's Jackson Dart, not Shedeur.
Jeez. I'm gonna say I saw my guy in the back of the room there nodding a little bit.
Okay. But did you know what that meant? You just knew
Yeah.
it meant
No,
not
I
Shedeur. You
have
knew
a-
it meant
yeah.
like, oh my gosh. Right?
No, I knew it wasn't Shedeur. Yeah, but well, look at Jackson Dart. Okay, well, is that his twin brother?
Does he have a twin brother?
I don't
Oh
know.
wow,
Yeah, maybe
he
there
does
you
look
go.
very much like
Maybe.
him.
Well,
strong
Jackson
genes.
Dart, highly competitive guy, right? There's a lot of elements we like about this guy, of course. Some of that highly competitiveness is our concern, though, right? A little bit.
Mhm.
But we also had concerns with Knicks. You know, maybe there are some similarities there at some levels.
So did they? We can get to Jackson Dart for sure, but just narratively, I think that there's something happening here that's outside of like what he's good at and what the This means that they had information that the Rams liked Jackson Dart also. Don't you think?
Could be potentially, yes.
Or that they
Or-
just didn't want to take that chance.
I think
We
maybe,
think
yeah.
that they're going to go quarterback. Let's get ahead of them.
That's probably what it was, because they weren't, there was talk out there. Wasn't there talk at one time the Rams were interested in Shedeur as well?
Quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback.
Quarterback.
In general, yeah.
Okay, second thing.
Okay.
If they traded up, that means that they weren't okay with their next option. They had to go get him.
Okay.
Right? Don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah. I think you might be right.
Like, okay, if the Rams take a quarterback, we're not okay being behind them because these two are not same for us.
Mm-hmm.
We have to go get the one that we want.
Yeah.
So there's an evaluation that just took place.
Yeah. Oh, so with this happening very quickly, Sam, and let's go back to the reality. Can you just shed a little bit of light on Joe Shane's son with the revealing of this?
Oh,
there's a lot in this.
Can you imagine waking up in the morning and seeing that? And was there a lot more to that? Right? Was that building a mess?
Here's the reality. There's these things called prediction markets, which particularly have popped up because of elections, and people basically bet on elections. As a result, people love betting on sports. There was millions of dollars on how many quarterbacks would go in the first round and in the top 3. I was writing my mock draft, putting together data, trying to understand what teams would do. And as a result, seemingly, of that Instagram post, it radically changed the numbers.
Is that right?
And so,
okay.
There were real world ramifications. If I were in a court of law and I was prosecuting someone's son, I would be like, yeah, this meant something. If you get what I'm saying, I'd have real evidence to indicate that tipped it off.
Wow. Okay.
So
yeah,
all that to package up for you, T. There's a real chance that they had to trade up as a result of Joe Shane's son's Instagram story.
Yes. But I know that when little things like that happen as a general manager, anyone that's listening, whether we have formers watching us, you're a pit in your stomach. Like I was saying at the beginning of the night, that nothing goes awry. You wake up in the morning, it's the same thing. You're like, hopefully someone didn't trade for someone. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it's all status quo. And hopefully no one took some social and digital or social media and revealed anything. Can you imagine that feeling of waking up in the morning? And if that did in fact happen, but when was it reported, by the way? I don't want to.
When was that? Like two days ago? Was it yesterday?
No, this was last night at like midnight.
Okay.
2 a.m.
God, today was the longest week ever, by the way. And so that's why it feels like it was several days ago. Today, didn't the hours go so slow?
I was watching this live happening, writing my mock draft last night.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's.
Yes.
We can't even stop to talk about any of these people because now we have the Falcons on the clock. What are the Falcons doing?
This feels like a true edge to me, but I could be wrong.
It's pass rusher.
Another one?
I could see it. They have not had pass rush in forever, and I'll raise my hand and being a part of that. I don't know why it was.
Bang.
Oh, it is.
I like that.
Now this is an interesting move because he is not the most special pass rusher. We know that, right? He's got some limitations.
Does he? What are they? Because I think
linear. He's a linear athlete, as we're reading here, right?
Okay.
He's not the most. I think he needs to work on his repertoire. You can watch him here. I'm saying he's long and he's got some, a little bit of rigidity to him. I think one of the things, though he has upside, I think they have to really drill down and find out where his personality is. Mm-hmm. Again, Raheem Morris, it's amazing how Raheem Morris can take someone who's a little bit off, maybe not the best fit, and bring him into being a fit because he is special that way as a coach. Mm-hmm. I will give Raheem Morris that. And I think this is great. I mean, they're excited. Look at them. They finally have pass rush action.
10 sacks last season. What was it? 55 pressures was the stat that they put on the broadcast before that, which was tied for second most in the SEC. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of competition there for that title. In our metrics, he had a 22% pressure rate, 21% pressure rate against quality offenses. Those are elite numbers. I think he kind of checks production and athleticism boxes from a data standpoint. The data standpoint being the production. And I think that the biggest thing with him was the character concerns. And so he falls. If you can get the character concerns, if those are not an issue, if you can handle those,
Yep.
then
That-
then you just put two edges potentially on your team.
No question about it. And I will say, I mean, back to, our Sumer subjective, really, really high on this guy in a lot of ways. Not a disengaged run guy. You're not, he's not playing the run in the same way some of the other people are. And why do you think he lasted this long? I mean, if he was so special from a data standpoint.
So that's the question. In the data, it showed that he was an immensely productive pass rusher over time. And then we did a lot of research last year about what we called combine fallers. And that's when everyone gets together, swaps information, and then these guys start tanking.
Of course.
He was not a combine faller because of his combine performance, because he knocked it out of the ballpark.
Yep.
He was a combine faller due to all the other stuff.
It's off field.
And the way, look, I don't know any of that. Not a private investigator. Don't know what's going on there. The connection, as we kind of talked about with Tet, the urgency, it shows up, as you said, there's disengagement in the run game. It showed up on tape. He wasn't always the most interested in that. You just can't do that at the next level. And so in the data, this was a guy that I thought was going to be a great Dan Quinn fit. And I think that's basically what happened is the Falcons looked at each other and went, I think this is a DQ guy.
Yeah,
we got to get up in front of
that. That's
Baltimore, Detroit,
I think I put him
Washington.
there too.
That's a really good point, Sam. I could see that.
And
I
I
did.
could see that.
Yep.
Look, I don't
I
think
agree.
anyone's denying that this kid has the ability. And if again, back to a new D coordinator along with Raheem Morris and Jeff Ulbrich. Jeff Ulbrich will get his guys playing, right? He did it obviously the Jets when he was a D coordinator there, right? Even through all of the turmoil. So I think back to double pass rushing, making an aggressive move like that. Kudos to the org. 4 years not being in the playoffs, 7 since we were gone, right? That's a long spell for Mr. Blank and co there to deal with that, right?
So one item I just want to hit real quick is that last year double invested at quarterback. This year double invested at
That's a
pass rush.
great point.
Wow.
That's a great point.
That's a
Just
good point.
strategically, that you're right. That's a pattern that's developing there.
That is a really good point, Sam. And it's obviously it's not rocket science, but that takes a lot for back-to-back, like doubles for sure. That's a big point.
I just want to point out with the character conversation that we're having here with James Pierce, the other edge that they picked is the other end of that specific spectrum.
Yes.
In Jalen Walker. So
other edge.
Really interesting
So
in terms of
what this may signal is that this Falcons administration is willing to play the roulette game in the draft. And they've done it 2 years in a row. Now, we haven't seen fantastic returns on that yet.
Yeah.
And if you really look of the roulette they played before that, they went 2 non-premium positions, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson. Still, that hadn't really paid off.
how long has this regime? Well, I guess we know the answer to that.
What's that? How long
I
have
was
they
just
been
going to
in-
say, how long have they been making these picks? And you're right that those were their picks.
Yep, those were all. I mean, those were all of them, and those were questioned. Just the fact of how they were offensively, and they're good football players. They all have talent, right? I just feel like I think there's got to be strong sort of pressing and urging, like we are come hell or high water, we are going to have a top-notch defense here, and we have some really good talent to help us on the offensive side. Now we'll see what happens with the game, right? They feel they have it all here right now, right? They feel like they have Michael Penix as their quarterback to take it home, and that's going to take some time to realize. They probably feel again, think about it. If you're a general manager and a head coach and you're building, you're like, okay, we got the quarterback, right? We have a legitimate O-line. We have one of the best running backs. We have a top-notch receiver in Drake and ostensibly a very talented tight end. That's up in the air.
Yep.
And then flip it on the defensive side now. They have some really good football players over there. Now, they made a move, right? They moved on from Grady Jarrett. Grady signed for over $14 million, didn't he? Which he was with Chicago. Is that where he went? Was it over 14 million a year?
I think it was
Yeah.
it was right around where he was
Yeah.
making, or
I
just under.
I think that honestly, Raheem and Jeff Ulbrich want to put their full-on prints on this defense, and move forward and just make it a Hellion on wheels is what I can imagine that they're wanting to do.
It's very interesting how the South is approaching this draft.
Yeah,
because you have double down on offense in Carolina, double down on offense in Tampa, and double down on defense in Atlanta, and then the Saints trying to put the pieces where they can fit. Here we go with the Ravens.
Yep,
excellent front office, long-term cohesiveness.
Okay, yeah, let's see.
Malachi.
This is a top-notch pick. The fact that he lasted here, Sam, was that exciting to you? I mean, or exciting, surprising, I guess I'd say.
So we talked about him beforehand. The SūmerSports picked up some questions in coverage, but he was asked to do so much. And then the athleticism is also a little bit of a question in terms of his size to what he put up. The difference is excellent run defender, extremely versatile, asked to do a lot. The way that they like coaching defense there, I mean, they virtually changed their entire defense mid-year and turned it from a bottom of the line defense into a top of the line defense. I think what they're going to try to do is put him in that role that they hoped Marcus Williams could play last year, put him next to Kyle Hamilton, and really, start trying to confuse people with that defense.
But can I just interject here, because I think it's important for the listeners.
Yeah.
You said there are some question marks on athleticism per data. We don't have that question mark. You watch him. He makes big time plays. He at times looks like a corner out there because his pure fluidity and movement from our perspective is like, okay, maybe he doesn't jump as high and run as fast. I can't remember.
No, let me. So he was 3rd percentile in our coverage SūmerSports.
Third.
With and double checked and triple checked that stat because it pops so much it looks like a mistake. And it was checked, and then Sean went and watched the tape after seeing that number to see if he saw why.
3rd percentile. I mean, don't get me started on that right now, but that's outrageous. And I would love, I mean, Sean Syed may come in and talk about the model, or you might. I'm like, it's unbelievable that. So, but tell me about.
Sean,
I'm really interested to hear. Yeah, please come in.
Yeah, I mean, for Starks, I think his issue in coverage was against the highest end of athletes. So it was not that like he was really good against the big body type guys, like against Texas in the slot. But I mean, Texas was constantly running any kind of return route. Any second break was, I thought, such a problem for him, where we had it against Alabama in the red zone on that 2-point conversion at the end. I think maybe the problem was when he was getting beat so bad. But I think it's a specific type of issue where for Baltimore, I actually don't think it's going to be an issue for him because he's going to be playing deep. He's going to be playing zone coverage. He's going to be doing all the things that we saw that we loved, as opposed to this narrow issue that I thought it was cool that the AI picked it up, because to me, it was against the top competition. It wasn't like an every single kind of situation type thing. And so for Stark to fall to the Ravens at that spot, it's just going to be awesome watching him and Hamilton together. This
is one of the things that and this is great for us, because when you look at Malachi Starks, right? I mean, I'm just trying to pull up his 607, 197, right? As a free safety, smaller safety. We want interchangeable safeties. Ideally, that's what we're looking for. I mean, he was a 4.5 straight up. Is that what he was as far as his time numbers? I would guarantee that the majority of our football world would raise their hands in I don't even know the word, at 3%. Come on, 3% is the lowest of low, right? And I'm just saying, this is what I love about being able to go head to head and have subjective and objective and truly dig in. There's a reason, to your point, right? 3% might maybe if you had 50% or 38% or 45% maybe, but 3% is like the guy that has a hitch in his step and can hardly even walk off the field.
I'm sorry, that was so loud into the microphone.
but 3%. Am I hearing that right, guys? So
yeah, I know.
3%.
I know.
So what I would love to do is what I would normally do in this situation. I would say, Sam, Sean, come into my office and let's literally go down and watch every play on this guy if we were thinking about, drafting a guy like this. Because obviously the Ravens, interestingly enough, this is really interesting. They are one of the more advanced data groups out there, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder if I called Eric DaCosta and said, hey, by the way, you guys are Trey. And he's like, he's a Trey. What do you mean? He's like, he's multiple guy. He can play. No, he's a 3% cover.
Yeah,
Wow,
and
that's
and
amazing. I
it's
love it.
pretty across the board, honestly. Like, I don't want to get too in the weeds because I know that, like, but
Across the board with
with coverage stuff.
okay.
Like, all the different things that break down from a coverage standpoint are all pretty low percentiles.
How about us on the? I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah. Okay. Read the
Pass
scouting.
game.
Yep.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 7, 8, 8. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I think sometimes it's like, I love the disagreement.
Oh,
sometimes.
I think it's wonderful. I do.
When people think
it's
about
great.
analytics a lot,
Mm-hmm.
they're thinking it's something third party, like third eye, really. It's something else. The thing that I love about SūmerSports, though, is that we're taking these discussions that we're having right now,
Yeah.
and we're building tools that can bring everyone together. So we're
Well,
building.
there's a whole scouting arm.
Yeah,
Right.
we're
Like,
building
you
the
and your
film room.
team.
Yeah.
Which can show, okay, here's and me and Sean have done this. Okay, here's what's happening. Here's what the AI thinks based on the history. But here's what I'm seeing. And I'm going to mark that, and that's going to come back to the data team.
Oh, I
inform
think
the data time.
And
so
that's a great point.
The revolutions, the ability to talk to each other is something that I think no one else does.
Mhm.
In these conversations, I think people get in their silos.
No
And I
one
think
else
we're
that's
the
not
only
a front
ones,
office.
Number one, willing to have
Right.
these conversations, and number two, willing to build
Oh,
things.
that's exactly right.
that
It's a great conversation. He was one of our top rated players in our entire org. I'm talking about our
From a safety?
subjective. From a subjective. No,
Or just period.
I mean, he was a tall order 8-0. He was a legit football player. Yep.
I love the idea of if we were, and by the way, the Lions have made a selection. It's a defensive tackle. What do you know about him, Sam?
He's an AI meets the eye guy.
Tyleik Williams.
Tyleik Williams. When we look at what the scouts say, they say there's some stuff left to be desired in the pass game. This guy can kill on the run game. Sure enough, what does the AI say? Run game, stout. One of the guys who received a badge. Pass game, little left to be desired, more of a median style guy. I think given that the array of pieces that they put together on this defense, I think this is a direction that I think they want to go. They want to shore up against the run. They know they have Hutch out there on the outside. They know they have some great pieces in the secondary. This is just adding building blocks to the defense that they've been trying to grow over the last couple of years to match that excellent offense that they built down there in Detroit.
So at least as you were talking about, it feels like you're saying there's not a pedestrian side to this player, but I mean, in my mind, I've been thinking, I'd love to see that group get aggressive and move up and grab one of those legitimate pass rushers to get, to pair with Hutchinson, right? I think that's what I was thinking, but like you said, I mean, the pass rush element to this guy, I mean, are you giving him, I would be interested to know what his data is on that. Maybe Sean has that.
He was about like I was looking this morning because I thought he was an interesting guy that could slot in back behind here. And I know Sean's pulling it up right now. He was more of like he was more of a 66th percentile guy. Like he was doing well in college, but it wasn't what we want to see standing out for the NFL level.
Sean, can you talk me through some of those? I'm looking at them. There's some low numbers there, but those are not to be scared off by.
First, the two badges here it's really in pursuit speed. First of all, the Terminator badge, then run stuffer. So as we had mentioned, a positive force against the run, even with the kind of middle of the road tackle for loss rate. As an interior guy, when you're clogging up double teams, you're how it is. You're creating such a positive for your defense. His sack rate was in the top 15th percentile.
Can you read the sack rate to us just in case the camera's not picking it up?
1.6%. And his sack rate, it's a blue color, which means it's at the top 15% of all pass rushers. And then a pressure to sack rate of 42.9%. So a guy that I think maybe some of those wins are a little bit later in the down. And I mean, I think he really encaptures Dan Campbell football. I think he's going to bring an attitude there where is it someone who you could have maybe traded back to 38 and still got him? I would say probably yes, but it seems I think they're very confident in their scouting process. A guy that is going to help a defensive line that certainly needed some help against the run last season.
Yes. So just to summarize that, package it up, there's questions about his play-to-play generation of pressure, pushing the pocket on the inside, in a way that the Aaron Donalds of the world, the Chris Jones of the world, you got to account for him on every play. That being said, he's a finisher. He is productive. So how is Dan Campbell and team and that new staff that they have in Detroit going to move him into more of a down-to-down pass rush player? I think that's the place where he's going to have to grow. I think they probably see upside there to match that really stout run defense that he's been playing for basically 2 years now.
Okay.
The
dialogue.
Commanders on the clock, their pick is in, so we're waiting to find out who they are going to select with the 29th pick. Anyone stand out to you here? I have Nick Emanwari mocked to them, and he is available.
So Nick Emanwari, when we're looking at his size and combine output, was very similar to Jeremy Chin, who was I don't know if I'm going to call him like a blue chip player for them last year, but he was a guy who ate up a lot of snaps and did a lot of good work. It'd be interesting.
Maybe even like a Cam Chancellor, or are these all pointing to Dan Campbell?
Yeah.
Cam Chancellor
to Dan Quinn, you're saying? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, Dan Quinn.
Yeah. Cam Chancellor's the GOAT of that mold, of that,
Is he that type of safety?
Hard hitter? Yeah, like he actually was more of kind of a coverage guy in our AI, which was a little surprising. It's just that size and speed. When you have that level of flexibility and ability to play in the box, especially the way that the Commanders like to get down. I mean, no one can talk about this better than Thomas, working with DQ for those years. It is interesting. I still feel like, the edge position could be of interest. And then there's a lot of cornerbacks that are still on the board here. Savon Ravel, Benjamin Morrison, Maxwell Hairston. I think cornerback was a massive need for them last year. They went ahead and traded for Lattimore. Didn't look great. Maybe the injury was a bit of that. I think there's a bunch of directions they could go here. I think offensive line also could be of interest. I think they're going to have kind of their pick of the litter of this tier, in my opinion.
As far as the safety goes, I mean, I don't think, to your point, I mean, Cam Chancellor and what Dan Quinn had there was a different. Now, Cam struggled with his coverage, man.
Yeah.
I mean, there were many times that Dan and I would get into discussions about it, and Dan knew his defense and what he was looking for. I also spent a ton of time on secondary, and I'm like, man, this cat gets turned around. I say that all due respect to Cam Chancellor. Yeah. This guy moves exponentially better for a bigger guy. He does not come down and support in the same way as your point was. But I could imagine Dan, remember one of our first picks. Okay, well, this is not
with an offensive
safety.
Tackle, Josh Connerly.
Yep. Okay.
And I think this mirrors the trade for Tunsil. I think it's like, hey, get Jaden Daniels protection.
That's a great point.
I think it's a pretty simple plan here, honestly.
Good pick. Yeah, I think it's a good, solid pick for them. I mean, have you gotten a chance to analyze his data on it, Sam? And I don't know if you guys want to pull it. I'd love to pull it up here while we're talking about these, because I think,
Shawnee.
Hearing Dan talk about the importance of protecting Jaden, obviously that's not rocket science either, right? We have to protect him. How many times he fell to the ground where I'm like, oh my God, please.
Yeah. An interesting side note too, just before we flip to Sean about Jaden Daniels. He takes a lot of sacks, but he loses very little yardage on those sacks. Yeah, and so I think the more you can take those hits down, the better, especially because he's not killing you on them. Let's get those numbers down a little bit.
Connolly, it's an interesting situation. As Sam mentioned, the Commanders, of course, adding Laramie Tunsil as well. Connolly is a younger player. He's one of the younger players in the draft, just at that age of a little bit over 21 years old. He is a hyper athletic player. He really, really is. I think sometimes you can see him maybe bend a little bit too much, maybe not have the strongest anchor in pass protection. I still think at this spot, it is a good pick where his 1.1% pressure allowed is in the top 15 percentile of all offensive tackles. He has a high time to pressure allowed as a unit. Their team, the way that they zone blocked, I think it was a really, really good way to show his athleticism. I think that Cliff Kingsbury is probably going to be pretty excited to get this guy out into space. I thought Kingsbury did a good job being creative with his run game, getting guys on the move, getting Jaden Daniels into space, getting running backs into space. Within Connolly is an interesting spot there where that it feels like, Maybe you go to Josh Simmons from Ohio State instead of him. Simmons maybe the best offensive tackle in the draft, but those medical issues, maybe that is something where you just weren't able to see enough of him. So I think that pick for Washington, I like that pick. I'm just not going to argue with people adding to their offensive line.
Yeah, and I think Josh, just very quickly on that, I think Connerly comes to the table with, in my mind, more consistency, where Simmons has upside for sure, but I just don't know, is he going to reach that upside? And this feels more like a Dan Quinn approach than maybe Josh Simmons.
And Josh Simmons comes with those medicals that
Yes,
you've already
no question.
expressed are
Yep.
concerning to you.
That's right.
Connerly, you saw the 2 badges on there.
Yep.
He was a very productive run blocker and a very productive pass blocker at the college level in 23 and in 24. Lanning builds his entire team around those offense and defensive lines. So I think this is a just, again, if you have a young quarterback, what's better than to invest in the guys in front of them?
It's going to be an interesting experience, him transitioning from blocking for Dylan Gabriel to blocking for Jane Daniels, in terms of, the scramble rate and the types of things that you're doing there. Dylan Gabriel at a 4.3% scramble rate, which is very, very low.
Yeah.
So now we're on the Bills. And I mean, we are definitely dealing with a handful of teams here at the end who are not drafting for need. This is in my opinion, this is a great spot to be in, because these are the teams that are best positioned to actually do the best available. Do you think that they do have anything specific that you would like them to address, assuming that the need also matches the player availability?
Yeah, Buffalo's Achilles heel last year was their defense. It put them in holes at the end of the year.
Yep.
And it showed up big time in the data. And Josh Allen was having to do a little bit of superhero action as the year went on. We saw how the Chiefs' offense struggled badly in the Super Bowl. They did not have those same struggles when playing the Bills the game before. I think, however you can address the defense at all 3 levels, just add quality players and keep it moving. One guy that does stand out here is they had, Matt Milano for years, who was their do-it-all guy. And injuries, unfortunately, have hampered him. They like to play a style where they only have 1 or 2 linebackers on the field. Jahan Campbell is on the board right here and can be used in a ton of different ways. That's a name that stands out to me.
Will Johnson's still available. We talked about him earlier. Cornerback who was, I don't know how he ended, but he was around 7 on consensus big boards for a good majority of the draft season. But obviously has some injury concerns with the inability to actually run.
Greater than we knew.
When we bring up that slide, Sean, is that the slide where what's kind of left up I'm talking about, or is that from Deej? Where we say the next 4 that are available. Is that
best available? Do we have best available?
I don't know. We were having best available earlier, and I'm just curious down the stretch on these last 3.
I don't know about the order, but I can certainly. I've got some names in front of me that I can just throw out. We've got Mike Green, we've got Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell was already mentioned, Donovan as a
rocker.
Yep.
As a rocker, sure.
Josh Simmons, the tackle that we talked about. Luther Burden's still out there.
Mm-hmm.
That other tier of cornerbacks that I think is kind of like the injury tier. Hairston, Benjamin Morrison.
Man, you mentioned Will Johnson.
Yeah.
That's really a name. When I was rolling through those corners, I didn't even think about him.
Because in your brain, he was already drafted.
Exactly.
Partially because we talked about him probably,
Mm-hmm.
but also because we expected him to be.
There you go, right there. Yep. Well, we did. Thanks for that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go here. I do think if Will Johnson is healthy, which it seems like a massive if right now, that could be very helpful to a team that was getting shredded.
I'm still flashing back to the Sanders family.
I know. I'll be curious to see if the TV continues to flash back to the Sanders family, right? It always becomes are you seriously going to show him while he's going through this?
Here's a question, T. So they end up going cornerback Maxwell Harrison.
Yep, good.
Kentucky.
And his injury, by the way, was a shoulder injury, right? He was the guy in the group that had a shoulder injury. And I remember when we talked about this on the SiriusXM radio show that we did on Fridays, we talked about the fact that like that could be the stack breaker. I mean, if you've got these guys kind of tiered together and then you have injury concerns, at least his is upper body. So maybe he gets a boost in that regard.
Yes. I mean, our discussion on this guy, injury aside, right? I mean, obviously he's got, I'm impressed with what they're getting in this. I mean, they need this, right? I mean, back to your point about continuing to have a guy who can cover and line up. He's an outside guy. What did you guys have his numbers, by the way, his 40 number? I don't know what his, was he completely performant at the combine?
I believe he had like 4.28.
It was a 2. Yeah, I knew.
So he's a burner. It was tough to get a read on him in the analytics last year because of the injuries. I believe he played like 6 or 7 games.
Okay.
So,
but was he? I mean, when you watch him, he's a guy that obviously is, I think moving around and the ability to cover and stay in phase, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the explosiveness to break on the ball, all of what you're looking for in a guy like that. Yep. Anyway, so Sam, I mean,
I think they had to address this pass defense group.
Yeah. No. And what were his? I mean, what were his coverage data points?
So this year it was very limited sample size because of the injury. Last year he was, he was a good player. When we're putting the colors on the percentiles, he's a green guy.
Yep.
It's just tough. It's just tough to get a read on these guys with an injury. Clearly, the speed is there.
Okay.
The potential is there.
I'm going to interrupt because the next pick is going to be Philadelphia.
Okay.
They were at 32.
Now they're moving up.
And they went to 31.
Oh.
Please explain that one to me. So it's KC at 31. It's Philly at 32. If I'm understanding this correctly,
we had a nice little Super Bowl flip-flop.
I have just been told that they traded up. That's the only spot that they could trade up to. Why? Why would you trade with the only team who could take the player that you... Oh, I know. Other teams were calling Kansas City. Yes? No? Help me understand.
I don't know what you're trying to imply here.
I'm not implying anything.
There's one or two things. There's either Howie is going for a guy who's falling, who could be Jahad Campbell, could be Simmons.
No, but wait, before we even get into who that is, Kansas City is the only team that can take that person away from Philadelphia. And Philadelphia just accepted a trade from Kansas City. They moved up one spot. So why would you make a trade with a team that's willing to trade the pick to you?
Because I mean, I guess it could be a situation where Kansas City said, "We have someone on the docket here."
That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah. And I mean, we need to get something out of this. I mean, we can't. We're not just going to sit there and. Yeah, I think it has to be something.
Okay, so they had a deal in place, a verbal with someone else.
It must have had a verbal.
They call Philly and say, "Will you give us more?"
Yes.
Than this other team will. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. And I wasn't implying anything. I was trying to figure out literally why
I
you
thought
would
you were
do
implying
that.
some
No,
so
I wasn't going into position.
There's Howie fist bumping and excited about this.
No.
He's really excited about it. That's Howie Roseman, the GM, of course, with the Eagles. He's the best general manager in the world right now. I know that sounds like hyperbole, but
I don't think you're going to get a lot of pushback.
No, I mean, I say the NFL GM who wins the Super Bowl, I usually say that's the best GM out there. I just do. And no offense to my guys. I mean, gosh.
Except for when you were the executive of the year.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know about that. But the reality
Both
is
times.
You're pulling up Jihad. Is that who you think it's going to be? Or do you already know it is that?
I can't answer that question, but there were rumors that they were trying to trying to trade up to that spot, actually in front or at the Green Bay spot a little bit earlier. So if it is theoretically Campbell, I think that's a situation where, the Eagles with Vic Fangio last year had Zach Bond have such an awesome performance. You're having Nakobe Dean get hurt, so now you're going into the season with really one linebacker. Campbell a player who you have heard a lot of negative things about his medicals, but not his negative play on the field. He is a real good linebacker. I think if you feel super confident in your medical staff's evaluation of him, maybe he's going to have to take a little bit more time just to get healthy, but he can absolutely be a star player in this defense. It does feel a little bit like the situation where, wow, another really good player just fell to the Eagles. Also, a first-round linebacker feels a little bit like a Howie heat check where, hey, last season you get the running back on free agency. This year you're getting a linebacker in the first round. I think if healthy in this defense where they were able to maintain their defensive staff, he can absolutely be a stud. He just has to be healthy. I think that's going to be the biggest thing.
Sean, could this also be Josh Simmons?
I mean, it certainly could be. I think that is a position or a spot that I would love. I would really love that. This trade, I think they gave up. I was around 164. So you're just giving a fifth round pick to have that flip. I think Simmons could have been an example where that's your right guard for a year. And then, hey, he's going to bump out to right tackle whenever Lane Johnson decides that he doesn't want to play football anymore. I think he does have a lot of years still left to play.
I would like to raise my hand with a question. Please call on me. Yes, thank you very much. Is there anyone on the best available board that you actually don't think is a fit for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, I guess no. I kind of would have liked Will Johnson. Or actually, I will say I think Mike Green is a player that's going to get after the quarterback. But in this specific defense, Fangio wants those pocket crushers. He doesn't want really a speed kind of rushing type guy. They had a negative outcome with Bryce Huff, I think, last year where Huff could succeed in a different team. I think that this spot could have made more sense, or maybe not more sense, but sense for Will Johnson, who is a cornerback who the Eagles need another cornerback. I think maybe they are comfortable.
When you say more sense, what are you referring to?
I mean, I'm not sure. I guess we'll kind of have to wait. I am really sorry. I didn't mean to tip anything, but I'm just thinking about, there were reports that they wanted to trade up for Campbell earlier. And so it feels like this is the person that they would have really wanted. They literally tried to get that trade done with the Packers. And so they're waiting. And actually, I think the board kind of fell pretty positively for them, where you have the possibility of Johnson. I don't think Green was ever really a possibility, but if Campbell's your guy, you can go there.
I have another question. You're not calling on me, but I'm
Go
assuming
ahead,
you are. Twist. The Bucks added a fourth wide receiver. Any chance that they go like Burden or an offensive weapon or
deeply moved?
And I mean, they didn't pick up Jahan Dotson's fifth-year option. Dotson did have, he had like 3 massive plays this season that were really, really important. It would be pretty surprising, although when you consider, hey, it's never a bad idea to have more receivers. I think if they added a Burden, it would be quite fun because I think he can really work at that underneath level. Yep. Do we have a pick as a
no,
not yet.
We had a list of Howie first and second round.
Yes.
Picks,
I like that.
and
yeah.
every player was very good.
Yep.
It's an interesting situation where you're going to have 19 picks over the next 2 years. So, you have a little bit extra ammo when things are falling. And as you mentioned, you're switching 1 pick. So it's maybe more to get out in front of some other teams that are trying to trade up there.
Mm-hmm.
They have holes on other spots in their defense. They could fill in a safety. They could go Imanwari at that spot. That cornerback spot, I think, is not fully filled. I don't think they'll bump DeJean outside. That right guard spot is going to be a little bit of a battle, I think, in the preseason, and we'll see if they end up adding a veteran in that spot as well.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. The pick is in.
Jump on.
Do you not know who it is, guys? Sean can't wait to have to stop pretending.
So there we go.
It's Jahad Campbell.
Roll Tide, baby.
He keeps taking those Southern athletes, man. I mean, that's interesting.
Sean, is there anything that you saw that
who's left in the green
could
room?
mean that he would have edge upside in the Vic Fangio defense, given they have Nakobe and Vaughn, who are going to be the 2 guys seemingly on
I mean, that's I would love if he did. I think that Dean is going to miss more of the season, I think, than you would hope, just based on when his injury happened in the playoffs against the Packers. I do think, though, that having a versatile piece where if you feel like you can bump him around, that's, of course, something that Fangio would love. I think that they probably saw Campbell's film, looked at it, and saw this is actually a guy that he's going to attack that run game, but is also comfortable in zone coverage, the way that they're going to pass routes off to each other. And that is a rare trait for linebackers. I mean, evaluating linebackers at the college level is so hard. Those guys are playing a different sport than what is happening in the NFL. So I think it's a pick that could be an absolute home run. We say, hey, how he really did it again. It could also be a player who is maybe not able to come back fully from that injury. I think either way, though, that could plug a big hole for the Eagles defense.
What's fascinating to me about this pick, T, is that when we started figuring out that Zach Bond was going to be an All-Pro last year, it was because his coverage stats started popping.
Yep.
This guy is literally one of the top linebackers in terms of coverage in the NCAA. And so, as Sean eloquently put forth,
He did.
they're really
Good job, Shawnee.
investing in these
Does anyone else call you Shawnee?
in these second
Okay,
these
you're my
second level players.
Shawnee to me.
And I, as a former linebacker, will be watching a lot of Eagles because this is going to be fun to watch.
Super lucky to have Sean Syed with us to do a complete and total breakdown of Eagles. I mean, nobody knows about the Eagles team specificity. Like from a broadcast media analysis, you're not going to get better analysis about scheme fits and stuff than Sean Syed. As we wait for Kansas City to see if they make the pick at 32 or continue to try to negotiate that with somebody else, want to remind you that you can win 2 free tickets to a regular season game next year. That's either a local game in your area, or we can give you $500 cash to go buy your own tickets. Also, if you don't win the grand prize, you can get 3. Well, there are 3 available. You're not going to win 3. Sumer swag bags. That's gear from Nike, Travis Matthew, Yeti, right? So we want to reward you for watching our show. So retweet this stream on X, the post that has the stream in it. Like the post. Reply to the post with the rookie that you think is going to make the biggest impact this season, and then we'll choose a winner at random and contact the winners via DM on X by Monday. But we want to thank you so much for spending some time with us here. I can't believe the first round's almost done.
I mean, let's just tap off on Jihad. So are you excited about it, Sam? I mean, I know you said you're going to be watching closely, and I'm excited. I'm excited for that defense to just continue to show up.
Is there any move?
Sean said, great job analyzing that.
Is there any move that they could make that you'd be like, I am unexcited about this now? Because I feel like the Eagles put themselves in a position you're like, well, that's going to work. And then that's going to work too.
I think, honestly, you guys were mentioning Simmons. It wasn't,
You didn't like it? Okay.
I wasn't feeling good about him being at that organization. I think maybe somewhere else would be honestly a better fit.
Okay.
I like this fit for them a lot.
What
really
about the Chiefs organization with Simmons? Because I think we all saw the Super Bowl and know what position they could potentially upgrade, and it's his.
It is his. And, Andy does a good job dealing with some of those guys that are still, in my mind, having some immaturity levels to them, and they have to evolve and grow. You have to have a head coach that has patience for that, especially when you have a quarterback that's that important to you. Of course, when you're putting together your O-line, there are some people that can do it, and there's other people that can't. Yeah. I've always thought Andy had just such a great temperament for that. Not that he buys in and says, you can jump around and be non-focused person at all. And I think he has a great way of bringing those guys along. So I think that could be a good pick. Here we are. It's in already.
I know. Oh, I can't see you. I'm sorry. Now I'm talking to the broadcast. This is what I do at home.
Do you?
A fan just did the John Cena. You can't see me. By the way, again, WrestleMania, we could talk about it. Epic fail.
Epic fail.
Look, I don't know if I agree with that totally. But,
on Sunday.
Yeah,
Saturday
it's
was
interesting.
rad.
We've talked about the quarterbacks of how can you be comfortable going with no starter level talent and or like premium level talent. That's technically what the Chiefs are planning to do as until this pick per chance at the left tackle and left guard position. So let's see how it ends up.
The pick is
Josh
in,
Simmons.
and it's
There
Josh
we are.
Simmons.
Nice call.
So,
Nice call.
what this also means is that Shedeur Sanders did not go in the first round.
Correct.
And so we are going to enter day 2 with him on the board. Milrow, who was in the green room there today, is
Right.
also on the board. And not just quarterbacks. Obviously, you've got Will Johnson, who's going to remain on the board. You've got the edge rushers, Mike Green and Donovan as a what?
As a rocker.
Thank you so much. Nick Scourton, once we, maybe get past that. Luther Burden. I think that there's some teams actually at the top of the second round that I very much would like a slot guy too. And so that feels interesting. But what's going to happen now this is over and the phones start ringing for tomorrow? Like, what will likely be prioritized in those conversations? Do you think people will try to move up?
I do think people will try to move up. I think it's to me that beginning of the second day, there's so many valuable picks, as you just alluded to and mentioned. You didn't allude to it. I mean, that's a fun time to be at the top 10 of that second round, just because what we do oftentimes, at least the way we did it, is we would pull off all of those top players, even away from the draft board, and we'd put it there focused in the middle of our board, another whiteboard, and just say, okay, let's figure out where we're truly going here in day two, right? It sounds a little odd because we still kept our board together, but we were very particular about how we anchored in on players that you're talking about, right? And would we truly move up if we were in the middle of that round? Because again, we've always looked at those guys as basically first rounders. And I kind of looked at it all the way into maybe 10 in, at least for me.
Yeah.
Because we there were times when we moved up and took people in the 20s that probably should have gone. Sam Baker was probably a second rounder when I look all the way back to drafting a guy like that. So that's my thought on that. It's an exciting time. And the great thing is now that they have the draft the way it is now, you have the entire day to do your work on it, discuss with your staffs, coaching and personnel, and really run down that group of 10, 15, or 20 that you're really honed in on in the day two. And you don't have to kind of rush into it, of course. I think that's always good and beneficial.
So the order of the second round, correct me if I'm wrong here. We're going to have Browns, then Texans, who traded into the pick. What's your face?
Oh, I don't know. It just showed Tennessee. Yes, it should be Browns at 33.
Okay. And then Texans at 34 because they traded with the Giants.
Right.
So that's their pick. And then at 35, we've got the Titans. And then we've got the Browns again at 36.
Yep.
That's the Jacksonville pick. And then at 37, we've got the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
So all the things you just talked about, now we look at the teams that are sitting there and what's likely to happen and who might move to kind of get ahead becomes part of that conversation. What if the Browns take Shedeur here? We just spent an entire draft season, not we, mocking him at 2.
Yeah.
And they could get him at 33.
That's incredible.
So
Wow.
I think there's two items to it. There's
Or
like
someone else.
Or someone else.
Yeah. There's like they played the availability bet. If they really do like him second, I think if you're using consensus or you're using certain metrics, it's difficult to make the argument that Dart may have been the more productive, I guess, like when you're adjusting for, but like if you use the consensus, it's very difficult to get off of that when you're building models. And so they technically would have won, I guess. Like they would have won, they would have achieved their goals. They got a first round pick next year. They got a Mason Graham, who I think they probably think is an excellent player. And then depending on how they have the quarterbacks evaluated, they get their pick of the litter at 33 or 36 and basically have to do nothing for it. So I just expected that there was going to be a lot more pressure, Thomas, which I know you expected as well.
I expected the same. And Lindsay, go ahead. You look like you're ready to chime in on it.
I just didn't expect the pressure. I can't stop giving myself credit. I need to be rewarded for, when I'm right.
Well, you're saying
Sam's face.
You predicted
he's so
it
done
properly.
with me. He's so done with me.
What you predicted that. I wasn't around through all those conversations. I know that there was some shock conversation about being in the first round, but I don't.
Yeah, it's just like
my the process where, well, I mean,
Oh.
just the ways that we've disagreed today,
Mhm.
just about, I just didn't think that he was going to get pulled up. I didn't think that teams were, I wouldn't have predicted that teams would pull the players up as far as they did.
Yeah.
I mean, or as far as we thought that they might.
So with that in mind, are you shocked that that Jackson Dart got pulled up?
But did he get pulled up, or did he just go instead of Sanders?
Well,
Because that
that was-
range is where we thought Sanders might go. Like, that was where we started having the conversation. People who thought he was going to fall, like for me, I didn't think he was going to fall out of the first round. I thought he was just going to fall into the range where like Jackson went.
Yeah.
So then the surprise element is it wasn't even Sanders, which, to the point about consensus big board that you were making, it looks like we just misevaluated, or that the part of the conversation about the consensus big boards needs to be that we can evaluate someone different. We, meaning the whole draft media, can evaluate somebody differently than an individual team.
Well, and I also
And
know
that they
this-
didn't think that there
Yeah.
was, you talked about how there was just as much separation, the separation from Cam to Shador, and then there was as much separation from Shador to Jackson Dart. And obviously it looks like, well, definitely the Giants didn't agree, and it looks like the Rams didn't agree either.
Fair. Yeah. I mean, the trade up for Jackson Dart is interesting because typically the research, just like psychological research and economic research into the trading up phenomenon is typically discussing the false consensus effect is what it's called. And it's the idea that, and Thomas has talked about this a little bit as well, especially like when he's hung on and still got his guy, is I like this guy and everyone else wants to get him, or these three teams, I know they're going to want to get him because I know how they evaluate. And so there's an element of, did that occur at the trade up to 25? Because there's a regardless of who they picked, it that still may have occurred. There's this, I think it's just an interesting book of worms because of how quarterbacks are so positionally valuable. Number one. Number two, how a lot of these teams don't have an answer. And if I'm selling, it's a lot different selling hope to an owner than selling 5 and 12. And a lot of these quarterbacks that are currently starting on these teams were running 5 and 12 teams. So it's like, at what point do you lean into the variance rather than stick with a certain thing? And then the final element is the trading elements, which I think, to summarize, I do not think the top 10 in the second round will look remotely the same as it does right now. But
in terms of order.
In terms of order.
Yeah.
But I thought that was going to be the case for all different types of positions in the first round. It didn't end up that way.
You got some sweet blue shoes over there. I have not
Thanks for
noticed that all night
recognizing
long.
that.
You were
Well,
blue head to toe.
I am blue.
Steez.
But I know we're coming to the end. Are we going to summarize for a while longer?
Is that your way of saying, like,
No, it's my way of saying there's some great pizzas over there. You guys deserved it. You guys worked your butts off. And Lindsay, you haven't moved
Pizza.
yet.
no, man, we are broadcasting.
You're doing no. I'm saying you
There's
haven't
no-
moved. You've done a great. You've been the one that didn't take the break.
Well,
we took the breaks.
This
You
is
killed it.
like Christmas to me. Like, I don't need to leave.
No, and that she was right.
No.
I mean, I swear, if I could just chime in one last time on that, kudos, because I was very quick to say to you, no, people are going to move up. The quarterback tax and the idea, give me 10, 15, 12 spots, whatever, if I can get my quarterback. There's something deeper here, of course, and we know that. There's something. Now, why Dart moved up to that spot, I find it fascinating.
Your idea of the quarterback tax and being okay paying it, I think I'm totally in agreement with. Where I was always coming from was that is if it's your guy.
Yeah.
Like the second part of
see.
your sentence was, if I have to give that up to go get my guy, and I never got an indication in this process that there was a reason that teams would feel like that is
Yeah,
my
I
guy.
see what you're
That's
saying.
it.
No.
That's it. I gotta get him.
That's good intuition.
But
That's
I
good
don't.
intuition.
So we now have let's see, 2 Browns picks. Texans have not picked. we do need to, I think, address that, because that was one of the stories coming into today, was that, like, I mean, when was the last time that every single team had a first round pick? They traded out of it and gave their pick to the Giants, the pick that went to Jackson Dart. We were, I think, thinking, I think a lot of us were thinking that maybe they might go O-line, maybe protect CJ Stroud so that he looks more like rookie year CJ Stroud and not sophomore year rookie Stroud. But then what happened after they traded was the last remaining top tier offensive tackle went. Do you think that there's a tier break after the guys that are available?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to start getting into some guys.
Both of them went. Connerly and Simmons went after they traded.
Yeah, it's interesting that clearly, when you consider they traded off of that, 2 tackles went that, performed well or people thought highly of, and then they traded Laramie Tunsil. It's certainly an interesting strategy at the tackle position. I'd be interested to see how that plays out in later rounds.
All right. Can we get final thoughts from Sean? Do you want to weigh in with anything else that you have thought today that you have not had a chance to say on television? The people need to hear the television.
I do think
on the Twitter screen and the YouTube. It might be on a television.
The Falcons trade could end up as like a historically bad trade for the Falcons in terms of how much they gave up.
Really?
Yeah.
And what did they give up again,
please? Like an extra first round, the 2026 first round pick going to the Rams too. That's going to be
Wait, what?
Yeah, they ended up also giving that up.
I missed that.
Actually, I'll go pull back the full numbers, but the Falcons gave up a lot in that trade up, which would, I think it makes me concerned overall about that trade. I'm not sure that's going to age that well for the Falcons. Of course, you're hoping that you get a real home run at that pick, but give up all of that capital for next season, I think the Rams feel really, really good about that trade, where we had a trade happen just a few picks around that. I forgot which trade it was, but it notably did not include that extra first round pick for next year. I'm not sure, Lindsay, if you have it pulled up.
I know.
You just type in Falcons trade. I'm going to even sneak out of the camera and go to laptop just to make sure that I have that one right.
That's a big deal for sure.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance. I haven't seen the trade capital, and I am having a hard time going back to find it. Anyone?
So just to summarize what you're saying here, Sean, they gave up next year's first round pick for the Rams first round pick, right?
Falcons trade up was 46. Hold on, I'm going to take a second to. The Rams traded 26 and 101, and the Falcons traded away 46, 242, and their 2026 first round pick.
Wow. Okay.
So that's a lot. Right? That's a lot of capital.
The reason why I find it interesting is because the similar pick from last year was the Bills and the Chiefs, and that was virtually a pick swap. Now they did have a more valuable second round pick per se, but that's a lot.
Do you know the interesting sidebar on this is Les Snead brokers that deal. Well, love Les. Les used to be with us at Atlanta, right? We were all together there. He worked for Arthur Blank for many years before he made his move to the Rams. Les Snead also is the boss of Rich McKay, who is the president of the Atlanta Falcons. Rich McKay's son, John McKay, works for the Rams. It's just this really interesting thing. And the former D coordinator of the Rams is now the head coach of the Falcons, Raheem Morris,
right,
who had a really good relationship with Les. Sometimes, you can get in the middle of these trades and feel good that you have great conversations with the people that you know and like. And the reality is sometimes, it's unfortunate that it can be perceived that way. Not that we're talking about wisdom of the crowds or the masses. Is there a lot of fallout on this trade right now?
It's not popular.
Okay.
There's some choice words I think being shared, but the way we think about pick discounts, where when you're trading a future first, you think, that's going to be pick 26. There's a chance that pick is quite good, I think based on the Falcons, just their maybe issues at multiple positions. Of course, they're betting that Michael Penix Jr. is going to be the guy. I think the Rams are going to be in quite a good spot next season to maybe replace Matt Stafford if it comes to that in terms of timeline. But for that trade and for us to be able to compare that to, I think it was the Giants trade up to get Dart. Yeah, I mean, I'd love for the Falcons pick to be a future Hall of Famer, but that's
I would love for them
on
to
the chart.
build, because I like the idea. I didn't before we even talked about the trade comp, right? The fact that they could add someone like this. Can I just add one other thing? Is like, where was that pick again in the second round? I didn't hear what was the number.
46.
46. Okay.
Yeah, Falcons trade 46, 242 and a first rounder, and the Giants trade up was 34, 99 and a future third, notably not a future first round pick.
Yeah, and that was for a quarterback too.
Like, it feels like a typo. It's so weird. Like, I mean, no, it's not. But I'm just saying, like, if I were to phrase it, like, they essentially spent 2 first-round picks on James Pierce, is that an inaccurate way to look at it?
Do you think they said, and Les, by the way, can you throw in a first round?
I mean,
like in the end of it all?
Like, hey, can you throw in a 7th? Can you throw in your most valuable draft asset for next season?
Yeah.
I know, Thomas, do you find if you were in a situation where, it's like, hey, this is my year to do it. Like, if we're not able to do it this year, I may not have a next chance. Is that a situation where you say, 2026 picks, it's whatever. Let's go ahead and make this happen.
It could be. That's a strong thought. I just keep coming back to the strong personalities in that draft room right now, and what Raheem Morris wants. Sean they want pass rush,
yeah.
and that's the one thing they're lacking, and they're going to go after it. I will say that organization. I mean, Arthur Blank, he has never been one that wanted to sit on his hands. I'm not saying in any way he brokered that deal at all. I'm just saying he's the one. If his people around him say, let's go for this, he has never been a guy that would push back and say, absolutely not, I'm walking out of the room, right? He does believe in the people that are at the helm for him. No question about it.
Certainly something.
Woo! So many crazy things.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly something. Certainly something.
Okay,
Well, okay.
Okay.
Like, one more question. I'm so sorry, but like, when I was thinking about this, I was thinking from the Falcons' lens of investing in. Didn't have the context of the trade. Does this mean that the Rams have 2 first-round picks next year?
And that's quite nice, right? Isn't that nice to have?
What's the opposite of FDM picks?
It's the opposite.
It's collect those
of
picks.
Yeah.
So-
they saw the Jags do it and said,
By the
we'll
way,
take the opposite way.
What's next year supposed to be better for?
That quarterbacks. That's my point. So in essence, they can they have 2 shots at the die, and one of those is a team that missed the wild card this year and has a very similar roster. And if both of those teams are really good, they have 2 first-round picks.
Wow.
To try to get to 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So the Giants, rightly or wrongly, thought they had to get ahead of the Rams to draft the quarterback that they wanted, Jackson Dart, because they thought that the Rams might draft Jackson Dart. And then the Rams turn around and put themselves in position to draft to have multiple first round picks next year. Like, was that the best? Do you think that they, with this trade in mind, which they couldn't have just negotiated on the fly at that moment, right? Like, oh no, Jackson is gone. Should we come to a deal to move out? I mean, they kind of had started having this conversation about if it happened, this is what we're going to do, right? These are the terms. Does that mean that they probably weren't ever going to do that? Because if they knew that that was even in the range of outcomes that they could pick up a first for next year, why draft Jackson Dart at 26 in this year's quarterback draft? I wonder if the Giants bet incorrectly.
I mean, either way, the Rams are just like huge winners in that. I don't really know what to say. I'm thinking about Dart, though. We had talked about it before. It's like, who am I to criticize a quarterback pick? Dart has his issues, but you have to take a shot on a quarterback. And when you look at that trade compared to what the Falcons ended up giving up, I mean, the Giants gave up nothing in comparison to that for also a premium position. Obviously, edge rusher, a premium position, but quarterback, the most premium of positions.
All right. Well, it's midnight. So look at you, Sean. Now you got your ISO camera over there. We're gonna get off air, but we just got you a single. We got you a single at midnight. Sean. All right, so that was really fun.
Yeah.
And your face is so funny because I just wonder what's going on in your head that you're not like. Yeah, I feel like you're still like processing.
I am.
What? Yeah,
I am processing.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
it's a lot to process. So I'm not going to put you on the spot in this situation.
It's a lot to process, but okay.
Yep. So that's round 1, and then round 2 is tomorrow, and you'll be a part of that.
We'll be going live, much like we are here. We'll have Quinn McLean, and we'll have super producer Matthew Stopsy bouncing in and out with some excellent updates and insights. So stick around with us tomorrow, and we'll be doing it all again.
Can I really quickly read for you the some of the responses to our contest? Right? Remember, we're giving away the tickets to the people that retweeted, and we asked them to weigh in with their the rookie that they thought was going to make the biggest impact, have the biggest impact in year 1. And some of there have actually been a lot of responses. So curious to get your thoughts on whether you agree with one, Tetero McMillan. We have another one for Tet McMillan. We have a Jihad Campbell, Travis Hunter, Malachi Starks, Tyler Warren, Walter Nolan, Abdul Carter. We've got so many different names.
We have an informed group. Lindsay.
Ashton Ginty, Travis Hunter, Jalen Knoll, who hasn't gone yet. That's an interesting. That would be rad if somebody that wasn't a first rounder was
quite the call.
Like rookie of the year.
Big call, yeah.
Shamar Stewart, Jackson Dart, Hunter, Ginty. I mean, there are a lot of different responses, which I think is really interesting, and also so on brand with this draft, which I think we kind of labeled like the lack of consensus draft. Boom. Lack of consensus. So thank you so much for being with us here. I'm going to close the laptop, and I'm not going to open it up for a week. I'm just kidding. I'm going to follow along pick by pick tomorrow too. Thank you very much for being here. SūmerSports.com is the website where you can find our draft guide to find all of these. I highly recommend that you pull it up for tomorrow when you're watching the coverage, because a lot of the stuff that Sean was walking you through, you can just pull it up on your laptop or your mobile, because it's mobile friendly. And so thank you so much for being with us, and peace out. T, Sean, Sam, you guys are amazing. Bye.
All righty.
I wanted to outwork every one of those 4 or 5-star guys. You think he's better than me? Okay, cool. But I'm going to make sure he doesn't.
And that Jonathan Casillas trying to win the starting job at one of the outside backer positions.
I went into the league with, I have to take someone's job. There was no question about if I was going to make the team or not. In the undrafted, confident Jersey City kid, there was unwavering belief in myself.